Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. This is the fifth part of What If Naruto was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like and subscribe and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto and Takeru were walking back home drunk from the sake they had at the special place Naruto told Kengo and Takeru about. Naruto had went overboard with the sake since he never knows when he's had enough of anything. But he sure made every girl in the place swoon with his charm, which was all thanks to the romance movies Kimi, Chacha and Isuki made him watch with them. Kengo was jealous of him, so he tried to put on the charm. He got lucky with a few girls, but most smacked or punched him, but stuff like that wouldn't keep him down and out of the game. After having fun and making out with a few girls, well except Takeru, he was still faithful to Haruko and Anaho. The three got into a fight between some muscular idiots who were harassing some girls and they won. Kengo got messed up a bit, but he sure had some balls to go up against the dude, and he was quite handy with a weapon and he did have potential as a fighter, so he and Naruto decided to help train him to become one hell of a fighter. Then the Tres Amigos Pervertidos will make themselves famous around Tenbi as three amazing males fighters and not just a regular group of perverts. After the fight, they partied like no tomorrow as they drank, danced and had fun. After leaving, Naruto and Takeru dropped Kengo off at his home before heading back to their homes. Now the two were up the stairs up towards their dorms at night. Naruto wobbled a bit and almost fell off the stairs once, but Takeru was there to help him. Man, Naruto, you're super drunk. Takeru said. Naruto had drunk more booze than it was humanly possible without getting alcohol poisoning. Thanks a lot, Catherine. Obvious. Naruto said with a slur. That's captain. Takeru corrected Naruto. You wish you were a captain. That doesn't even make any sense. Takeru said. Neither does the fact that vampires need to constantly drink blood when their hearts don't even beat anymore. Naruto said as he took a sip of some sake in his hand that wasn't even there. Where did my booze go? Naruto asked with a confused expression on his face. God help you in the morning when the hangover hits. Takeru said as the two made it to Takeru's dorm. Think you can make it upstairs without falling on your face? Takeru said. Yeah, I'll be fine, Mr. Unicorn Scientist. Naruto said with a slur and drunk eyes. I'm not a unicorn scientist. Takeru said. I know, man, the look on your face is hilarious. Naruto exclaimed as he was laughing his ass off. Enjoy the throbbing pain in the morning. Takeru said with an annoyed look on his face before he entered his dorm. And many thanks to you, sir. Naruto said with a huge toothy grin on his face before he went up the stairs. Once Naruto got to his door, he went inside and started singing a song. Loving you three is easy because you three are beautiful. Naruto sang as he slurred on his words. Man, thank goodness I took different language courses and learned them all so fast with my clones so I could understand every word in songs so I could add my own little tidbits here and there. Naruto said as he wobbled in place a bit. Naruto. Chacha said the blonde's name as she exited her room to see the blonde wobble in place. Naruto turned to see Chacha in her black see-through sleeping gown that exposed her curves, panties and her amazing H-cup breasts. Naruto drooled at the sight of Chacha's sexy body. You're back. We were worried. Chacha said with a smile as she made her way towards Naruto. Naruto was smiling like an idiot as he saw Chacha walk towards him, moving her sexy hips, them swaying side to side. Where have you been? Chacha asked as she stopped in front of the blonde. Naruto looked up and down Chacha's body with lustful eyes. He always admired her body as much as he adored her personality. It was all irresistible to him. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Chacha asked, wondering what was up with her favorite blonde. Suddenly Naruto hugged Chacha, surprising her, but then Naruto dug his face into Chacha's neck and kissed it, making her blush. Naruto-kun. Chacha said the blonde's name with shock at what he was doing. Chacha-chan, your skin feels so soft and nice against my own. Naruto said. Naruto then took a big whiff of Chacha's natural scent. And your scent is so arousing. Naruto said, making Chacha blush even more. Thank you. Chacha said, not knowing what else to do or say. Naruto then started roaming his hands smoothly around Chacha's body, making her blush a deeper shade of red from the feel of his touch. Naruto softly moved his hands around Chacha's side and then her thighs, and then he used one of his hands to explore her inner thigh. Chacha's cheeks along with her body started to heat up as she felt Naruto rub up and down her inner thigh, but then she felt Naruto's thumb rub the softness of her womanhood which made her flinch and gasp as she felt the touch with her body's heat increasing. Naruto-kun. Chacha said the blonde's name with shock as she felt arousal. Lime scene. Chacha-chan, has anyone ever made you feel beautiful? Naruto asked making Chacha's eyes widen as she heard Naruto's words. I mean, has anyone taken the time to make you feel more important than you already are with every single touch, every word, Naruto then kissed Chacha's neck again. Kiss, make you feel, indescribable. To have your throat choke for a moment on existing words that could never even dream of being close to such a feeling, ttebeo. Naruto said with a low-sounding sexy voice. Chacha was starting to feel, well, it was indescribable, like Naruto just said. Naruto then moved his hand back to Chacha's outer thigh and started rubbing them, but even though Naruto's hands felt so manly and strong which made his touch feel beyond outstanding, she wanted to feel his thumb rub against the softness of her womanhood again. Naruto rubbed his way towards Chacha's nice soft and sexy ass, they were a cross of a bubble butt buns of steel. Naruto gave the two cheeks a squeeze making Chacha squeak from the surprise attack. I like the feel of these. Naruto said in his sexy husky voice as he started groping Chacha's buns. Chacha's entire body was warming up like a deluxe oven as she felt Naruto grope her butt, but her heat then started blazing as she felt Naruto's hand go under her butt and poke his middle and index finger at Chacha's womanhood, making her pant as she felt the touch in her body heat rise. Your body is like a sensitive and extraordinary maze. It feels. Naruto brought his lips closer to Chacha's ear. Perfect, he said as he then gently bit her earlobe. Chacha suddenly gasped and moaned as she felt the slightly painful yet amazingly pleasurable sensation from Naruto's bite. Naruto-kun, what's gotten into you? Chacha asked. Don't you like this? Are you saying you want me to stop? Naruto asked in a low voice. It's not that, it's just. Then what's the problem? Naruto asked. Just like you Chacha, I've wanted to be this close to you. Naruto said, his hot breath dancing across Chacha's ear making her sweat with pleasure from the intense feeling. I want to make you feel what no woman deserves to not experience, that is, if you accept me. Naruto said as he rubbing Chacha's womanhood with his index, middle and ring finger making her moan and pant as she felt the incredible feel of Naruto's manly fingers rubbing up against her sensitive spot. Oh God, Naruto-kun, yes, I accept you, I desire you and feel every single touch you are willing to give. Chacha said as her heart and breath raced as she felt the sensual touches Naruto had to offer her. You mean like this? Naruto asked as he gently bit Chacha's earlobe again making her bite down on her teeth as the blonde then started sucking on her earlobe, easing the pain and making her desire for Naruto rise. Why yes, I want to feel these feelings, these touches, every single one you have to offer. Chacha said as she panted and sweat with excitement as her heart increased its rate. That's good, because I have been fighting my desire for you long enough. Naruto whispered in her ear. Naruto then locked his lips with Chacha's making her eat from the unexpected attack on her lips. Naruto pressed his tongue against Chacha's mouth and gently moved the tip of his tongue all around the surface of her lips making her moan before she allowed him entrance into her mouth. Naruto's tongue went inside Chacha's and used it to rub up against the roof of Chacha's mouth, giving her a gently tickle, teasing her, before he made contact with Chacha's tongue and started wrestling with it with his own tongue. Chacha was trying to keep up with Naruto and find his flow, but the blonde was moving to a rhythm only an expert would know. God, she wanted nothing more than to jump on him and finally take him. Naruto gently moved his palms to Chacha's buns squeezed on them making Chacha moan in his mouth with pleasure before Naruto lift her into the air with the mocha-skinned girl wrapping her legs around the blonde's waist. Naruto took advantage of the situation pushing Chacha's hips against his own as he thrust his own forward against hers, basically they were dry humping. Chacha and Naruto separated their lips from each other letting Chacha moan with pleasure as she felt Naruto's erect covered groin rubbing against her wet covered womanhood. This feeling made her wish Naruto would take off his pants and underwear and remove her panties so she could feel the real deal instead of feeling what is considered close to the real thing. Naruto was kissing Chacha's neck and trailed down to her trapezius muscle before he separated his lips from her skin and started licking Chacha's earlobe, playfully making her giggle, but still panting as Naruto continued to grind his covered crotch up against Chacha's now wet panties that covered her womanhood. Naruto then gently placed his lips back onto her neck as he gently put her back against the kitchen table with his torso lying atop of her own, making her breasts squish against Naruto's rock-hard pectorals, and all the while Naruto was still dry humping her. Naruto then roamed his hand around Chacha's body and stopped at the edge of her breasts and started gently rubbing the skin of her breasts, and then used his one finger to touch the tip of her covered nipple, making it twitch before he started playing with it by twirling the covered nipple with his fingers, making Chacha moan with pleasure of her nipple getting played with. Naruto then pulled on the nipple, making Chacha squeak with pleasure and excitement as she felt the slightly painful yet erotically arousing action. Naruto was amazing, he's wild and adventurous and his technique is awe-inspiring and felt magical. Naruto then kissed Chacha's ear in a special way, and as he brought her right up to the edge, at exactly the right moment he bites down, making Chacha feel pain and pleasure, and 1,000 volts of electricity shoot through every inch of her body. Basically, she felt an indescribable sensation all throughout her body and she didn't want it to end. Naruto then started trailing Chacha's neck, sucking on her skin and using some of his teeth to leave hickeys and bite marks on her neck. Naruto then trailed down to Chacha's collarbone and started leaving hickey marks on her skin before he started trailing down south, gently kissing her body until he made it to her inner thigh and went down to her wet panties. Using skill that no one possibly ever thought Naruto would possess, the blonde used his mouth to slowly and sensually take off Chacha's panties until they were fully off of her body. Naruto opened his mouth and let the panties drop before he licked his lips, tasting the wet juice from the undergarments. It tastes better than I could ever dream it could. Naruto said as stared at Chacha's shimmering eyes that were filled with nervousness and desire. Naruto lied atop of Chacha again and locked his lips with her own and started another dance between Chacha's and his own tongue. But then he started taking off his pants to reveal his long and baggy underwear that showed his bulge that rubbed off against her lower region, making Chacha separate her lips from Naruto's and gasp at the touch. We're just one clothing away from finally becoming each other's first, Chacha-chan. Do you wish for it to finally become a reality? Naruto asked. Chacha was sweating and panting as she felt her answer about to come out of her throat like a roar from Godzilla. Loud and clear, but she never got the chance to answer him as someone interrupted them. Lime scene over. Don't you dare answer that, Chacha. The two turned to see Isuki glaring at the two with intense anger and hidden jealousy. Isuki! Chacha exclaimed with shock as she saw the glaring red-haired tsundere. Hey Isuki-chan, what's the word from the Sandman? Naruto said with a slur as he waved at Isuki. What? Isuki said, confused by Naruto's words. You know, the old man who makes people, what does he do again? Oh right, throw sand into people's eyes. Wait, that can't be right. People wouldn't love him and make him a childhood icon then. Naruto said with his index finger up to his chin and have a confused and questioning look on his face. Isuki, I'm going to have to go into your room and ask the Sandman a few questions. Naruto said as he stood up from his position with Chacha and looked down at his legs. When did my pants decide to just drop to the floor? Naruto asked. Are you drunk? Isuki asked with surprise. Why thank you, yes I am. Naruto said smiling. What were we just talking about? Naruto asked looking genuinely confused. You're drunk. Isuki said bluntly. You're sexy. Naruto said pointing to Isuki with a drunk smile on his face. Alright, straight to bed, both of you, in separate sleeping quarters. Isuki ordered. But Chacha-chan and I haven't even done it ho, now I get you. Naruto said with his drunk smile. What's happening? Everyone turned to see Kimi rubbing the tiredness from her eyes. Did something bad happen? Kimi asked. Yeah, Naruto said as he made his way to Kimi, who now noticed Naruto's pants were down to his shoes, which made her blush red as she noticed he was in his underwear, which was one clothing away from exposing his huge. No Kimi. Bad thoughts. Kimi thought with as her entire face was flushed, but then she noticed Naruto was right in front of her. Naruto had then suddenly wrapped his arms around Kimi's body, bringing her into a tight hug that made her come into contact with his body, especially his lower rein, which made her entire face blush a darker red color. "You didn't come to say welcome back to me," Naruto said with a grin. Naruto then took in Kimi's scent, making her blush even more, especially when she felt his hot breath on her neck. "You smell so nice, Kimi-chan," Naruto said with a smile as Kimi blushed even more. "And your skin is so soft, and I adore your personality and cuteness," Naruto whispered into her ear. "I just can't resist anymore," Naruto said in a sexy husky tone. He then placed his lips onto Kimi's neck and started sucking on her skin, making Kimi moan loudly from the amazing sensation. Isuki and Chacha's jaws fell to the floor as they saw this drunk Naruto be so forward and impressively give such grand pleasure. Naruto trailed down Kimi's neck and then sucked on her trapezius muscle, making her moan before he released her, making her pant from the amazing sensual sensation as he then put his mouth up to her ear. "How about we go into your room and deal with the rest of our conversation there?" Naruto suggested as he slid the yoke of Kimi's shirt down her shoulder to reveal her skin that he started to kiss it, making Kimi glow neon red. "What do you say?" Naruto said with a smile. Instead of thinking, Kimi relied on instinct and answered. "Oh, okay," Kimi said as she nodded before Naruto started kissing Kimi's ear and rubbing her hips. "Oh, number you don't," Isuki shouted as she headed for the two, while Chacha had hearts for eyes and drool as she loved how Naruto was acting and just wanted to jump him already. Kimi moaned as she felt the painful yet very pleasuring pain of having the spot between her ear and meeting of her neck gently bit by Naruto as the blonde lift one of her legs up with his arm and rub her cute little bottom with his manly hand, but Isuki grabbed Naruto and ripped him away from Kimi before she dragged him to the ladder that led to the loft, which was Naruto's bedroom, in a sense. "Change out of your clothes and climb up to your bed," Isuki ordered, but Naruto stared at her looking confused. Well, what?" Naruto asked. "Change out of your clothes," Isuki said with her hands on her hips. Naruto just stared at her for a moment. "I forgot how to," Naruto said, wobbling a bit. "How can you forget that?" Isuki said. "What did I forget?" Naruto asked, genuinely confused right now. "Oh my god, I can't believe how hammered you are," Isuki said as she touched the bridge of her nose. "Cha-cha, Kimi, go into your rooms, I got to help Piss smell wonder here with getting his clothes off," Isuki said. "I smell like piss," Naruto said as he then took a whiff of his clothing. "Rad," Naruto said with a drunk smile. "Why do you get to help him?" Cha-cha exclaimed, clearly not satisfied with Izuki's orders. "Because I don't trust you girls to do it with this Naruto," Isuki said, jabbing her thumb at Naruto. "Are you saying I'm a different Naruto?" "Oh god, now it all makes sense now," Naruto said, having a panicking tone in his voice as he grabbed the sides of his head, but then his mind started to work sort of properly again. "Wait," Naruto said as he placed his finger onto his chin as he had a questioning look on his face. "Just go," Isuki ordered the two to do. "And Cha-cha, pick up your panties," Isuki ordered the mocha-skinned girl to do. "Geez, I know, you don't have to be a huge boss lady," Cha-cha said as she grabbed her panties, and then she and Kimi walked back into their rooms. Naruto stared at Cha-cha's door before speaking again. "Why were Cha-cha's panties on the floor?" Naruto asked, getting an annoyed glare from Isuki. "Oh wait, now I remember, why did you interrupt us?" "Just take off your clothes," Isuki exclaimed. "Okay, all you had to do was ask," Naruto said as he took off his black school jacket and started unbuttoning his red dress shirt. "God, I can't believe you, Naruto," Isuki said. "Did I say believe it or something?" Naruto asked as he finally unbuttoned his red dress shirt. "You were so well behaved before and now you come back, drunk as hell I may add, and you were close to banging Cha-cha and also tried to bang Kimi. I mean, for the love of God, how many beers did you drink? This isn't at all good. But Isuki stopped as she noticed Naruto lying on the ground, only wearing his underwear. Isuki sighed with annoyance before she walked up to Naruto and gave his side a little kick. "Wake up," Isuki said, but Naruto wasn't moving an inch. Isuki tried waking him up by nudging him, hitting him and throwing water on him, but he just wouldn't wake up. Isuki sighed in defeated before she grabbed Naruto and lifted him over her shoulder before she started climbing the ladder to the loft. Once Isuki got into the loft, she put Naruto onto his bed mat. There. Isuki said as she was about to leave, but she was stopped by a single arm wrapping around her waist, making her turn to see Naruto staring at her. Don't leave, just stay. Naruto said. Isuki blushed as she blinked a few times in shock at what Naruto said. I know that you're thinking that I'm too drunk to know what the hell I'm saying, but I've been telling nothing but the truth to you girls about how I feel for you, and I feel that I want you to stay with me tonight. Naruto said, not sounding drunk at all, which shocked Isuki even more. Naruto. Isuki, you're something amazing and I can't describe what I feel for you, but I have the feeling that if you'd stay then maybe you might understand a little what I'm talking about, so please, stay. Naruto said. Isuki was still blushing, not knowing what to say, but Naruto suddenly grabbed her with his other hand and lifted her up and gently set her down on his hips, which made her blush a tiny bit more. Naruto then started rubbing her hips gently, which tickled her skin a bit before Naruto put his index fingers inside the sides of her panties, making Isuki blush even redder. Don't worry, just relax. Naruto said as he twirled his fingers around the fabric, playing with Izuki's panties. Naruto, you're drunk. Isuki said, still blushing red, but she was surprised to see Naruto sit up with his face close to her own. I know, which is why I'm able to show you this, because I'm not afraid right now. Naruto said. Of my anger? Isuki asked. No, Naruto said as his face inched closer to her own, making her blush a tiny bit more. Of scaring you away. Naruto said as he then locked his lips with Izuki's own. Izuki's eyes widened with shock from Naruto's words and action. Once he finished with her lips, he laid his chin onto Izuki's shoulder, released the hold on her panties as his strong hands went towards her back and went under her shirt and started rubbing her back, making her moan a bit from the little massage before Naruto grabbed the clip that held her bra in place. Izuki gasped and grabbed Naruto's shoulders. Naruto, we shouldn't do this. Izuki said, worried about what would happen next. Izuki-chan, don't worry, I'm not looking for sex. Naruto said. Why you're not? Izuki said, shocked. No, Naruto said as he started kissing Izuki's trapezius muscles and trail up to her neck as she moaned from every single touch his lips gave. I'm looking to give you intimacy. Naruto whispered in a low sexy sounding change of his voice to Izuki's ear. Izuki's looked at Naruto with surprise before she cringed and moaned from the slightly painful and extremely pleasurable nibbling Naruto was giving to Izuki's earlobe. And with one quick move, Naruto unclipped Izuki's bra, grabbed it and placed it to the side. Izuki was scared, her heart was racing and she felt her throat swell up so she couldn't say anything to Naruto, but her worries were put to rest as she heard his voice. There's nothing to worry about, Izuki-chan. All I want is to make you feel as special as I think you are by showing you my love, not my lust. Naruto said. Izuki calmed down as she took Naruto's word for it. Naruto then cupped Izuki's breasts, which made her gasp a bit as she bit her finger to stop her from moaning as Naruto then played with her nipples. Naruto, Izuki said his name as she was feeling the rising pleasure. It's okay, everything will be fine, I promise. Naruto said as he started kissing her collarbone. Izuki closed her eyes as she let Naruto do his thing, and that was making her feel, in a simple word that wasn't made up, amazing. Naruto then moved one of his hands down to her hips and dug into her inner thigh and started rubbing her skin, making her feel a nice smooth tickling and soft feeling sensation that made her crave for more. Naruto slowly and softly traced his other hand down south towards her stomach and started rubbing his hand there before he lied down and firmly, but gently placed Izuki's hips over his own. Naruto moved his hands up and down Izuki's leg, feeling the softness of her skin. Naruto stared up at Izuki and couldn't help but speak his next words. So beautiful. Naruto spoke as he stared up at Izuki's beauty. Izuki couldn't help but blush at Naruto's words. You're just saying that. Izuki said, still blushing. Can't a man tell the truth? Naruto said with a smirk. Izuki blushed at his words, and somehow, her instincts took over as she started straddling her hips over Naruto's own. Naruto laid back and relaxed as he felt Izuki dry hump him with his strong hands, keep up with and assisting her tempo. Izuki didn't know what came over her, but she knew it was basic instinct, and that instinct was the desire for love and lust. Izuki-chan, you're making me feel so. Naruto was then silenced when Izuki placed her finger on his lips and went, shush, as she continued to move her hips against his with her hands onto his chest as she moaned with pleasure. Naruto was panting as he felt the sensation of having Isuki rub her womanhood over his crotch area. Isuki then lied atop of Naruto's body as she locked lips with the blonde and demanded entrance with her tongue, and the blonde gladly allowed her permission as he fully opened his mouth and allowed Izuki's tongue entrance as the two teens' tongue wrestled and danced with each other. After what felt like incredible intimate hours, the two separated and were panting from how long they went without air. Izuki-chan. Izuki placed her fingers on Naruto's lips, silencing him before she sat up and grabbed the bottom of her shirt and was slowly taking off her buttoned-up shirt, but Naruto grabbed her hands and made them recede down south to make the shirt fully cover her torso area again, which confused and scared her. It's like I said before, I didn't want to have sex, but that's because I know that you're not ready yet, as am I. All I wanted was to show you what you mean to me before I become scared again. All I wanted was to show you my love. Naruto said, sounding like a calm gentleman. Izuki couldn't help but look at Naruto with new admiration and desire. Naruto grabbed Izuki's hand, breaking her out of her small trance. Please, for tonight, sleep in the same bed as I and show me intimacy. Naruto didn't just ask, he begged Izuki. Izuki's eyes shimmered with loving feeling as she went down to him and locked lips with him one more time before she laid her head onto his firm yet comfortable chest and closed her eyes. Naruto smiled down at her as he wrapped one of his arms around her body and kissed the top of her head. Good night, Izuki-chan. Naruto said with loving eyes and a smile before he closed his eyes and let the darkness take him over. In the shinobi world, Jiraiya had a nightmare about something bad happening to Naruto, which made him worry and unseal the crystal ball to see if he was safe, and he was, or more than safe. At first Jiraiya saw Naruto saying goodbye to Takeru sounding like a drunk, which no doubt Jiraiya figured he was. So you finally drink, huh, Naruto? Wait until Tsunade hears about this. Jiraiya thought, but as he saw Naruto walk in, he was singing some song in Japanese, and for some reason, Jiraiya felt that wasn't originally a Japanese song. Once Chacha found out that Naruto was back, that's when things got interesting. Well, interesting is more of an understatement. Jiraiya looked on with shock and amazement as he saw his godson get intimate with the mocha-skinned girl, and the old white-haired perv decided to write this stuff down in his research book, and he got every juicy detail as he observed his godson's incredible technique, which made the mocha-skinned girl crave for more. Once things were no doubt going to get extreme and incredibly outstanding, that Izuki girl came in and interrupted things before they got to anything extraordinary. But thanks to the power of booze, Naruto tried getting intimate with Kimi, which Jiraiya jotted down as fast as lightning. Izuki had then pulled Naruto away from Kimi and ordered the two to leave as she made sure Naruto got ready for bed, but somehow she, like her two other roommates, fell victim to Naruto's charm and shared an intimate time with him before the two fell asleep. Jiraiya looked at the notes that were inspired by his student godson's real-life experiences with the three girls in this other world, and Jiraiya was proud of not only the amazing perverted yet romantic actions his godson had done with his three good-looking roommates, but also of what great material it was that would make his next book of Ika he was planning to create, the best of the bunch. Naruto, if I wasn't proud of you before, I am now. Jiraiya thought with a proud grin before he resealed the crystal ball and went back to sleep. The next morning in the world of Maken, Naruto woke up to a painful hangover as he rubbed his head to ease the pain. Damn, how much did I drink last night? Naruto asked himself. Chacha, I mean it, shut up. Izuki said. No. Naruto-kun and I were having a beautiful and romantic moment yesterday and you came and ruined it, and then the next morning, I find you sleeping on Naruto-kun's chest with your bra to the side. How could I not be angry? Chacha shouted. Naruto sat up and looked down to see Izuki and Chacha glaring at each other with Kimi standing on the sidelines, afraid of getting involved. Girls, Naruto said, earning him his roommate's attention. Is something wrong? Naruto asked. Naruto-kun. Chacha shouted the blonde's name as she jumped high up to the loft as she tackled Naruto down to the floor of the loft with her hands holding down his wrists, her hips straddling his own and her big boobs squishing his face. I'm so happy you're awake now, so how about we finish what we started yesterday, nay? Chacha said seductively as she gyrated her hips onto Naruto's groin, making the blonde's entire face blush red. Why yesterday? Naruto mumbled into Chacha's breasts with shock. He thought all that crap he did last night was all part of a dream, but now he knew the truth and he was frightened of the consequences. Yes, yesterday. Isuki said with her arms crossed and a blush on her cheeks. And Chacha, get down from there. No. Go away. Chacha shouted as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and held him close to her. Naruto disappeared from Chacha's hold and reappeared down in front of Isuki and Kimi on his knees begging for forgiveness. I am so sorry. I don't know what got into me. Naruto shouted with fear of getting beaten by Isuki. Booze is what got into you. Isuki said. And don't worry, I won't kick your ass. Really? Why? Naruto asked with surprise. Never mind why. Just go wash yourself up. You stink of liquor. Isuki said. Yes, miss. Naruto said with a mock salute before he ran inside the bathroom to wash up. And Chacha, I'm watching you. Isuki said. What do you mean? Chacha asked, playing innocent. Oh, quit playing innocent. You are not going in there with him if I have anything to say about it. Isuki said to her mocha-skinned roommate. You're no fun. Chacha said with a pout. Come on. There has to be more in here. Sakura exclaimed as she was checking and throw books in the Hokage library to find anything on Maken. Sakura, we've checked every book and we've found nothing. Shikamaru said with his usual bored tone. The entire Konoha 11, along with Kakashi, Yamato, Sai, Iruka, Guy, Shizune and Tsunade were looking through all the books with Sakura to find anything on Maken, to find any clue to find Naruto. Shut up, Shikamaru. Sakura yelled at the Nara genius. Troublesome. Shikamaru said, but then he was hit in the back of the head with a book sent by Sakura. Ow. Shikamaru went once the book made contact with his head. See, I told you that special word of yours was going to earn you some pain. Ino said, still looking into a book. But it's normal for Shikamaru, it's like a habit. Choji said, trying to defend his friend. Oh, so it's like you and eating. Kiba said. Is that another way of calling me fat? Choji asked with his eyes being covered by the shadows of his bangs. And no, Kiba was frightened of what would happen next. I'm just kidding. Choji said as he laughed. You jerk. Kiba shouted with an anime-style pissed-off expression. So this is where you guys were hiding. Jiraiya said as he appeared in the room. Finally decided to join us, Jiraiya. Tsunade said, annoyed that her old teammate didn't show up to help. Yeah, it was funny seeing you run around like a headless chicken, but I think it's about time to end this whole, what the hell is Maken thing. Jiraiya said, earning everyone's attention. You know where Naruto is? Sakura shouted with shock. Oh right, I almost forgot you were here. Jiraiya said, not happy about it since Sakura now likes Naruto and learning that the blonde had a harem of women now would no doubt bring problems. Of course I'm here, you old pervert. Now where's Naruto? Sakura yelled to Jiraiya. Geez, calm down alright. Jiraiya said with his hand up in defense. Sakura, please calm down. Kakashi said to his young kunoichi student. When did you learn about this Maken? Tsunade asked. Just yesterday afternoon, but I only made it back to the village late in the night, so I waited till the morning to tell you what I found out. Jiraiya said, fibbing a bit about coming late into the night, because it wasn't really that late. Sakura then suddenly grabbed Jiraiya by the shirt and started shaking him. Tell me where he is right now, you damn perverted baka. Sakura ordered with impatience. Sakura, calm down. Tsunade ordered, making her pupil stop shaking Jiraiya, letting the old pervert fall to the floor. Jiraiya, what did you find out? Tsunade asked. Is Naruto okay? Tenten asked. Oh, he's more than okay. Jiraiya shouted with pride as he quickly stood up from the floor, but then he quickly turned around as proud anime-style tears came back to his eyes. I'm sorry, I just need a moment. Jiraiya said. What's with you? Tsunade asked, confused but a bit suspicious. I'm just so proud of that little blonde baka. Jiraiya said as he was wiping away the proud anime-style tears. Everyone just looked at him with confusion and raised eyebrows, but then Kiba started laughing his ass off as he got a funny idea in his head. Oh what? Naruto got a harem or something? Kiba said, laughing his ass off while everybody just smirked, thinking, yeah, that'll be the day. His answer was Jiraiya, turning to all of them with a knowing grin. Everyone just blinked their eyes with surprise before they uttered the, oh so famous words that are spoken when those are shocked. Nani? Everyone shouted. Yeah, I know. Isn't it great? Jiraiya shouted with pride and joy. I also got some great research from him. Jiraiya said as he opened his research book and looked inside and grinned as he looked at the spicy and delicious research and details he got from his oh so adoring godson. You're joking. Kiba shouted as he grabbed the book and looked inside it only to have a shocked look upon his face. This can't be from Naruto. Kiba said with disbelief. Kakashi, Iruka, Yamato Gai, Choji, Neji, Lee and Shino looked over Kiba's shoulder to have the same look as Kiba at what they read. It is, I saw the whole thing. Jiraiya said with a proud grin and a perverted nosebleed, remembering what he saw yesterday. And tell me how, before I beat the ever-living shit out of you. Tsunade said with a growl. Jiraiya took back his research book back and turned to the last page and unsealed the crystal ball and Naruto's old torn-up jacket. With this, Jiraiya exclaimed, holding both items in his hands. A crystal ball and, is that Naruto's old jacket? Kakashi asked. Kiba then took a sniff and covered his nose. Yep, that is, I recognize that rancid smell of sweat, ramen and fox stank anywhere. Kiba said with a mumbled voice from his nose and mouth both being covered. This crystal ball was given to me by the great sage Toad Gamamura. It's locked on Naruto's chakra signature, and as long as something he once wore is making contact with the ball, we can find him in the other world, no problem. Jiraiya explained. Everyone stood silent as they heard Jiraiya. Can I see him? Sakura asked. I don't know, the transitions of the day are different in the world of Maken than our world. I'm still not used to it, so he could be in bed or something. Jiraiya said. Give me that. Sakura said, reaching for the ball, but Jiraiya kept it away. Hey, calm down Pinky. Jiraiya said. Don't call me Pinky. Sakura shouted. Sakura, please calm down, I'm sure that Jiraiya is the only one who can use it. Kakashi said, calming Sakura down. Just hurry it up. Sakura said. Alright, no need to be pushy. Jiraiya said, putting Naruto's old jacket on the table and placed the ball over it and made a series of hand signs. Wait, those are the hand signs for the Tomegan no Jutsu. Tsunade said. That's correct Tsunade Haim. This crystal ball uses an advanced version of it that spies on other worlds, but this one looks over Maken world. Jiraiya said. Jiraiya-sama, I wish to ask, what is Maken? Shino asked, still curious about what Maken is. From what I gathered from Gamamura-sama, Maken are special weapons that are powered by elemental energy within beings that control and enhance their elemental powers. It's considered our sister world. Jiraiya explained. Astounding. Shino said, very amazed. The others were amazed as well of this new world. Yeah, plus the women there have amazing busts, especially the nurse. Her own can rival Tsunade's. Jiraiya said. Everyone's jaws fell to the floor. Yeah, I know, I was shocked as well. You're just lucky that you're performing a complicated jutsu, or else I'd let you have it. Tsunade said, growling. Jealous Haim. Jiraiya teased with a grin. Don't push your luck. Tsunade said with an annoyed and pissed glare. Here we go. Jigen no Benkyo Jutsu. Dimensional telescope technique, Jiraiya called out as he slammed his hands onto the crystal ball, making the ball shine green that forced everyone but Jiraiya to cover their eyes. There he is, Jiraiya said as the ball stopped shining, but then he noticed what Naruto was doing. Holy cow. Jiraiya shouted with shock, making everyone uncover their eyes only to have shocked looks on their faces. Naruto was doing push-ups and doing them to the extreme. Naruto was shirtless, exposing his sexy muscles, while he wore blue jeans, his new white with black sneakers which were exactly like his old ones except they weren't banged up anymore, his belt with gold buckle, black fingerless gloves, and he still wore the necklace Tsunade gave him and had rocks tied to his arms and legs, but those were nothing compared to the giant boulder on Naruto's back, and each and every one of the rocks had weight seals on them. Naruto was doing push-ups with one arm and switched his arm every 10 push-ups and so on. Damn, I knew the kid became strong, but not this strong. Jiraiya said with shock. 10,768, 10,769, 10,770, 10,771. Naruto counted every single one of his push-ups. So this is what he normally does as a training workout. Kengo, who was on the sidelines with Takaru, asked still in shock. Yep, pretty shocking, huh? Takaru said with a smirk. More like completely. He could give that Lee guy a run for his money. Kengo shouted still in shock. That dark-haired one is right. Naruto-kun has become super powerful. The next time Naruto and I meet, we shall have a youthful battle to re-establish our comradeship. Lee shouted with much vigor, I refuse to say youth in this sentence, and fire in his eyes. Whoa, so Naruto's this strong, huh? Choji said sweating nervously, hoping to never fight Naruto in his life. You should have seen him yesterday. He fought a giant 8-headed snake made of metal that had each head have the power of almost each known element in our world. Jiraiya said, making everyone look at him with shock. Seriously? Tenten asked with shock. Yeah, but you should have seen it in the end. Naruto led everyone to defeat the thing like a true leader, like a cage really. Jiraiya said with a proud smile. Tsunade smiled as she looked at Naruto. Looks like this village will be alright in your hands when the time comes. Tsunade thought, smiling at the young blonde. There you idiots are. Naruto, Kengo and Takaru turned to see Himegami. Whoa, who's the cutie? Kiba asked. Her looks shine with amazing youth. Lee exclaimed in his usual manner. Oh, hey midget emo Udo, what do you want now? Naruto asked, but then he saw Himegami readying a lightning attack, so he used his amazing strength to jump high up into the air with the restraints still tied to his body, which saved him from the lightning attack, but it hit Kengo instead, making him look charred and fall to the floor as Naruto landed on the ground on his hands and feet. Damn you, Naruto. Kengo said with pain, all the while the blonde young man just grinned and laughed at his pain. Okay, seriously, tell us what you're doing here before I die of laughter. Naruto said, still chuckling from Kengo getting electrocuted. A meeting was called that could really interest you. Himegami said in her usual uncaring tone. Really? Did they find out where Mayonaka Moon Shikai's headquarters are? Cause I still owe Wabi Su that punch in the face. Naruto said. No, I wish, things are getting boring here now. Himegami said. We fought an 8-headed robot snake that looked like Yamata no Orochi yesterday, that's considered boring. Takaru said. I was talking about only today, yesterday was as it was. Himegami said. So if there's nothing about Mayonaka Moon Shikai's whereabouts, then how would it interest me? Naruto asked. Easy, we think your old pal Abunai is back. Himegami said, and that was all Naruto needed to hear as he leapt high into the air and quickly untied himself of the restraints and threw them all, yes even the boulder, higher into the air, with the boulder going the highest. Once Naruto landed, the rocks came closer down to the surface where he was, so Naruto kicked 2 of them and punched 2 of the others to piece and looked up to see the boulder coming closer to him, but Naruto just smirked as he then sent a flurry of punches at the boulder, and it was so fast that all you saw were blurs. With every hit of Naruto's fists, the boulder started to break into smaller pieces, until the boulder was no more than tiny pebbles on the ground. Show off. Kengo said as he somehow shook off the ash from his body. He can say that again. Neji agreed, still in shock at what he saw, along with the others. I don't believe it. Ino said as she stared at Naruto. He's hot. Ino shouted with drool and hearts in her eyes as she stared at Naruto with amazement as she stared at his muscles. Nani? Everyone in the Konoha 11 shouted. Ino, what the heck? I thought you would be the last person to ever say that about Naruto out loud. Shikamaru said with shock. The news was so shocking that Choji actually dropped his chips onto the ground. He dropped his chips onto the ground. Well yeah, before, but now look at him. He looks like an Adonis. Ino exclaimed as she pointed at Naruto's muscular form, and his wet hair from all the sweating made him look pretty damn good looking, especially since the sweat gave the muscles a shine from the reflecting of the sun that was hitting the liquid on the blonde's body. All the women in the room drooled and blushed, especially Hinata, who took it to an extreme. Just stay away from him, pig. Sakura said with a glare that Ino didn't take to kindly of. The meeting's going on right now. Naruto asked as he went for his discarded black muscle shirt. We're just waiting for you. Himegami said as Naruto put on his shirt. Alright then. Naruto said as he walked up to Himegami and placed his hand on her shoulder before adopting a ready and edgy grin. Let's roll. Naruto said, still grinning his grin that reminded everyone of the scary seemingly nutcase Tokubetsu Jonin, Anko. Suddenly Naruto had a pair of blue-green energy claws shoot out of his back and grabbed Kengo and Takaru. I hate these things sometimes. Takaru shouted. Kengo started laughing as he remembered the time Naruto threw Takaru with these hands, making Takaru glare at him. I'm sorry, it's just remembering that time he tossed you like a football with these things just to save your ass is still hilarious. Kengo said as he had the constant case of the giggles. Naruto then shushined the four of them away in a swirl of leaves, and with Naruto's disappearance the crystal ball turned clear again. Where is he? Sakura shouted with worry. Don't worry, I bet it takes a while. Jiraiya said, and he was correct as the crystal ball refocused on Naruto again to reveal he was in a room filled with other young women in it, and most of their bust sizes made everyone's jaws drop, but none more than the men at the fact at how amazing the size and variety of each breasts the girls possessed were like. Naruto-kun. Chacha shouted his name with excitement as she jumped into his arms, wrapping her own around his neck and of course have his face smashed into her breasts. Good thing he released Himegami, Kengo and Takaru before she jumped at him. You missed me? Chacha asked. Well yeah, of course I did. Naruto said, his voice mumbled from Chacha's breast smoosh in his face. Everyone in Naruto's world had utterly shocked looks upon their faces, complete with jaws dropped and anime-style eyes that were wider than saucers, and all the while Jiraiya was just grinning with pride in his godson. I know, amazing, isn't it? Jiraiya said, still grinning. No. Why God, why? Kiba shouted as he fell to his knees. Why couldn't they take me instead? Kiba cried with anime tears of sadness going down his eyes. Everyone else just decided to ignore him. Naruto, in Maken world, then sensed killer intent as he saw Isuki looking at the two with red auras surrounding her, making Naruto try and pull himself away from Chacha's breasts, but Chacha was strong and held him close to her, with, of course, Naruto's face slammed onto Chacha's breasts. So what's this meeting all about? Naruto asked nervously with nervous grin. These. Furin pointed to pictures of wrecked and destroyed places and items in Tenbi like trees, stores in the mall, rides at the amusement. You look my words right in the print and tell me they don't have an amusement park. I dare you. And statues, they all looked like they were attacked by a half-man and half-beast creature. From the signs of the crime scenes that have taken place lately, it looks like the mess was simultaneously caused by what people referred to as a half-man, half-beast creature. Furin explained. So you think it's a bunai? Are you sure? Naruto asked his questions, wanting to make sure that this hunch that he had right now hopefully was wrong. We're not completely sure actually. Yuka said with her usual smile. You see, somehow the video cameras that spied on these areas were somehow tampered with, leaving them useless, and it was all right before the attacks happened. So they've been hacked? Uruchi asked. No, they haven't. The officers of Tenbi's police department could have traced the locations of where the hacking took place with the cameras, but they found nothing. Furin said. That's weird, that doesn't sound like a bunai from what I heard about him. Haruko said. That's because it isn't. Naruto said as he walked towards the pictures and earning everybody's attention. The claw marks, Naruto pointed to the claws marks in the pictures. These are definitely not a bunais. If memory serves right, and it will, since I could never forget such a despicable piece of living human garbage, a bunai's claws when he went into what I like to call a semi-beast mode or longer and can create claw marks that go deeper than these things. Naruto pointed to the claw marks in the photos. They look about 2 inches smaller in length and an inch or so greater in diameter. They are not even close to cat-like claws, plus these claws attacks seem more precise, while a bunai would have just went wild. These attacks were a sign. Naruto said. A sign for what? Furin asked, getting real interested in seeing Naruto's brain work. Looks like those study sessions were really paying off. I'm not sure. Naruto said. That's a lie. Isuki said. No. Naruto quickly said. Naruto Uzumaki, I know when you're lying to me. Isuki said with a serious look on her face. That girl, she reminds of. Sasuke wasn't sure if he should finish his sentence. Go ahead, you know you wanna say it. Jiraiya said with a knowing grin that was directed to Sasuke. Sasuke just couldn't say it with Sakura looking at him with a raised eyebrow. She reminds me of Sakura in a way. Ino said. I know right. Jiraiya said as he started bursting with laughter. Sakura glared at Jiraiya, but she then looked at Isuki and narrowed her eyes at the busty red head. Alright fine, it's a sign to get my attention and apparently it succeeded. Naruto said as he headed straight for the door. I'm going to the crime scenes to gather any other evidence that might be there. Naruto said as he opened the door. So now you're playing detective. Himegami said. No, I'm not. I may technically not be a shinobi of Konoha anymore since it's been over 2 weeks since I was last seen, so most likely I'm considered Mia, but I'm still a shinobi, and if this has anything to do with another Mayanaka Moon Shikai hybrid then it's my self-appointed problem. Naruto said before he left the room and closed the door behind himself. Wow, he's really grown up from the baka that first came here. Uruchi said. Yeah, I think you're a day or two too late to figure that one out. Kengo said, only to get a big and heavy book slammed into his face making him fall to the floor. Ouch, these girls have got some bite to them. Kiba said with a smirk. Well, how do you like that? Jiraiya said as they all were now focused on the walking Naruto. Naruto's really becoming one heck of a shinobi. Jiraiya said. Hey Naruto. A red-orange spiky-haired teen called out to Naruto with 2 other teen boys, one with dark hair and green hair. Oh, sup Kinto, Akifumi, Benjiro. Naruto greeted the 3 newcomers. Dude, you won't believe it. We got some damn sexy girls to the meeting. Benjiro, the dark-haired one, said with excitement. Really? Oh, I mean, well that's good. Naruto said blushing a bit. Plus we got some of these. Kinto, the one with the spiky red-orange hair, said pulling out a bottle of sake. Is that Hana sake? Naruto asked with wide eyes. We got more of this at the party. Akifumi, the green-haired one, said. So you got Daiginjo Shu? Naruto asked. Yep. Kinto answered. Ginjo Shu. Uh-huh. Junmai Daiginjo Shu, Junmai Ginjo Shu. Naruto asked earning a nod. Junmai Shu. Yes. Hanjozo Shu. Ah, yeah. Tokubetsu Hanjozo Shu, Tokubetsu Junmai Shu. Yeah. Kinto said as he, Akifumi and Benjiro were starting to be surprised by Naruto's knowledge of sake. You can also spell sake as sake, but I like sake better. Namazaki. Yenshu. Maroka. Nigarizake. Seishu. Koshu. Taruzake. Shiboratate. Fukirojiri. Tobinakoi. Amazake. Doburoku. Jizake. Kuroshu. Taisehaku Shu. Naruto listed a small list of sake. Kinto, Akifumi, Benjiro and even the Konoha shinobi looking at him through the crystal ball looked at Naruto with shock at how many types of sake Naruto knew about. Wow, you know a lot about sake dude. Kinto said. Naruto blushed at this. Yeah, I guess I know a few things. Naruto said with a blush as he looked to the side with a bit of embarrassment, but he tried to keep a serious demeanor. Right, and of course we got the usual part of the party. Benjiro said showing a deck of poker cards. Of course, how could I ever forget the gambling? Naruto said with an excited grin as he grabbed the card deck and did a few regular card tricks in his hands. Yeah, keep grinning you smug bastard, but one day we will beat you in a card game. Kinto said with determination. Please, you guys are forgetting, Naruto said showing all of the cards in his lone hand. I'm the king of gambles. Naruto exclaimed with determination as he had a daring intense glare. Well, that was unexpected. Shino said as everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly everyone heard some sniffing coming from Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, is something wrong? Shizune asked her teacher. No, I'm just so proud of him. Tsunade said wiping away proud anime tears. You can't be serious. Shizune exclaimed with wide anime eyes while Kakashi chuckled at this, earning him a kick to the ankle from a glaring Shizune. But, I'm not sure I'll make it. Naruto said giving the cards back. What? But there will be sexy girls. Gambling. And sake. Benjiro exclaimed. Yeah, you love all those things as much as training, you love those as much as everyone needs to breathe oxygen. Akifumi said. Everyone from the shinobi world looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. What? The two elder Sannin said, weirded out by the looks they were getting. Yeah, I guess I do. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed blush. I guess I'm becoming more like those two than I thought. You mean those grandparents of yours that you always talk about? Kinto asked. Yeah. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with embarrassment. Well, you should make them proud and show up. Kinto said. I'll see if I can squeeze it in around my schedule. Naruto said. Later. Naruto then shushined away in a cloud of smoke, making the three teen boys cough. Man, how does he keep doing that? Benjiro asked. I don't know, wait. Kinto dug inside his bag to look for the sake. My sake's gone. Kinto exclaimed as the crystal ball became clear and found Naruto again, with the blonde chugging the Hana sake Kinto had until it was all gone. I'm a teenage boy who's a perverted baka for the women and I drink and gamble, a deadly triangle addiction. Naruto said as he threw the empty bottle of sake into a trash can. Man, if Ero Sennin and Tsunade Ba-chan would see me like this, they'd never let me live it down. Naruto said before the ball turned clear again. Jiraiya placed his hands on the table as he panted and started sweating. Jiraiya-sama, are you okay? Kakashi asked. Yeah, it's just that jutsu takes a lot of chakra out of a person. I mean, I'm trying to look into another world and that takes a vast amount of chakra. Jiraiya said as he smiled. And why are you smiling then? Yamato asked. Because Naruto wasn't wrong, I'll never let him live this down. Jiraiya exclaimed with a huge grin. Neither will I. Tsunade said with smirk and crossed arms. How could you two be so mean? I bet you two made him the way he is now. Shizune yelled at the two elder shinobi. Oh please, I didn't do a thing. I mean, believe it or not, Naruto did catch the attention of some cute girls back on our training trip. Jiraiya said with a proud smile, but then his face turned annoyed. He somehow also got the attention of adult women. How the hell is that possible? I mean, men like me try so hard to gain women and somehow he gets their attention without even trying. He's got some sort of charm, I just feel it. Jiraiya said, thinking about how Naruto got the women's attention. You're probably overreacting. Uruka said. I don't know, Anko seems pretty close to that kid sometimes whenever she sees him. Yamato said, remembering the times Anko messed and flirted with Naruto whenever they crossed paths. Anyway, so what about the gambling part? Did he just learn it from one of you or both? I may have taught him a few things. Jiraiya and Tsunade said at the same time, getting surprised looks from the other. Well, that makes sense. He learned the right and wrong moves in the game. Kakashi said. Enough about talking about Naruto. I want to know how to get him back. Sakura shouted. Alright, calm down. That's actually the reason why I came here. Gamamura told me that there are 5 jewels in each of the elemental nations that can open a portal to any world we choose, but they can only work with this. Jiraiya then turned to another page in his research book that had a storage seal, and as he unsealed it, a mechanical disc-like artifact appeared and Jiraiya grabbed it. What is it? Sai asked. It's called the Ripple. Dumb name, I know, but fitting since it earns it by allowing our world's limitations of travel to expand with countless worlds. Jiraiya said. This is the most important piece, without it the jewels are useless, except to become women's fashion accessories. Jiraiya was then punched upside the head by a glaring Tsunade. Ow. It wasn't an insult. Where can we find these jewels? Neji asked. By using this. Jiraiya said, showing a map. A map, huh? Yamato said. Yeah, and it's important that none of this knowledge ever leaves this room. With the knowledge of entering new worlds, Kami only knows what would happen if any of this fell into the wrong hands. Jiraiya said. Everyone nodded in agreement, but unknown to them, they were being watched. Naruto finally made it to the park, where one of the vandalism scenes happened, and started to investigate the area. Naruto looked high and low for clue and looked at every piece that was clotted and broken apart, but then he found something next to a tree. Naruto bent down and picked up what looked like grains of sand. Oh shit, so my hunch was correct. Naruto said. Suddenly his eyes widened as he sensed impending danger from behind. Naruto jumped high into the sky and just in time as a torrent of sand struck the tree in the spot where he stood. Naruto landed far away from the sand since he knew from past experiences that sand out of nowhere in a green and lush place, or what used to be one, was not good. The center of the sand started to rise and took the form of a cloaked human being with a hood over his head. Well, that's something you don't see every day in this world. Naruto said. Naruto Uzumaki, at last we meet. The cloaked person said. Yeah, your first 6 words aren't cliched at all. Naruto said with a smirk. We know what happens next, so shall we? The cloaked figure said as he raised his arm. I don't have much of a choice, now do I. Naruto said as he got ready for the fight. Suddenly the sand shot straight at Naruto, making the blonde jump high into the sky, but part of the sand shot at Naruto and grabbed his leg, bringing him back towards the rest of the sand and towards the ground. Naruto tried get up, but the sand grabbed his arms and dug into his skin, making him bleed. Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt the sand dig into his skin. Naruto roared as his Muko energy burst around his body, making the sand recede, allowing Naruto to jump away and run straight at the cloak, being ready to punch him in the face, but as his fist made contact, his face became sand and then the rest of his body shot spikes out of his body, making Naruto jump back. Naruto stared at the cloaked being, watching as his sandy body became whole again. Damn. Naruto said before he jumped away to the side to avoid the sand that was creeping his way. Okay, this is pretty impressive, your skills are basic compared to Gaara's, but I'm sure there's more, right? That's correct. The cloaked being said as he extended his hand towards the sand. Bumps started to rise from the sand and morph into serpents with dragon-like heads. Okay, that's new. Naruto said with wide eyes. The serpent dragons started attacking Naruto, trying to bite Naruto, but the blonde continued to jump away, but then a giant wave of sand engulfed Naruto. The sand buried the blonde, but then Naruto rocketed out of the sand, flying up into the air as the sand rose and followed him, but then it morphed into a giant sand dragon head. The sand dragon opened its mouth and tried to eat Naruto, but Naruto grew his energy claws behind his back and started forming a Rasenshuriken and then threw it into the sand dragon's mouth and then set it off, making the dragon's head explode. Naruto sighed in relief, but it was too soon as out of the sand, the cloaked being rocketed out of it and grabbed Naruto by the neck, digging his now claws deep into the skin. The cloaked person held up his right arm to the side and morphed it into a giant blade made of sand and was about to cut Naruto's head off with it, but Naruto quickly created armor around his left arm and blocked the blade with his now armored arm. Naruto then quickly opened his mouth and shot out his Muko mouth cannon at the cloaked being's face, making it explode into sand before Naruto kicked the cloaked being away from him. Naruto landed onto the top of a tree as he saw the body form whole again and land on the top of the tree across from the one Naruto was on. Gives you some deja vu, doesn't it? The cloaked being said. Yeah, except you're not Gaara. Naruto said, glaring at the cloaked being. No, but I'm much stronger. The cloaked being said as a giant wave of sand rise behind him. Whatever, but let's be honest, you're not here to fight me, at least not now, right? Naruto said. Correct. I only wished to make my presence known to you, we will meet again and fight for real when the time comes. The cloaked being said. Who are you anyway? Naruto asked. My name. The cloaked being took off his hood to reveal that he had red spiky hair that a bit after his neck, no eyebrows, green eyes with black rings around them and a scar over his right eye that started from the forehead and went down to his chin. Is Bishan. Oh my god, you look a little like Gaara. Naruto said with wide eyes. I'm aware of that. Bishan said as he was disappearing into a cloud of sand. Until the next time, Naruto Uzumaki. And with those final words, Bishan had vanished as the sand he transformed into flew into the sky with the rest to an unknown place. Naruto tightened his fist with anger as his energy hands receded back into his back. Damn it. What is with this world having people who look exactly like my friends? Naruto shouted. Naruto was heading straight towards the liquor store in the mall, but apparently Bishan destroyed the liquor stores. That stone-cold bastard. I'm gonna kill him the next time we meet. No one messes with Uzumaki, Naruto's favorite places, and gets away without a punch in the eye. Nobody. Naruto shouted. So Naruto just went to a clothing store and bought 2 pairs of leather pants because he thought they looked cool. After shopping, Naruto went back home, dropped off his new pants and called for a meeting to talk about Bishan. So there is another hybrid who not only has the power of the Shukaku, but also looks like your friend Gaara, but he has a long scar on the right side of his face. Furin said. Yep, and the guy knows how to use the sand as good as Gaara, probably better since he's half Biju now. Naruto said. So these hybrids are half humans, half demons? Demetra asked. Well, yes and no. Biju aren't really demons, they're just pieces of one sentient being that happens to be a living tree that wants the energy from the fruit that it grew so many years ago that is now divided and is inside every inhabitant of my world. Naruto explained. Really? Demetra said with surprise. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but that's the history of my world. Naruto said shrugging his shoulder. So this Bishaman, he's pretty tough, huh? Yen said leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Well, he's more on the lines of hard to kill since he can turn into sand. Naruto said. Sounds like a good challenge. Yen said with a smirk. Listen sister, I like a challenging fight as much as the next girl, but hybrids are more of Naruto's opponents, especially since this guy can turn into sand. Only Naruto has any real experience since he's fought an opponent who had complete control over sand. Isuki said. Isuki-chan, thank you so much. Naruto thought with happy smile on his face. Ah tilde cute, you're defending your boyfriend, like an obedient little school girl, as to be expected. Yen said with a smirk. Oh crap. Naruto thought with worry. What did you just say? Isuki yelled. Girls no fighting. Naruto said with authority in his tone. Stay out this Naruto. Isuki said. No Isuki, don't start a fight just because she got on your nerves. Naruto said. I just defended you and you're telling me to not start shit. Isuki shouted as she walked up to Naruto. Yes I am, and I appreciated the support, but we all agreed that we'd stop fighting and get along and I'd like it if you respected the agreement, not let such small things get to you and act your own age. Naruto said with both a serious demeanor and tone, acting like a mature adult. Everyone from Maken Ki looked at Naruto with both shock and respect, but were also afraid of what Isuki might do. Isuki and Naruto glared at each other for what seemed hours, but then Isuki turned her head, crossed her arms and went, HMPH. Fine you win. Isuki said as she went back to her seat. And you? Naruto turned to Yan. I know giving positive remarks, compliments and other comments to others isn't really much in your nature, but like it or not Venus and Maken Ki are working together, so either play nice or get out. Naruto said to Yan with a serious demeanor. Team Venus was nervous of what Yan might do next since the last person who wasn't her superior officer talked to her like that. Well, let's just say if he had dreams of becoming a model, then his dream was instantly over the moment he spoke to Yan like he knew better. Yan glared at Naruto with the blonde glaring back at her. The two never stopped glaring at each other for a second. For what felt like hours, but was really moments, Yan just smirked at Naruto. Alright, I'll try, but no promises tilde, Yan said still smirking. Guess I'll take what I can get. Naruto said as he sighed. I can't believe what I saw. Naruto has matured so greatly over a short amount of time. I'm falling even harder for him. Furin thought as she blushed. Ah, I see your blush Furin. Yuka said with her trademark smile as she poked Furin's cheeks making the blonde slap away her best friend's hand from her face. Anything else you want to add, Naruto? Furin asked, trying to make her blush go away. Yeah, he destroyed my favorite places. My usual clothing stores, the DVD stores I like, the auto shop where I work part-time on the weekends, the fight clubs, liquor stores. Fight clubs and liquor stores. Kengo said with shock. I love to drink sake and test my fighting skills on new opponents, is that a crime? Naruto said. No, I'm just surprised since liquor stores don't sell to anyone under 21. Kengo said. The beauty of hanging my friend, I can look and sound like an old man and get my sake. Naruto said shrugging his shoulders and smirking. And let me guess, your friends at the fight club can't even take a single hit from you. Yan said with a smirk. Maybe my punches and kicks can be a bit too powerful at times and knocks the people down in one shot. Naruto said with a blush. Well, it's to be expected. Yan said with a shrug. So since Bishaman is attacking these places, that's his way of calling you out, right? Kengo asked. After attacking me, then it's pretty obvious. Naruto said with a shrug. Well, if that's all, this meeting is adjourned. Furin said. Everyone then left for the day as it was close to night time. Gotta say, Fox Baka, I didn't expect you to act like an adult in there. Himegami said as she and her roommates were walking alongside Naruto and his roommates back to their respective dorms. Yeah, I didn't expect that from myself either. Naruto said, still surprised by his actions back inside the security committee room. Yeah, thanks for cooling me down, Naruto. Isuki said. Anytime, but I'd be lying if I'd say that Yan girl wasn't getting on my nerves. Naruto said. Good to hear. Isuki said with a smirk. You know, Naruto, you've really changed since you first came into our world. Haruko said with a smile. And you really haven't been here that long, Naruni. Anaho said. Yeah, that's true. Naruto said, but then he realized what Anaho called him. Naruni, huh, you know I actually like that. Naruto said with a smile, making Anaho cheer with joy. Oh, Naruto-kun, I just remembered I wanted to give you something once we got home. Chacha said with a smile. Chacha, how many times do I have to tell you? Oh, calm down, Isuki, it's not one of those gifts, it's a real gift that Naruto can use. Chacha said. Are you telling the truth? Isuki asked just to make sure. Scout's honor. Chacha exclaimed with a proud smile, and of course the Scout's honor sign. And don't think you can keep me away from Naruto-kun, I will nail him before you do. Chacha exclaimed with determination. Chacha's declaration made the Isuki glare at her with a red blush on her cheeks. Kimi's entire face turned red, the rest of the girls blush red, and made both Takaru and Naruto's noses shoot out blood and covering their noses with their hands. Damn, I never even got this much attention in my world. Naruto said. I don't think the rest of the stuff you've experienced for the past 2 weeks ever happened in your world. Takaru said. Good point. Naruto admitted. So what's this gift you wanted to give me, Chacha-chan? Naruto asked. Naruto had followed Chacha into her room where the mocha-skinned girl was looking through her closet to find what she was looking for. Here. Chacha extended a sheathed combat knife that doubled as a necklace. A combat knife. Naruto said as he held it in his hands. It's been passed down from my family for generations and I want you to have it. Chacha said with a smile. But this belongs to your family then, so I can't take it. Naruto said, trying to give it back, but Chacha grabbed Naruto's hands and tightened his grip in the blade. Consider it a loan until our future child is old enough to inherit it. Chacha said with a smile. Naruto couldn't even finish his sentence, but Chacha's grin was all the answer he needed to know that she was serious about what she said. Chacha, I don't know what to say. I mean, I really don't know what to say, I've never been in this kind of situation before. Naruto said. You mean when someone is showing you a lot of kindness and giving you a gift, or the fact that someone wants to actually go so far in life with you? Chacha said, still smiling. Well, both, but mostly the last. Naruto said as he stared into Chacha's beautiful eyes. May I? Chacha asked as she grabbed the combat knife and wished to wrap the necklace strand around Naruto's neck. I'd be honored if you did. Naruto said, holding her hands. Chacha smiled at Naruto warmly as she placed the combat knife necklace around his neck and kept her arms wrapped around the blonde's neck. Unsheath it. Chacha said. Naruto grabbed the knife and unsheathed it and saw that it was curved like a katana and had an inscription on it. As long as your heart, mind and soul say to never give up, then you will never be defeated. Naruto read the words on the blade. I've always felt those words describe who you are perfectly. Chacha said, still smiling at him as the blonde sheathed the blade. Chacha-chan, arigato. Naruto said with a smile as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Chacha and Naruto stared into each other's eyes as they shimmered with affection and grand feeling. The two then started leaning in closer with their lips inching closer and closer until they were slightly touching each other, and then, they kissed. The two were moving their lips fluidly and yet at the same time sporadically, it was indescribable. The two had found their rhythm, with Naruto using his tongue to tickle Chacha's lips, making her giggle into the kiss and then allowing the blonde entrance. Naruto explored every inch of Chacha's mouth, making the mocha skin girl moan, and then Naruto started to dance his tongue with Chacha's, making her moan even more. Chacha couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to push Naruto down onto her bed, but Naruto had the same idea and made both him and her fall onto her bed with Naruto on top and Chacha, obviously, on the bottom kicking off her shoes. Naruto separated his lips an inch away from and then started kissing down her jawline and then started kissing down her neck until he got to her trapezius muscle where he started to gently, but firmly leave a hickey on it, and the process was making her moan and then wrap her legs around Naruto's waist, bringing the blonde's body closer to her own. A new world, huh? The masked man in the robes of the Akatsuki said. Zetsu had arrived at Pain's tower to meet Pain, Nagato, Konan and the masked man posing as Madara Uchiha. Yes, apparently somehow the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is stuck in that world. Black Zetsu said. So what do we do then? Konan asked. We let the Konoha nin find these jewels, let them do work for us, and in the meantime, we continue with the rest of plan. Pain said. And that's it. Good work, Anko. Tsunade said. Suddenly the door burst open to reveal Jiraiya being pushed into the room by Sakura with Sasuke, Ino and Kiba with Akamaru. What are you doing here? They want to see the kid, so they dragged me here to get my research book that you confiscated for safekeeping. Jiraiya explained. The Gaki's teammates, I understand, but what's with these two and the dog? Anko asked. The blonde to no doubt see Naruto because he's considered eye candy now, and the Inuzuka because he wants to see any more of the women from the other world. Jiraiya said, getting a red blush from Ino and a glare from Kiba. Fine, if they want to look. Tsunade said, searching for Jiraiya's perverted notebook. Is this going to become a regular hassle for you now? Kakashi asked as he appeared at the window, making Shizune go, ahee, from surprise. Apparently so. Jiraiya said as he grabbed the notebook and went to the last page and unsealed the crystal ball and took out one of Naruto's old jackets. Jiraiya-sama, I wish to ask to learn the Jigen no Benkyo Jutsu. Sakura said. Want to keep track of your boyfriend? Jiraiya teased, getting a punch in the arm. Ow. Alright, but you need to build up your chakra first. It can take a lot out of you since it's a highly advanced jutsu. I'll do whatever it takes. Sakura said with determination. Jiraiya went through the hand signs and slammed his palms onto the crystal ball. Now let's see what the blonde is up to. Jiraiya said. As the crystal ball shined, the light faded, the crystal ball revealed Naruto making out with Chacha on a bed. Whoa! Way to go, Naruto! Jiraiya shouted with pride while the others had immense shocked looks on their faces as they stared at Naruto's actions. Naruto was giving Chacha hickeys on Chacha's neck and trapezius muscle, making the mocha-skinned girl moan. Naruto moved his hands slowly from Chacha's waist to her butt and started rotating his hands, groping her and firmly squeezing her incredible ass, making Chacha moan as her nails dug into Naruto's skin. Jiraiya quickly concentrated and created a shadow clone to write down what Naruto was doing right now. Naruto started kissing straight up to Chacha's ear and started kissing her ear in the special way again, and is then brought her right up to the edge once more, and at exactly the right moment he bites down, making Chacha feel pain and pleasure, and 1,000 volts of electricity shoot through every inch of her body just like the night before, but it felt better because he wasn't drunk and he was well aware of his actions. Chacha moaned and panted with so much satisfaction and pleasure as she felt like her body was on fire, especially with Naruto moving his hand up Chacha's body and started to softly grope her left breast. Excellent, Naruto, you're showing amazing skill, and with a very gorgeous looking young woman no less with an amazing body. The original Jiraiya said with pride and a huge grin. I don't believe this. He's already at second base. That bastard. Kiba shouted with anger and jealousy. Minato-sensei, you'd be so proud of your son right now. Kakashi thought with pride as he watched his student. Is this the same blonde Gaki from the second exam? Damn, he really knows how to treat a woman now. Anko said with a grinning smirk. Anko. Shizune exclaimed the snake mistress name with shock. What? Don't tell you wouldn't give that kid a try if you had the chance. Anko said, making Shizune blush red. Everyone then turned to Sakura as they sensed a vast amount of dark killer intent coming from the pinkett. Naruto, you two-timing baka. How dare you? Sakura shouted. Whoa, now hold on there, Sakura, Naruto didn't cheat on you since you two never were an item. Ino said, trying to calm her friend down. Naruto-kun, why did you stop? Chacha asked, earring everyone's attention to see that Naruto indeed sees his actions. I don't know why, Chacha-chan, but I got the feeling that people are watching us, but they're nowhere near the building at all. Naruto said, getting shocked looks from everyone watching them through the crystal ball. No way, Kiba said with shock. He senses us. Sasuke said with shock and amazement. And he's in a different world too, how is that even possible? Ino said with shock. I don't care, Naruto-kun. Chacha said, earning everyone's attention again and making Naruto look at her with shock. Chacha then grabbed Naruto and turned him over so that she'd be the one on top. As long as I'm with you, I don't care who watches. Chacha said, smiling down at Naruto. Chacha-chan, Naruto said Chacha's name as he stared at her beautiful emerald green eyes and smile. Chacha then untied her school tie and threw it to the floor, and then she started unbuttoning her shirt and then threw it off to reveal her H-cup breasts that were being held in her gray with black bra that had black leopard spot pattern, and it looked like it could give way and expose her breasts at any second. Holy crap, I've never seen a teenage girl's breasts that big before. Kiba said, drooling with a perverted nosebleed. Naruto's hands grabbed Chacha's waist and started to travel up to her soft yet firm breasts. Naruto started rubbing his thumbs around Chacha's erect nipples, making her moan and then suddenly start to dry hump Naruto. Naruto then moved his hands down towards Chacha's waist again and then took off her school uniform skirt and then put one of his hands back onto one of Chacha's breast and start groping it while his other went to her womanhood and started rubbing it while she was still dry humping him. Suddenly Chacha felt Naruto's erections poke her womanhood. Oh Naruto-kun, you're so big and manly. How do you hide it so well? Chacha asked as she bent down and started kissing Naruto's neck. I never told anyone this, but I pretty much concentrate on surrounding my crotch with a genjutsu, which is one of the reasons why it's hard for me to use another genjutsu when I'm already using one, well that and I try to wear baggy underwear and pants. Naruto admitted with a red blush. But why would you hide something so incredible? Chacha asked with a purr. See, cause it's embarrassing to me, I mean when I was an infant my thing was 5 inches. An infant with a 5-incher sounds like something out of a freak show. Naruto said, blushing redder. Everyone looking through the crystal ball had their jaws dropped at this. Okay, I'm sold, how do we get him back? Enko asked, wanting to now ride the blonde Jinchuriki. You're disgusting. Shizune exclaimed. Oh please, don't judge, you were thinking the same thing and you know it. Enko retorted. It doesn't sound freaky to me, but it doesn't matter because we're both 16 and your manliness is a blessing and a marvel. Chacha whispered into Naruto's ear, making Naruto blush redder. Amen to that, sister. Enko said with a smirk. Do you think I can experience your blessing? Chacha asked, blushing, making Naruto blush redder, and all the while the people from Shinobi World looking through the crystal ball had their jaws to the floor. I like this girl. Enko exclaimed with a grin. If that is what you want, Chacha-chan, then who am I to say no to someone who wants to go so far with me and be my first? Naruto said, making Chacha smile. Chacha then sat up and took off Naruto's muscle shirt, leaving the combat knife necklace and the showdime's necklace on, but revealed his muscular torso that made the women in the Shinobi World along with Chacha drool, and grabbed Naruto's hands and placed them where the hook of her bra was and then went for his belt and unbuckled it and started to unbutton his pants and zipping them down. Naruto had finally regained the courage to unhook Chacha's bra, but then suddenly Chacha's door burst open to reveal a pissed off Isuki with a menacing red aura surrounding her. Oh shit, I'm dead. Naruto thought as he looked at Isuki with an anime-style frightened look on his face and sweating with fear. This doesn't look good, Kiba said with worry for his blonde friend. Naruto. Izuki-chan, I. Isuki, why do you always have to interrupt Naruto-kun and I from having our long-deserved happiness tilde? Chacha whined with a pout as Naruto quickly got out of the bed and went for his muscle shirt. Naruto, I can explain. Naruto quickly said, but that only made Izuki's red menacing aura grow even larger. Maybe I can't. Naruto said. You baka. Izuki shouted as she punched Naruto in the face and sent him straight to the wall. I probably deserve that. Naruto said with anime-style eyes and his cheek swollen as he slid down the wall. Isuki then marched to him and grabbed his hair and started dragging him out the door. A real gift, huh? Isuki said, glaring at the half-naked Chacha who had a small smile on her face. I did give him a real gift, what we were doing just happened. Chacha said with eye smiles and scratching the back of her head. Whatever. Isuki said as she left Chacha's room and left Naruto in the middle of the floor. I like that girl. Tsunade said with a smirk as she stared at Isuki. Yeah, I had the feeling you might. Jiraiya said, feeling sorry for his godson. Oh no. Kimi said as she grabbed the first aid kit and started treating Naruto. Poor Naruto-kun, things never go your way. Kimi said as she bandaged his swollen cheek and placed an ice pack on it. Did I do something bad? Naruto said, still feeling dizzy. So what's the deal with Naruto in these girls' home? Ino asked. Oh, they're roommates. Jiraiya said. Roommates. Everyone shouted with shock. Yeah, I know, I was shocked as well, but it's true, and boy is Naruto lucky to be living with such lovely ladies. Jiraiya said with pride. No one could be that lucky. Why can't I be that lucky? Kiba exclaimed as he started to cry. I guess in the world of Maken, Naruto's just a natural ladies' magnet. Jiraiya said with a proud grin. Sakura glared at Jiraiya a bit and then punched him in the ribs. Ow! Jiraiya felt that one of his ribs was broken. Are you okay now, Naruto-kun? Kimi asked as she held the ice bag on Naruto's cheek as she held the blonde's hand. Yeah, ow, it felt like I got punched by Sakura again, only this time I did do something instead of nothing, right? Naruto asked Kimi. Well, if memory serves right, Sakura does punch you a lot, but it's not always justified. Kimi said. How the hell does she know that? Kiba wondered out loud. But this time you did deserve it. Isuki said with a scolding look. All he was doing was spending time with his Chacha-chan. Chacha said, standing at the doorway to her room still in her underwear, making Naruto's head shot back from a major nosebleed and have the back of his head smash into the table. Ow! Naruto went as he felt pain in the back of his skull. Oh Naruto-kun. Chacha quickly went to Naruto's side and sat next to him, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, Chacha-chan is here for you. Chacha said as she held his head close to her, more specifically his face smoosh in between her breasts, making Naruto's nose spew out blood with not a drop hitting her boobs. So, soft, Naruto said, still a bit dizzy, letting his thoughts speak for him, but then he got out of his trance when he sensed killer intent coming from the side, making his eyes look to the side to see Isuki glaring at him with her menacing red aura around her again. Chacha-chan, may you please release me so I can go outside and try out my new gift, please? Naruto politely asked Chacha for the reason he just said, but to also get away from Izuki's wrath. Okay Naruto-kun, but when you get back Chacha is going to spend more time with you. Chacha chimed as she held Naruto's head close to her and rubbed her cheek against Naruto's head. Naruto then heard Izuki growl and saw her bare her teeth, making him sweat with great fear. Yeah, sure, but I better go before the sun goes down. Naruto said as he got away from Chacha and put on his muscle shirt before he left the dorm. Oh Kami, I think I have been hurt enough for today. Naruto said as he leaned over the railing. Naruto. Naruto looked down to see Kengo at the ground floor. What's up, Kengo? Naruto said with a wave. Takaru and I need your help. We left our assignments in class by accident and we need them back and finish them up because they're due tomorrow. Kengo said. That does sound like a problem. Have you two tried opening the door? Naruto said with a smirk. Quit being a smartass. We need your help. Kengo shouted. Fine. Naruto said as he jumped down to the ground level and grabbed Kengo's shoulder and then shushined towards the school. Where'd they go? Enko asked. Just in case you don't know, whenever you see dialogue from characters from both worlds together, that means that the Naruto characters are viewing them from their world. Well, that's how it will be for now. It takes a while. Jiraiya said. The crystal ball cleared up and then went to Naruto and Kengo heading towards a building that the dark-haired boy was leading the blonde to, which was where Takaru was waiting. Naruto, you're here. Takaru said. Yeah, what did you need help with? Naruto asked. We need to get to that window, but no ladder is tall enough, so we need 2 ladders of your clones, one for each of us. Kengo said, pointing to the window up high. Alright. Naruto said as he walked up to the building and made his signature hand sign, creating a vast amount of clones, creating 2 ladders with him at the bottom of one of them. All set. Naruto said. Kengo and Takaru grinned as they quickly started climbing the ladders of Naruto and reached the top. Are your assignments there in the room? Naruto asked. We're not sure, the glass is a bit foggy. Kengo said. Then open the window. Naruto said, but he got only giggles from the 2 that sounded perverted. Wait a minute. Naruto looked around the academy and figured out that this building wasn't their homeroom. This isn't the building to our homeroom, this is the building to the pool area. You guys tricked me into helping you peek on the girls. Naruto shouted with a pissed off anime-style look on his face. What? No. Takaru said with sweat going down his head. 70 points. Kengo said, earning a nudge to the arm from Takaru. I mean, why would we do that? I heard the points system. You perverted bakas. Naruto shouted. Sorry Naruto, but you gotta admit seeing half-naked and naked woman is pretty sweet. Takaru said with a perverted smile and nosebleed. You can say that again. Kengo said with a perverted grin. I like these 2. Jiraiya said with a grin. You 2 would make Ero Sennin proud. He'd probably make you 2 his perverted disciples for his books. Naruto said with a dull look. To be a disciple of the king of all perverts would be a dream come true. Kengo said with hope and his fist tightened. I agree wholeheartedly. Takaru said with much hope and his fist tightening as well. 2 boys who I don't even know respect me so highly, I'm so honored. This world is amazing. Jiraiya said with tears of joy. Oh joy. Tsunade said with an annoyed look on her face. Forget disciples, he'd probably just straight up adopt you on the spot. Naruto said. Don't act all high and mighty, you're a pervert like us too. Remember the time we mentioned that whole student-teacher relationship thing? You thought of you and Anko in that kind of relationship. Kengo said with a grin. It was just a random thought. It didn't mean anything. Naruto shouted with his entire face turning red from embarrassment. Yeah, and we're not perverts. Kengo said sarcastically. Fuck you. Naruto shouted. Don't you mean, fuck Anko, as in what you wanna do? Kengo teased. I will break you little man. Naruto shouted with a pissed off anime-style look on his face along with the rest of his face still being entirely red. Anko couldn't help but give a grinning smirk as she stared at Naruto. When you come back, I am going to ride you hard. Anko thought with major lust and excitement. Naruto then felt a chill down his spine for some reason. Man, what the hell was that about just now? Naruto thought, then he sensed danger coming his way. Naruto quickly released his clone's legs and jumped away, dispelling the clones as a fist tried to go for his face. Once the clones disappeared, Kengo and Takaru fell to the ground as Naruto skid back away from the center of the fist. You again. What do you want now? Naruto said as he stared at Kai Kuragasa. I want to fight you again. Kai said. Fine, I'm okay with that. Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. Wait, on what grounds do you wish to fight him? Takaru quickly asked. On the grounds that I feel he's just using Isuki for his own gain. Kai said. What? Naruto shouted with an angry look on his face. Well, Takaru didn't know what to say right now, but he knew things were going to get ugly between Kai and Naruto. Alright fine. You wanna fight. I'm all in just to break in that face of yours for thinking I'd be such a bastard. Naruto said as his fist tightened and burst into bluish-green flames. Well then, I guess no one's backing down. Kengo said as he started moving away from the 2. Right, alright then, if both fighters are ready, then, Hajime. Takaru started the fight. Naruto and Kai dashed at each other and slammed their fists into one another, creating a shockwave with Kai skidding back from the impact. Naruto then ran at Kai and started sending kicks that Kai was blocking, but as Kai tried sending his own fist straight at Naruto, the blonde moved to the side, grabbed the wrist and then sent an uppercut straight to Kai's chin and then grabbed his wrist with his other hand and then threw Kai over his shoulder. Once Kai hit the floor, he quickly got up in time to see Naruto above him with his leg up, ready for an axe kick. Kai quickly blocked the attack with one of his arms, but it was strong enough to destroy his shield and bruise his arm. Naruto quickly landed on his hands and started spinning around on them, sending rapid kicks at Kai. Kai tried blocking as much as he could, but Naruto's attacks were really fast and were doing a number on him. Naruto then leapt off his hands into the air with his fist cocked back, ready to land a hard punch on Kai as his fist burst with bluish-green fire. Kai quickly jumped back and was lucky, as once Naruto's fist landed onto the ground it created a crater in the process. Naruto looked up at Kai to see beads of sweat down his brow that made the blonde smirk, knowing he brought fear to Kai. Naruto quickly dashed at Kai and punched him in the gut, sending him up a bit, allowing Naruto to send a roundhouse kick at Kai, sending him to the other side. Kai skid onto the floor, and once he stopped he tried to get up, but he was slammed hard onto the ground by Naruto's fist, creating a greater crater. Ouch. Takaru said. That's definitely going to leave a mark. Kengo said. The people from Shinobi World were shocked by Naruto's strength. Okay, now I'm debating whether I want to fight Naruto or not after seeing that. Kiba said. Sasuke couldn't help but want to fight Naruto and see what this new power he obtained from this new world. Naruto got out of the crater, allowing Kai to get up and out as well, albeit dizzy from Naruto's attack. Before I knock you out, tell me what makes you think I'm just using Isuki. Naruto said, wanting answers. I heard about your harem. Kai said, trying to stop being dizzy. Oh, for Kami's sake, not this again. Naruto said, pinching the bridge of his nose. You only want Isuki for your own pleasure and I won't allow it. Kai yelled, but then he regretted it as Naruto's power burst, surrounding him in a giant plume of fiery power, making Kai sweat with new fear, and the people from Shinobi World had shocked looks on their faces at how powerful Naruto was. Naruto's power then died down a bit as the blonde made his way to Kai, looking as pissed as Sakura the day he came back to Konoha after his training trip. Naruto then grabbed Kai by the collar of his shirt and actually lifted him off the air. Whoa! Takaru and Kengo said with shock at how strong Naruto was. Listen here and listen good, Kai Kuragasa. I am not some bastard who uses women for his own personal gain or pleasure. I am a man who respects women, not someone who treats them as toys. I respect Isuki with all my heart. She makes me a better person every day. Without her, I wouldn't have learned and loved to cook. I wouldn't have felt comfortable with playing the guitar or dancing, and I wouldn't have believed I was worthy of actually being called a person. I care for her as much as anyone would care for a dear and close friend. Naruto shouted. Or something more. Takaru said with a smile. Yeah, it's actually rather sweet, even though he has a pissed off look on his face. Kengo said, wiping away an imaginary tear. Kai, if you ever say that I'm using Isuki or any other female like some sort of possession ever again, I will rip your head right out of your spine and then stick it so far up your ass that you'll never see a girl again, and the next time we meet as enemies you'll see the exact moment when you shit yourself from fear and sensing my presence. Naruto threatened with his eyes glowing red from Kurama's chakra. He's actually getting pretty good at the threats. Takaru said. Alright, you win. Kai said. After that, Naruto placed Kai back onto the floor, but then raised an eyebrow as he saw anime-style tears coming from his eyes. I'm just so jealous of you. Huh? Naruto said with shock. You not only have Isuki wrapped around your finger, but you also dated Chacha and Kimi. You've made out with all three of them. You even have Nurse Aki and Principal Minori wanting to get with you. I want that. Kai shouted. Wait. Did he say the nurse, as in the woman who you said had breasts as big as Tsunade's? Kiba asked Jiraiya, who had a bummed look on his face. Yeah, guess I probably don't have a chance with her once I get to this world. Jiraiya said, bummed out. I highly doubt she would have given you one even if you paid her, you idiot. Tsunade said with an annoyed look on her face. You're jealous, aren't you? Jiraiya said with a cocky grin. Oh, would you shut up? The last thing I want is for Tsunade Shisho to punch you right through the wall, since you're the only one who can use the jutsu. Sakura said with annoyance. Right, because you want to see your boyfriend, and let me guess, after this you're going to force me to teach you this jutsu. Jiraiya said. I guess you're not a complete idiot. Sakura said. No respect, just like Naruto. Jiraiya said. A match made in heaven. Sasuke said, but then he was punched in the arm by Sakura. Ow, did you just hit me? It was overdue. Sakura said. After learning that Naruto was the one who made her feel beautiful, Sakura managed to see Sasuke a little more for who he really was and she didn't find him attractive anymore, she just saw him like a regular friend. Why do you have to get the good stuff? I want the good stuff. Especially Isuki. Kai shouted. Watch it, big guy, you're starting to piss me off. Naruto said with a growl and dangerous grin. Why can't I have nice things? Kai cried as he just turned around with his back to Naruto as he continued to cry. Things, Naruto growled as his body was starting to create flames. Oh shit. Kengo said with worry. Looks like Kai immediately forgot what Naruto told him and how powerful he is. Takeru said with a sweat drop. I know what I'll do. I'll do all the things you do and be better at them. Then Isuki will have to date me. Kai exclaimed with new vigor, but he was also giving new anger to Naruto. Naruto created a green kunai made from his Maken energy and bent down with both hands holding the kunai that suddenly burst into fire. I'll learn to play the guitar, learn to dance, learn to cook and everything. Kai said with determination. You know, a wise man once said, every journey's most important part is the first step, but in your case you need a push. Naruto said, sounding like a psycho with a dangerous grin that was actually putting Enko to shame. Allow me to be the one to provide that push. Naruto's eyes suddenly glowed red as Naruto grinned even wider. Senin Garashi. Naruto shouted as he jammed the Maken kunai he created straight into Kai's rear end. Kengo, Takeru and the spectators from Shinobi World were looking on to see the launch, but nothing happened, until now. Yane. Naruto exclaimed as a giant shockwave of green fire burst from the kunai sending Kai rocketing straight into the sky screaming until he was out of sight. Naruto stood up and laughed his ass off at what he did. That'll teach ya to treat women like materials you should own. Naruto shouted as he continued to laugh. Oh man, I can't wait to try that on Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said as he held his side from laughing too hard. Kakashi started shaking and sweating with fear of the new improved technique he used on him during the bell test that would no doubt leave people constipated, but for how long was still the question. Kami, help me when the time comes. Kakashi thought with fear. Man, Naruto, I think you've become as insane as Anko. Kengo said with fear. If being insane means having fun at the expense of seeing those who deserve some pain earn it, then I'd rather be a first-class psycho. Naruto said with a grin as he turned to his best friends with the kunai vanishing. Amen. Enko said with a grin and her arms crossed, making everyone else watching sweat drop. You think Kai will ever come back after that? 'Cause you probably went overboard with that. Takeru wondered. I'm sure he will, and I don't care if I did. Any man who treats any woman like an object will be punished, especially when it comes from me. Naruto shouted with determination. There were suddenly sounds of cheering making Naruto, Kengo and Takeru look up to see the girls from the locker room in their underwear cheering for Naruto. He's such a gentleman. He's so sweet. He's not like the rest of the guys here at school. Thanks for defending our gender's honor, cutie. You're the coolest. You're awesome. You rule. You're the greatest guy to ever come to Tenbi. Great, it happened again. You just do one thing and then you get a clan of fangirls. Kengo complained, glaring at Naruto who was just chuckling nervously and with embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. I guess it's just part of my charm. Naruto said as he started walking away. Tell me your secret. Kengo shouted as he and Takeru went after the blonde teen. I don't have a secret. Naruto shouted with an annoyed look on his face. He has to have a secret. Kiba shouted with disbelief that Naruto had attracted the attention of a bunch of hot girls with different size sexy busts. Jiraiya just laughed heartily at this. Well, look at that, Naruto the ladies man, I never thought I'd see the day. Jiraiya said with pride. Damn whores. Sakura cursed as she glared at the half-naked girls looking out the window. What makes you think I have a secret? Naruto asked Kengo as they were far away from the building now. Because no one could be naturally lucky like you. Kengo said. I am not naturally lucky. Naruto said with a dull look. Maybe not back in your world, but here it's different. I should know, I wrote down your progress down in my chart. Kengo said, making Naruto and Takeru stop and look at him with a raised eyebrow. What chart? Naruto and Takeru asked. This chart. Kengo exclaimed with a grin as suddenly out of nowhere, Kengo took out a big chart that said, Naruto's harem progress. You made a chart of this? Naruto said with disbelief. Of course I did. Who wouldn't? Kengo exclaimed. Maybe someone with a life. Naruto said as he and Takeru then started laughing their asses off, but then Kengo whacked Naruto in the head with an eraser that he also pulled out of nowhere. Ow. You dick. Naruto cursed. Whatever. Laugh all you want, but this is progress on learning what girls like. Kengo said with seriousness. Huh. How does keeping progress on how many girls liking me going to help you learn how to know what girls like? Naruto asked. Look at you. You're taller now. I am. You didn't notice. You grew a few inches. Takeru said. As I was saying, you're tall, blonde, your face no longer has any baby fat. It's true, it's all gone. Takeru said. And of course you are built. Something all girls love. You are what every girl wants in a man at first glance. Tall, blonde and handsome. No homo on the handsome part. Kengo said as he pulled out a mirror, showing Naruto his looks that apparently the blonde didn't notice he changed from the first time he came to Maken world. I guess I do look different. Naruto said looking at himself in the mirror, but then he was hit in the head by a teacher's stick from Kengo. Ow. Stop that. Modesty. One thing I've learned that girls like from you. Kengo exclaimed. Whatever, just tell me why the hell are you keeping progress on me, because I am not a ladies' man. Naruto said. But you are, you just don't know it. Kengo said with a grin. You're freaking me out. Naruto said with a sweat drop expression. The evidence. Kengo turned to page with pictures of Naruto's activities. Your talent with the guitar, your dancing skills, your cooking skills, assisting your roommates with cleaning your dorm, you working out daily, taking your job seriously, the list goes on and on. Kengo then turned to a page of Naruto's actions. You usually fight for others and not yourself, which is a common fact, but you usually put yourself between someone you care for and the dangers that were about to strike them. Examples: fighting a living suit of armor and using your body as a human shield against it to protect an apology gift that you got for Isuki, saving Kimi from getting hurt by that freak bear and willing to take the hit it was about to send her way, and saving Chacha from getting, well you know, from that jerk Abunai. Actions like those made those three fall for you. You also did things that they wanted to do, you made sure they were happy, made sure they had fun. Kengo, I'm not seeing the point of this chart. Naruto said with a dull look. What I'm getting at is that you're the answer for men to gain women. You're the living fantasy all women ask for. Kengo exclaimed as if it were obvious. Oh my Kami, he's right. Ino said with shock and amazement at both this boy's words of truth and at how desirable Naruto was now. You can say that again. Enko said with a grin. So, your chart is basically saying that men should be posers and act like me to get some tail. Naruto asked sarcastically, making Kengo remain silent for a moment. I'm just saying, men should learn from example. What does that even mean? Naruto asked. Look, all I'm saying is that us men could learn a thing or two from you, and by that I mean observing your actions, because you won't tell anyone your secret. I don't have a secret. But you do have several ladies who want you. Kengo exclaimed as he turned to a page with the women who like Naruto and evidence of their affection for him. Kimi likes you, not because you are a manga character in this world that somehow came into our reality. What? Everyone from Shinobi World said with confusion, wondering what the hell a manga character was. But because she's discovering the true you and I can tell she likes what she's seeing. Kengo said as he pointed his stick towards pictures of him and Kimi, like the time he protected her from the bear, him and her fighting at the manga collection convention, the two of them eating lunch together and talking, him saving her yesterday and much more they did together. How'd you get these pictures? Naruto asked. Especially that one. Naruto shouted as he pointed to the picture of him and Kimi making out under a tree. How did that happen? Well, it just happened. I have my ways. Kengo said with pride. Anyway, Isuki was a shocker since she doesn't really have a good opinion on men, but then, Kengo then pointed to pictures of Naruto and Isuki on their date, dancing, making out, etc. This happened. Where'd you get those? Naruto shouted with a pissed-off anime-style look on his face. Chacha? Well, let's admit it. Kengo said, pointing towards pictures of Naruto and Chacha's dates, training together, making out straight up to second base and the special hugs Chacha always gave him. There were a lot of those last two. Everyone, and I bet including Isuki, know the two of you are going to fuck. Kengo said as if it were obvious, which it pretty much was. It's true, everyone does. Takeru said. Shut up. Naruto shouted with his face turning red. What? It's true. Takeru said with a shrug. I know it's going to happen one day, and truth be told I really want that day to come as soon as possible, but that doesn't mean I want everyone to speak of it around the school. If a girl hears me I'll be branded as a sex-crazed pervert. I mean guys around the school talk big, but they never say they're going to bang a girl in the future. Naruto said with his cheeks still burning red. Jiraiya laughed with pride at this, proud of his godson for wanting to go all the way with a woman. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but Naruto, you're one lucky son of a bitch. Kiba exclaimed with respect and envy for his friend, but he was then punched in the rib by Sakura. Decided you don't like any of the girls from this world? Jiraiya asked Sakura with a smirk on his face. Only these roommates of his. Sakura admitted with an annoyed look on her face. I can't wait for the cat fight. Kiba said, but that only received him a punch in the spot where Sakura hit him, but the punch was from Ino. Well, knowing you Kengo, you're going to continue even if I told you to stop. Naruto said with a dull look. And now for Furin, this one is big, the most important. Kengo said pointing at the pictures of Naruto and Furin's tutoring sessions, lunches together and other times they were together with Furin blushing in all of them. How is this the most important? Naruto asked, earning completely shocked anime-style looks on Takeru and Kengo's faces. How? Kengo shouted with fire in his eyes. Dude, even I know how this is so freaking important. Takeru said. Naruto, you have done something that only a few men in the world had ever accomplished. You had turned a lesbian into a bisexual. Kengo shouted as fire danced around his body. Kengo's words made the spectators from Shinobi World have completely shocked looks on their faces with their jaws dropping. Wait, Sasuke said with shock. Okay, where are these jewels? I'll find them all by myself if I have to. Enko said, now all in for getting Naruto back just so she can see what he's made of now. Shish, I desire to hear more. Jiraiya said, focusing all his attention on focusing his chakra into the orb and to the new development this Kengo kid had researched. Furin is strict, more hard on his students than any teacher ever. Ain't that the truth? Naruto said, remembering how hard she was on him. She's a stickler for the rules and puts work first and anything else second. Kengo said. Damn, Naruto turned that chick into a bi. I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth, but Naruto's got some skills. Kiba said with new respect for Naruto. I'm so proud of him. Jiraiya said with tears going down his eyes. Naruto has never been the best at understanding women, but this is truly miraculous, glorious even, I'm just so proud. Kakashi said as he wiped away an imaginary tear from his eye. You guys are idiots, it's not a big deal. Sasuke said. Not a big deal. Jiraiya, Kakashi and Kiba shouted with shock and annoyance. What are you gay? Kiba questioned with an annoyed look on his face with Akamaru barking in agreement. I just don't see the big deal about it. Sasuke said crossing his arms. Sasuke, even I know that what Naruto did is a big deal, and I'm a woman who is very prideful. Sakura said. You said it, not me. Sasuke said. You're really starting to get on my nerves. Sakura said with an annoyed glare. Music to my ears. Sasuke said with a smirk. Okay Kengo, I get what you're getting at, but I think that's enough. And there's Garrett. What? Naruto screamed with shock. Kengo, you're joking right? Takeru said, shocked by the news as well. No sir, I am not. Kengo said as he showed Takeru and Naruto a video of Garrett talking with her friends Ai and Akemi. So you are going after that hunk Naruto-kun. Ah man, I wanted to ask him out tilde, Akemi whined. What Akemi really means is why him Garrett? Is it to get to Isuki and find out her secrets? I asked. No, actually, I've learned that he's actually a real gentleman and in the moments of being saved from that two-tailed cat-like monstrosity, Naruto had shown great care and conviction like a true man, so in other words, he interests me. Garrett said. And what about Isuki? I asked. Isuki and I have been rivals in many things. Wouldn't it be fitting to finally add rivals in love to our little rivals list? It seems fitting, does it not? Garrett asked rhetorically. Oh, that's right. Isuki also likes Naruto. I never stood a chance. Akemi whined with anime-style tears going down her eyes, but as she sulked she was hit over the head with a paper fan from I. What I'm sure Akemi really meant to say is that it would be very fitting, and Naruto is a pretty impressive male, probably the only one who's not a giant pervert like the rest of the male students here. I said. Correct. As God is my witness, Naruto Uzumaki will fall for my charms and I will make Isuki filled with great jealousy as I have Naruto as my new boyfriend. Garrett said with a confident and smug smirk on her face. Naruto had a completely shocked look upon his face with his jaw dropped, almost completely off its hinges while Takeru's eyes were wide with shock. Unexpected and completely ironic twist. Kengo said. What do you mean by ironic? Takeru asked. The fangirls, the reputation of him being cool, completely awesome and better than every other male it can be, and now this new rivalry for his affection between Isuki, a powerful, hot-headed, determined, courageous fighter who's proud of her occupation as a defender of a place she calls her home and is a hard hitter, and Garrett, a very confident, outspoken, popular girl who makes the men go wild. Isn't it obvious? Kengo said, earning confused looks from Naruto and Kengo. Naruto is the Sasuke of Tenbi. Kengo exclaimed. Takeru's jaw dropped as he realized the irony along with the spectators from the shinobi world. I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad. Kiba said. Suddenly Naruto grabbed Kengo by the neck and lifted him up into the air, shocking Takeru and his friends from shinobi world. Don't you ever call me that again, I am nothing like him. Naruto said with his voice sounding darker and deeper with his eyes becoming blood red and slit as they glared at Kengo. Oh okay, but can you let go, you're choking me dude. Kengo said as he felt Naruto's grip tighten around his neck. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what he was doing and quickly released his friend, letting him fall to the floor. Oh shit, Kengo, I'm sorry. Naruto said as he was about to help his friend up, but Kengo stopped him. No, it's okay, I kinda had the feeling you'd let me have it for even comparing you to him, just let me get reacquainted with the ground. Kengo said. Naruto started taking deep breaths as he tried to calm his nerves, he didn't know what got into him. No, he knew exactly what had gotten into him and he didn't care about worrying about the cause of his little moment, the only thing he really cared about was his friend's health and safety. Dude, what happened? Takeru asked with concern. Nothing. Naruto said with a serious demeanor. Dude, if something's wrong. It happened, it's over, let it go. Naruto said raising his voice still keeping his serious demeanor. Alright buddy. Takeru said with a nod as he patted Naruto's shoulder. If you ever need a talk, Kengo, myself and the others will be there to hear you out. Thanks man, that's all I really needed to hear right now. Naruto said with a grateful smile earning an understanding smile from Takeru. Yeah, but dude I did not mean to compare you to that brooding emo. Kengo said getting up off the floor. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at that, earning a glare from Sasuke all the way from shinobi world. I mean, Sasuke always ignored every girl who was interested in him, had an ice-cold personality to even his friends and admittingly is not the best role model that anyone's kids should look up to. He isn't wrong, you're the exact opposite, you're way better than him, and anyone who thinks otherwise isn't thinking clearly and seeing the big picture. Takeru said. Yeah I mean you said that he got revenge on his brother and last time I heard his other goal was to restore his clan, I mean how is he going to do that if he never really had any real experience with girls? Kengo said. Yeah, just imagine a date with him. Takeru said. Sasuke-kun, what were your no doubt amazing adventures like? Naruto said sounding like his alternate ego Naruto holding his hands together and up to his face like a girl thinking about her dream guy, but then he turned as crossed his arms and had an uninterested look on his face. Naruto said sounding like Sasuke before going back to his smitten girl routine. Well, do you have any hobbies? Then he went back to his Sasuke impression. Training. Naruto said sounding stoic and uninterested before switching back to his girl impression. Oh, that's cool. Is there anything you'd like to ask me, Sasuke-kun? I'll tell you anything. Naruto then switched to his Sasuke pose and stayed silent, not giving a response to his girl impression. Kengo and Takaru tried to hold their laughter in, but they couldn't do it for the life of them as they started laughing their asses off. I couldn't hold it anymore. That was a fucking hilarious impersonation. Kengo shouted as he held his side as he was laughing too hard. Oh god, I can't. That's so fucking funny. Takaru shouted as he fell on his ass and continued to laugh his ass off. Yeah, I guess I know Sasuke better than I thought. Naruto said, dropping his Sasuke impersonation and shrugging his shoulders. He can say that again. Kiba shouted as he laughed his ass off with Anko and Jiraiya, while Kakashi chuckled, Tsunade and Shizune giggle, Sakura and Ino feeling like idiots for not clearly thinking of how a relationship with Sasuke would have been like, and the oh-so-famous brooding Uchiha just glared at Naruto. That blonde baka. Sasuke said with annoyance. Hey, don't be hating on him just because he got your personality exactly right. Kiba said with a grin. Sakura, you can have Sasuke. Ino said. I stopped wanting him for weeks. Sakura said. Well, at least the baka helped out in ridding me of these two banshees. Sasuke thought with some joy. I actually think it's pretty sad though. Naruto said, genuinely making everyone look at him with shock. Sasuke looked at Naruto's face that showed what looked like pity. Pity for him, pity that the Uchiha did not welcome at all. May I ask why? Kengo asked as he and Takaru were now interested in his words. Well, Sasuke already did it, he killed his brother, but now what the hell is he supposed to do? When it comes down to it, Sasuke's all looks, no substance. How does he even think he'll even get a girl to go ahead and marry him willingly if he's always ignored them for so long that he most likely doesn't even know that much about keeping on a girl's good side? Naruto said. Plus Sasuke was never really loyal to Konoha, so what meaning would he find besides trying to make his own spawns? It just seems like his life's just going to be a bit empty to me. Sasuke tightened his fist with anger, but not at how insulting Naruto's words were, but because they were true. God damn you, Naruto. Sasuke thought with anger. Wow, things just got pretty real there. Takaru said. How big do you think Hinata's breasts are? Kengo asked. What? Naruto shouted with a shocked and pissed anime-style look on his face. Kiba's nose shot blood at the thought. Excellent mood breaker. Jiraiya said with a smirk, but then he and the others heard the drop of liquid on the Hokage's table, making everyone turn to see a tiny spot of blood in front of Sasuke with a ball of tissue crumpled in his hand as his face remained emotionless. No, wait, Kiba said with shock as his jaw almost hit the ground with everyone looking at Sasuke with shock. You son of a bitch. If you do anything to, but then Kiba was kicked in the face, leaving a footprint courtesy of Sasuke. Oh no, I did something, I feel horrible, how could I have been so foolish? Sasuke said with no emotion, making Kiba even angrier. Good, you're not thinking about dark personal stuff, so my choice of words worked, but seriously, we're not brooders, we are the Tres Amigos Pervertidos. The three perverted friends. Kengo shouted with a proud grin and his fist pumped. Nice group name. Jiraiya said with a small grin. We look for perverted action and go for it head on, and we ask the perverted questions no one usually thinks of or asks. Kengo exclaimed. If we're talking about perverted questions that have been stuck in our heads, then I will admit that I have wondered that if my perverted godfather ever challenged Tsunade Ba-chan to a game of strip poker when they were younger, since she always had bad luck with gambles. Naruto admitted. That is a very excellent question actually. Kengo said, now interested in the answer himself. Yeah, that's going to be stuck in my mind, forever. I don't think I can think of anything else. Takaru said. All the while, Jiraiya and his clone had shadows covering their eyes as their background was gloomy. Remind me to kick my own ass later. Jiraiya said, feeling like a huge idiot. You sort of did just now. The Jiraiya clone said, but then the clone was suddenly punched in the face and sent into the wall where he puffed out of existence. What the? I completely forgot about that clone. Tsunade said with smile. Did you really meant what you said to yourself? Yes, actually I feel like breaking my nose, get a woman to kick me in the jewels and throw myself to a horde of extremely angry women who take their womanly rights to an extreme and let them beat on me, and I'd be okay with it because I've just lost some self-respect. Jiraiya said with a great frown and feeling like a big loser. Wow, Tsunade said with wide eyes and shock, but then she smiled at him cheekily. Should have done it when we were younger, baka. Oh, you just love seeing me in self-torture. Jiraiya exclaimed with annoyance and anime-style tears down his eyes. But even though that is a good question that makes one proud pervert like ourselves, I still have more to speak about the chart. Kengo said, slamming the tip of stick back onto the chart. Enough with the chart. Naruto shouted, waving his arms around with annoyance. Another student who find you attractive is that Yan girl from Venus. Kengo said, showing a picture of the stoic and intimidating-looking Venus operative. Naruto's entire body turned white from Kengo's new information. Please tell me you're joking. Naruto said, sounding almost pleading. This chart has no room for jokes. She's attracted to your strength and power and is impressed by your guts of actually standing up to her with a glare and no sign of back down. Kengo said, listing what Yan saw in Naruto. Goddammit, what is up with these women? Naruto exclaimed, frightened of what Yan might consider to be romantic, if she ever felt like trying something. It's you. That's what's up. Are you slipping them something? Kengo shouted. Up yours. I may be a pervert, but I am not a sicko who'd do anything for pleasure. Naruto shouted as he glared at Kengo. Well, I apologize, but it's pretty damn impossible to think otherwise when you have Principal Minori and Aki-sensei wanting you as well. Kengo shouted as he glared back at Naruto and pointing the tip of his stick at him. And don't try to deny it, for I have proof. Kengo shouted as he showed a picture of Aki almost kissing him after his first fight with Abunai and him with Minori as they got drunk in her office with him groping her. The results in Shinobi World was that everyone watching had shocked looks on their faces, with the men, minus Sasuke, had envious looks on their faces, but pride was mixed with Jiraiya and Kakashi. The women, minus Anko, wanted to beat the living hell out of Naruto even though they knew it wasn't his fault, and all the while Anko desired Naruto, and Sasuke just didn't give two shits about what Naruto does with these women, but he was interested in this Yan girl's personality. How did you know what I'm done? Naruto just turned around and start to leave. Sure. Run. That's your answer for every time things like this comes up, but you cannot deny the truth that somehow, somewhere in the future you will have a 9-way with them all. Kengo shouted, glaring at Naruto's retreating form. Fuck off, Usui. Naruto said, flipping Kengo the bird as he continued to walk away. Kengo groaned as he watched Naruto walk away. Blondes, it's said they have more fun than any other person, but they're also the most complicating. Kengo said. Kengo got no response, making him turn to Takeru to see him staring at Naruto. What's with you? Huh. Oh, nothing, it's just that Naruto's really grown up since he first came here. Takeru said. Kengo blinked at hearing this before he smiled. Yeah, I guess he did a bit. Kengo said as he and Takeru smiled at Naruto's retreating form. So seriously, where'd you pull that chart from? Takeru asked. Naruto just kept walking, heading towards the forest where he could try out his new gift that Chacha gave him. Stupid Kengo and his chart. Still, gotta say I'm shocked. Naruto thought as he looked into the sky. Has the life I've created here so far really become so different from the life I had in Konoha? Anaho Imouto did tell me that you always know what makes you truly happy when that person, place or thing changes you in more ways than you thought possible for yourself. That's how she felt when she met Takeru, at least from what she told me. Maybe, just maybe, this place, but suddenly Naruto bumped into someone and fell to the floor on top of that person. Naruto felt his face was in between two things that were large, soft yet firm, and oh so enjoyable to feel on his skin, specifically his face, and they felt pretty damn great on his hands. Wait a minute, these feel like, but they feel bigger, so then that means, Naruto looked up to see Aki's embarrassed face that was blushing red. Oh crap. Naruto thought with wide anime-style eyes, before he got off of her. Aki-chan sensei. G. Gomen. Naruto apologized with a bow as Aki sat up. It's quite alright, Naruto. Aki said, still blushing red. Naruto then offered Aki his hand. I am sincerely sorry, Aki-chan, I hope you can forgive me. Naruto said with hopeful eyes. Naruto's eyes made Aki smile as she took his hand and was lifted up to her feet by the blonde. Naruto-kun, I said it was quite alright, of course I forgive you. It's actually pretty hard not to. Aki said with a smile. As that, Kiba couldn't finish his sentence as he stared at Aki. That's her, the super sexy and beautiful nurse whose bust can rival Tsunade's. Jiraiya shouted with great vigor as everyone stared at her, specifically her bust. I didn't even think it was possible, Shizune said with shock. This is a sight that can only be believed with one's own eyes. Kakashi said. Everyone then looked at Tsunade's bust and then looked at Aki's. They're almost the same. They all thought while Tsunade got a tick mark on her head and a seriously annoyed look on her face. Damn, and Naruto almost locked lips with that chick. You son of a bitch. Kiba screamed at the top of his lungs only to be sent through the wall by one of Sakura's punches. In Maken world, Naruto noticed the papers on the floor that Aki dropped from getting bumped into by the blonde. Naruto grabbed all the papers at a fast pace and organized them like a pro before giving them to Aki. Wow, he could give you a run for your money, Shizune. Tsunade said with a smirk. Do you think I enjoy doing that stuff? Shizune exclaimed with taunton oinking in agreement in her arms. Thank you Naruto-kun. Aki said with a smile and blush. Anytime Aki-chan sensei. Naruto said before he bowed his head at her making her look confused. Naruto looked up to see nothing happened and to see the confused look on her face. You know this is the part where women hit me, right? Naruto said not sure why Aki didn't hit him in the head like any other woman would do. Naruto, it was just an accident, unless, Aki the blushed red at a thought she had. Did you do it on purpose? What? Of course not. I would never do that to you or the other girls. Naruto said. Except for your roommates. Kurama said with a grin. Up your 9 buttholes. I have 9 tails. Not 9 asses. Kurama shouted with a pissed-off look on his face. Then why do you think I should hit you? Aki asked. Well, girls usually hit me when stuff like this happens. Naruto said. When you get into an accident like you did with me. Naruto nodded in confirmation. That doesn't sound right. In fact, it sounds downright mean, especially if they know you. Aki said. Really? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. Well, of course. Naruto, you are the sweetest, kindness, compassionate and most considering person I've ever met. You always think of others first and yourself last. You are always there for your friends even if they hurt you you'll still stand by their side no matter what. I honestly don't see why anyone would want to hit you in the first place. Aki said with a warm and honest smile. Naruto stared at Aki with shock before smiling. Thanks Aki-sensei. I really needed to hear that. For a moment I thought I was becoming something I wasn't. Naruto said with a smile and scratching the back of his head. Anytime Naruto. Well, I better head back to the office, with some of this paperwork. Aki said. Just a curiosity, but are some of those papers for the security committee to sign? Naruto asked. Why yes actually, but I'm sure it won't be a problem for you since you use your clones to finish it up in less than 5 minutes. Aki said smiling. Yeah, I guess I do that too much. Naruto said with an embarrassed smile as he scratched the back of his head. Clones, to finish paperwork. Tsunade said with shock at how obvious it was. It has really been that easy all along. Lady Tsunade, you're not thinking of. Yes Shizune, I am, and I'm going to give Naruto something special for figuring it out for me. Tsunade said with a smirk. Well, I better head out. I think I've wasted enough of your time Aki-chan sensei. Naruto said. Trust me Naruto, I'm always happy to spend time with you whether it's brief or long. Aki said with a smile before leaving. So long Naruto-kun. See ya Aki-chan sensei. Naruto said waving goodbye as he started walking away, but then sighed with relief. A bust nearly as big as Tsunade's, but she's much more understanding than any woman I've met from Konoha. Naruto said scratching his head with a nervous smile on his face. This place is great. Naruto said with a grin. Well, I better shush into the forest before I get into another perverted situation. The last thing I need is beat down from Isuki, a powerful wave of Maken energy from Haruko Nae or getting my ass burned or shocked from Himegami Imouto. Naruto said before shushing away. He seems really fond of this world. Kakashi said. Yeah, well I'd be fond of it too if I was in his position. The beautiful female roommates in a world where the women's bust were thought to only exist in dreams. Jiraiya said with a small grin. You realize when this is over, I'm kicking your ass. Tsunade said with an annoyed glare. Yeah, I kinda figured that. Jiraiya said with a sweat drop expression. Naruto appeared in the middle of the forest and had a determined look on his face. Naruto then grabbed the knife around his neck and unsheathed it and stared at the blade. If Chacha gave you to me, then you got to be powerful. Naruto thought as he dashed at a tree and sent a slash at the tree. Naruto stood a bit away from the tree as it fell to the ground. Holy shit, you are one fucking awesome knife. Naruto shouted with a grin. Let's try adding chakra now. Naruto said as he added his chakra into the blade, making it become surrounded with blue chakra and made it grow a bit longer. Naruto then dashed at a row of trees and slashed at them, cutting them flawlessly, and after a few silent moments, they finally fell to the ground. Asuma-sensei, if you could see me now. Naruto said with a proud smile. Alright, now let's see you in action, Maken style. Naruto said with a grin as the chakra surrounding his blade was replaced with his Maken energy into the blade as energy danced around it. Naruto then dashed at a tree and slashed at it, causing a small explosion as the tree flew into the air and then fell hard to the ground. Oh fuck yeah. I love Maken. Naruto cheered with a huge grin. Now let's try my Muko energy. Naruto said with a sly determined smile, but then it was replaced with a questioning look. Huh, hey, I just realized that my Muko energy is a combination of my chakra and Maken energy and not another pool of its own energy. You just realized that. Kurama screamed at the blonde baka, but then Naruto started laughing his ass off. Gotcha. You nine-tailed furball. I can't believe you actually thought I was so dense. You and anyone else who thought I was retarded. Naruto said with a grin and wiping away a tear. Kurama, along with the spectators from Konoha, felt like retards after that. I hate you. I love you too, ya big furball. Naruto said with a smile. Naruto then focused on his combat knife and added his Muko energy into it, making it burst with bluish-green energy. Naruto then dashed at a few trees and sliced at them flawlessly before they exploded and were sent into the air. Not done yet. Naruto shouted as he jumped high into the sky, rocketing high and using his blade to cut up the wood into chopped-up pieces of wood, but Naruto was far from over as he started sending flurries of punches at the pieces of wood, destroying them into smaller pieces that fell to the ground. I'm not finished yet. Naruto yelled as his entire body burst into bluish-green flames. Naruto then rocketed down towards the ground with his fist cocked back, and as he came closer to the ground, he thrust his fist forwards and slammed it down onto the ground. Once the fist made contact, the attack created a giant blast of Muko energy and a giant crater that destroyed part of the forest. Naruto was on one knee with his fist indented into the ground, his eyes shadowed, making him look badass. Naruto then brought his fist back and stood up and looked around the area. God damn. In Shinobi World, everyone watching had their jaws to the floor and their eyes wider than saucers as they saw the power Naruto displayed. Holy shit, did he? Actually, Kiba was too shocked and amazed to even finish his sentence. How strong has he become? Sasuke wondered out, looked still shell-shocked by what he saw. I better stay on his good side. Jiraiya said with new fear. Naruto flexed his bicep, making Ino, Sakura, and even Anko and Shizune drool at the sight of his muscle, and grabbed it with his hand. Wow, I'm must strong enough to go up against Ba-chan, hell I could probably go against the Raikage, and that dude's got strength, power, speed and armor completely composed of lightning. Naruto said with an enthusiastic grin on his face. I'm shocked he knows that about the Raikage. Kakashi said with surprise and was impressed. Lady Tsunade, are you sweating? Shizune asked, making everyone look at the sweating cage. Well, it is very hot in here. Tsunade said with a nervous smirk on her face and wiped the sweat from her brow. The 8C's on. Shizune said. No, it isn't. Tsunade quickly said. I feel I can just become stronger, but how? Naruto asked himself, until he snapped his fingers as he figured out how. That's it. Naruto exclaimed as he shushined away. I think I'm reaching my limit. Jiraiya said as he started to sweat, but then Sakura took out a Hierogan, otherwise known as a military ration pill, and made Jiraiya eat it, replenishing his chakra. Did you just keep focusing? Sakura ordered. Persistent aren't you? Jiraiya said as he focused on the ball. Naruto then appeared in front of Minori's door and knocked on it. Go away Akaya. Minori shouted. I am insulted that you'd think I am that so-called man. Naruto shouted back. Naruto. Come in, come in. Minori exclaimed. Naruto knew she had a grin on her face. Naruto entered the room to see Minori grinning at him with sake in her hands. I knew it. Naruto thought with a nervous smirk and his eyes closed into small eye smiles. Naruto-kun tilde what is up? Tilde, Minori said with a grin, happy to see him. Holy crap. Her cans are huge too. Kiba shouted with a grin as he and Kakashi eyed her breasts, but then Kiba was kicked in the boys by Ino and Kakashi was delivered a chop in the head by Shizune. You're drunk again Minori-chan. Naruto said with a smirk and his arms crossed as he walked up to her desk. Is that a crime? Minori teased. If it was, you and I would already be in jail. Naruto said still smirking. Then if it ever does happen, I hope I share a cell with you big boy tilde, Minori said seductively as her breasts bounced making the men in Shinobi world drool. Is that so? Oh my, what dirty things would you do to me? Naruto said in a sexy husky voice that made the kunoichi's knees weak. If we were on TV, my words would be censored. Minori said with a sly grin. Whoa, down girl, you're making me get imaginative. Naruto said with his own sly grin. Really? Where's your imagination taking you? Maybe, in a small tight cell, with one bed, my clothing too tight for my body, showing off my bust. Minori said seductively leaning on her desk. So tight that I go insane, and, accidentally, rip off those tight clothes. Uh-oh, no underwear. Naruto said in a husky sexy voice and leaning on Minori's desk. I'm liking what I'm hearing. Enko said with an excited grin as everyone looked at Naruto with shock. Where's my research book? I have to write this down. Jiraiya shouted looking for his perverted notebook. Oh my, I'm such a fool. Now my I-cup breasts are exposed. Minori said lightly touching her chest with her hand. I-cup? Oh my kami. Kiba said with amazement. Oops, sorry for pushing you on the bed. Naruto said with his sly grin. Oh, you're climbing on top of me. Minori said with a moan. Thought I'd keep you warm. What are you doing? Minori moaned. I felt my warm's hand could keep your under rain from getting cold and maybe my mouth could help with those lovely ladies of yours. Naruto said as he grew a pair of fangs from excitement. Oh my kami. Ino said blushing red. This is hot. Kiba said with drool as Akamaru panted with his tongue. Too big for my mouth, looks like I'm going to need help. Naruto said with a sly animalistic grin. Oh tilde don't pull tilde. Don't lie, you're loving every minute, especially the little circles I'm doing right below the belt. Oh tilde you bad boy tilde. I'd just play with you, pull on your twins' pink spots and smoothly move my middle inside a bit as a foreshadow of what will come. Naruto said as his grin became more animalistic. Oh god. Tilde, Minori shouted getting too into it, feeling ecstasy from his words. Naruto chuckled deeply as he started inching closer to her ear. I unzip and slowly, but surely, I inch, centimeter by centimeter, and right at the desired moment, Naruto's mouth then reached her and made his mouth make a popping noise. I'm in love, Enko said with a smirk. You're sick. Shizune shouted earning a raspberry from Enko. Silence was present between the two before the two had muffled laughter until they burst out laughing. You have a dirty mind you little blonde devil. Minori said laughing her ass off. It just comes naturally to me for some reason. Naruto said laughing and shrugging his shoulders. Honestly, you're so perverted that you could take over those perverted books of that perverted godfather of yours. Minori said laughing. Godfather. Everyone in the Hokage's room, minus the Hokage and Kakashi, shouted in shock as they look at Jiraiya. How the hell did he find out? Jiraiya wondered with wide eyes. I know right. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, successor of Jiraiya of the Sannin and son of the 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage. Everyone, minus Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi, yelled with shock. Is now taking the role of author of the Ika Ika series and brings to you the newest installment into the series, Ika Ika Imprisonment. Naruto shouted with fake gusto. Warning, those under 18 are highly recommended to not read this piece of literature. You are such a baka. Minori said laughing. Comes naturally baby. Naruto said with a grin. Goddamn, how much did he change? Kiba shouted. Ika imprisonment, it's genius. Jiraiya shouted with a huge grin. I'd read that. Kakashi said with an eye smile. Goddamn, seriously. Wait, Kiba smelled something and started sniffing for the strange scent. I smell moistness. Kiba said, making all the women blush. Oh my kami. You women are all wet. Kiba was then given a double punch combo from Ino and Sakura. Okay, now I really want to read that book when it comes out. Kakashi said with eye smiles, but then a big book was slammed into his face by Shizune. Read this instead, it'll give you real brain cells. Shizune said with an annoyed look on her face. You two are cute. Jiraiya teased with a grin, but Shizune then poked the pervert in the eyes. Ow. Sorry, my fingers slipped. Shizune said with an innocent smile. That's my girl. Tsunade said with a proud grin with an oink of agreement and support. Yeah, she learned from the best. Jiraiya said, rubbing his eyes with one arm. So what are you here for? Minori asked, still smiling. I was hoping you'd tell me where Jen is. Naruto said. I'm sure he'll show up. Here. Minori took out a bottle of Junmai-shu sake. Have a bottle. Junmai-shu. Naruto said with a dazed smile. What headmaster offers sake to a student? Shizune shouted with shock and disapproval. I shouldn't. I have to be responsible. Wow, I never thought I'd hear that ever come out of my mouth in my entire life. Naruto said, scratching the back of my head. Me either. The watchers from Shinobi World thought. Come on, you know you want it tilde, Minori said with a grin. Minor just sighed at this. Guess we'll have to do this the hard way again. Minori said. Oh shit. Naruto thought as he was suddenly tackled to the floor by Minori. Damn it, not again. Naruto said as his head was being squished by Minori's breast. Tag. I get to do what I want with you. Minori exclaimed with a grin. Don't get a boner, Naruto. Naruto thought as he was sweating. Huh, you know, for some reason you made me think of Anko. Naruto said. And that makes me wanna play tag when he comes back. Anko said with a grin. Oh, go play tag with yourself. Shizune exclaimed as she glared at Anko, who glared at her back. Maybe they should play tag with each other. Kiba whispered to Jiraiya, making him gain a perverted nosebleed as Kiba snickered, but he was then given a double punch from Anko and Shizune. Minori sat up and started straddling Naruto's crotch area. Not helping with the boner situation. Naruto thought. Time to drink up, Naruto-kun tilde, Minori said as she grabbed Naruto's mouth, making him open wide as she was pouring the sake into his mouth. After 11 bottles, Naruto was finally a little tipsy. Damn, it took 11 bottles of sake to get you tipsy. Jesus, how much does it take to get you full-on drunk? Minori wondered with amazement. 41. Takaru counted on boys' night out. Naruto said with a proud grin. Wow, I've seen some heavy drinkers, but Naruto, you can really hold your liquor. Minori said. 41. He beat my record. Tsunade shouted with anger, shame and determination, but she felt something else as she started to cry. I'm just so proud of him. Tsunade said, wiping away her proud tears. What is wrong with you big boob women? Shizune shouted with a shocked anime-style look on her face. I need more. Naruto exclaimed as he grabbed Minori by the waist and stood up, forcing her to wrap her legs around his waist as he started kissing and sucking Minori's trapezius muscle and neck, leaving Hiki making her moans with pleasure. Go Naruto. Kiba cheered the blonde on, but then he was hit in the head by a fan, making him release her. Damn. Oh right, you're not drunk enough yet. Naruto said as he ran and got more sake from Minori's desk and then started drinking them on the couch with her until they were both drunk. I swear, if there was a jutsu to make a clone out of sake, then I would learn it, create the clones and then kill them just to get even more drunk. Naruto said with a slur. Geez, you're really drunk. Minori said with a smile. Minori then noticed a gleam in Naruto's eyes along with a grinning smirk, and before she knew it, Naruto grabbed her by the waist and put his lips to her neck. Oh tilde, damn it Naruto. You smell so good Minori-chan, it's exotic, just like you. Naruto said in a manly husky voice. Oh yeah. Kiba cheered with a perverted grin. That's it Naruto. Atta boy. Jiraiya cheered with a proud perverted grin on his face. My student is showing great skill in being a ladies' man. Kakashi said with a proud eye smile. The three were then hit in the head by the women. Strong, powerful, undenying, and compassionate, that's defiantly you. Naruto said as he started to kiss up to her ear and rub circles around her covered nipples, and then at the right moment, Naruto then bit down on her ear, making her moan with pain and pleasure, making her feel sparks inside her body that it also ignited her soul. Naruto gave a small grin as he placed his forehead onto her own and stared into her eyes as he groped her giant breasts. Now that's how a man should treat a woman. Enko said with a huge grin. How does he do that ear thing? Jiraiya questioned as he glared at his student and his incredible skill with the ladies. Minori-chan, I want to make you feel beautiful. Naruto said in his manly and sexy husky voice. Everyone watching had their jaws to the floor as he spoke these words. Sakura growled as she grabbed the ball and started shaking it. Luckily or unlucky for him, Jiraiya was still holding the crystal ball. Damn it, how the fuck do I go into this world to beat the living crap out of that blonde baka? Sakura shouted before slamming the ball hard onto Tsunade's desk with Jiraiya's fingers feel immense pain. Let me away from her. Naruto moved his head back as he saw a shadow looming over him, making him look up only to get his face slammed in by a foot. What the hell? The Shinoi thought at what had just happened. Naruto fell off the couch as the attacker landed back near the door as sparkles danced around him. I knew you were a deviant Naruto. Taking advantage of Minori-chan like that, you have made a grave mistake. Akaya said as he glared at Naruto. We fight now. Calm down Akaya, I was okay with it. Minori said with a huge smile. What? You're okay with? Minori just grinned at the shock Akaya, making him have a cloud over his head. Geez Minori, the first time you got him like this, you got him on the stuff, are you going to make him your little boy toy now? General said with a sweat drop expression and holding Korenbo. Damn. Hey baby, if he's out for the count, how about you and I? Korenbo was suddenly hit with a green kunai before exploding. Korenbo. Gen cried as his machine and sort of best friend got destroyed. Was that a talking toaster? Kiba questioned. Don't ask me, I've never even touched one. Ino said. Toast is gross. Hey, Sir Sparkles. Naruto said as he got up as he grinned at Akaya very bloodthirsty like, which made Akaya sweat. You said you wanna fight, right? Naruto said. Why yes, I did, but let's wrestle. Naruto shouted as he tackled Akaya to the ground and slammed his foot in between Akaya's shoulder blades and started twisting his arm, making it creating cracking noises as Akaya screamed in pain. Naruto then grabbed Akaya's torso and placed it in between his leg and arm and started twist it, making him scream in agony as he felt his bones crack. Naruto then grabbed Akaya's entire body and lifted him high in the air and then started spinning him in place rapidly. Stop. Please. I'm begging you. I just taught a cooking class. I tried all the meals. Akaya screamed. Naruto then stopped spinning him and looked up at him surprise. Did you say that? There was a cooking class here? Naruto asked with shock. Akaya quickly nodded with a hopeful grin, thinking that save his life, but then Naruto's aura turned darker than the night as his face was twisted in anime-style anger that looked scarier than Sakura's and Tsunade's. He looks angrier than Sakura and Tsunade-sama. Sasuke said with shock. That's what I wrote already. Naruto. General said the blonde's name, scared of his looks and aura. You bastard. You didn't invite me. Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs that it made the whole room shake. Naruto threw Akaya up in the air and then grabbed his legs and slammed him down hard onto the floor that he indented in it, but Naruto then grabbed his sole leg and then slammed his elbow hard onto Akaya's leg bone onto the hard ground, making him scream in pain and agony. Naruto slammed both his fists in between Akaya's shoulder blade and then slammed his hard elbow in the same spot, making Akaya scream even more from pain and agony, but then Naruto wrapped his muscular arm around Akaya's neck and pulled it back with his strength and power, making Akaya feel like his head was going to be ripped off from his neck. I'm sorry. God help me. The pain is unbearable. Akaya screamed as he was crying from the pain. Oh dear Kami. Kakashi said with new fear of his student. Not even I'm this cruel to people and I beat on men for a living. Tsunade said with sweating a bit with fear. I think I'm actually afraid of Naruto right now. Sakura said sweating a bit. Sasuke, if you still want to fight Naruto, then I will tell you now that I will put a single daisy on your grave. Kiba said. Shut up Kiba. Sasuke said, but he was a little worried of this new Naruto. No, I'm being serious, whatever happened to Naruto, he became scarier than the Hokage when he's in the mood to fight. Kiba said. He's right. Jiraiya agreed. I don't know whether to feel bad for you Akaya or just laugh. General said all the while Minori was laughing her ass off. Damn this new you Naruto, you were better as the old you. Akaya said. Naruto's eyes widened before he grinned like a mad genius as he came up with a devious idea to make Akaya's experience even more painful. Naruto quickly released Akaya and stepped away from him. Oh no, Akaya, now you've really brought pain upon yourself, calling Minori-chan old. Naruto said. Minori stopped laughing and had a surprised look upon her face before she had an incredibly pissed off look on her face. What? Minori screamed as she stood up from the couch and glared angrily at Akaya. Wait. Akaya was about to reason with her but something unexpected happened. Elder woman or actually very sexy Minori-chan. A voice that sounded exactly like Akaya said making the real Akaya's eyes widen with shock and fear and Minori become even more pissed. Don't take it the wrong way, I mean you have an amazing body and fantastic breasts, even though compared to Aki's they look sagging like a Ba-chan's pair of twins. That did it. Minori was so enraged that she summoned her Maken. Dragon Ace's green energy danced around her body like when Naruto burst with fire back at the volleyball match. Minori-chan please listen to me. Akaya said sounding like a frightened girl, but he was then punched into the ground by Minori and her Maken sending him into the floor beneath her office. Minori then jumped down and proceeded to beat the ever-living hell out of Akaya with his screams of agony and pain echoing through the entire school. Naruto laughed his ass off as he sat on the couch. Man, I love being a ninja. One of the perks is impersonating voices. Naruto said with a grin as his voice sounded exactly like Akaya. Jen looked at Naruto with shock. You did a ventriloquist act on Akaya so he'd get his ass beat by Minori. General said putting things together. Yep, and it was worth it. I got to see the pretty boy get his ass beat, Minori become even more sexy by getting fired up and fierce and I got the rest of the sake to myself. I love Tenbi. Naruto shouted as he laughed heartedly as Jen stared at him with shock and new fear. Note to self. Beware of drunk Naruto. General said as Naruto just started drinking the sake. In Shinobi world, everyone just looked at Naruto with shock and new fear as well. Oh shit, look at the time. It's late noon. I gotta get my ass back home. Hey Jen, I came here looking for you before I got drunk. Naruto said. Please Naruto, I'm just a Makensmith, a man who lives for Tenbi and I have a good heart and I am not overconfident in my skills and looks like Akaya, please spare me. Jen begged. Huh, why would I hurt you, I actually like you. Naruto said as he dug into his pocket and took out a card. There's this dude Chacha introduced me to named Kenway and he built this training equipment that helps with me getting stronger each day, but I figure that if you two met that you could work together and create something that could push me beyond my limits. Naruto said giving Jen the card as the Makensmith stood up from the ground. Not that I don't want you to get stronger Naruto, but aren't you strong enough? Jen asked. You remember that guy who brought me here that I said looked like my old friend Sasuke? Naruto asked earning a nod from Jen. I still feel that even with the power I have now, that he's still stronger than me. Naruto said shocking Jen. Are you serious? Jen asked sweating a little with fear of this Wabi Su character. I could be wrong, but my guts just keep screaming that he is, and I need to get stronger. Naruto said. So you just want to keep getting stronger so you won't have to worry much during your next face-off? General said. Yeah, I still want to go back to my world so I can learn Sage Mode. Naruto said. Sage Mode? Jen asked. From what I read from the manga and the wikia about me. What the hell is he talking about? Kiba asked. I don't know, but it sounds interesting. Sai said appearing in between Kiba and Ino, scaring the living daylights out of the two and Shizune. Where the hell did you come from? Kiba shouted trying to ease his heart. Through the door. Sai said nonchalantly as pointed to the door. So what's Dickless up to? Oh, he isn't Dickless, turns out he just hides his true size through a genjutsu. Enko said with a grin. Oh, that explains why I sensed something strange when I was staring at it. Sai said, earning looks from everyone. Is something wrong? Sai, what to say and what not to say, remember that. Sasuke said. I see. Sai said. Weird how that site knows everything about my world. Well, almost everything, but anyway, I need to go back to my world someday so I can find Fukasaku, one of the two great sage toads, and have him teach me it to go against the head of the Akatsuki, Pain. Naruto said. That's right, Mayanaka Moon Shikai isn't just your only problem, but that other organization from your world. General said. Plus I might have to deal with this Kamigami group since I'm a part of Maken Ki. Naruto said. Damn, sounds like you got a lot on your plate. General said, feeling sorry for the boy. Yeah, I know it sucks, but anyway, keep the card, look him up, and if you need me I'll be taking a stroll back home leaving nothing as a trail except for empty sake bottles. Naruto said. Tell Mr. Frou-Frou that even thought I don't like him. I hope he feels better, and tell Minori-chan that she's fucking sexy, awesome, and I love her. You really got to lay off the bottle, Naruto. General said. No way. I love to drink sake. I love to gamble. And I love beautiful women. I'm the triple threat blonde devil. Naruto shouted before he shushined away. That kid's wasted. General said with a sweat drop expression. He can say that again. Shizune said with worry. Shizune then heard sniffing from both Jiraiya and Tsunade and saw they were once again crying tears of joy. I'm so proud of him. Jiraiya and Tsunade said with pride in the boy. None of those things should make anyone proud. Shizune shouted, waving her arms around. 79. Naruto threw a bottle away and drank another. 80. Naruto said, throwing the bottle away and drinking another. 81. Naruto threw and drank again. 82. Repeated. 83. Repeated. 84. Repeated. 85. Repeated. 86. Repeated. 87. Repeated. 88. Repeated. 89. Naruto was about to repeat again, but then his bottle was taken out of his hands. Naruto looked at who took it only to have a bit of a worried face and some sweat as he saw Haruko scolding him like an elder sister. Hey Haruko ne tilde, Naruto chimed as he noticed he already was in front of his home building. What is this? Haruko questioned Naruto, knowing full damn well what was in her hands right now. Apple juice. Naruto said innocently and tilting his head a bit. Don't act dumb, Naruto. You are underage. Haruko scolded her little brother figure. Nah, in my world when you become a shinobi you can drink this stuff legally. Naruto retorted with a cheeky grin. Well, this isn't your world. Who gave you this? Haruko demanded answers. I refuse to answer that question as I respect to protect the rights of the charitable male or female who has given me such content. If you wish to find this person you must conduct an investigation to find this man or women and confront them if you have any problems with their distribution of sake to men like me, only me. Naruto said with a blank look on his face, sounding like a phone operator. That's not funny. Haruko said. Did someone make a joke? Did I forget to laugh and hurt their feelings? Naruto was freaking out and started to laugh heartedly. See, I'm laughing from the joke. No one's feeling have to get hurt, mysterious man or woman who had said the hilarious joke. Naruto said as he continued to laugh, making Isuki come out their dorm door to see Naruto drunk off his ass again. Oh my god, he's hammered again. Isuki thought, pinching the bridge of his nose. Wait, what are we laughing at again? Naruto asked, completely forgetting what they were doing. In Shinobi World, Kiba was laughing his ass off at drunk Naruto. Oh my Kami. That's so funny. Kiba said, laughing his ass off. I've seen some drunks in my days, but Naruto, no doubt, has to be the funniest drunk I've ever seen. Jiraiya said, laughing at Naruto. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at this Naruto. He didn't even think it was possible for Naruto to become even more of an idiot. He's even worse than Shizune. Kakashi said, chuckling, remembering the times he saw Shizune drunk, but his words got him a punch in the head from Shizune. B baka. Shizune exclaimed with an embarrassed look on her face, complete with embarrassed blush. Oh, does Shizune like Kakashi now? Sai asked, making everyone look at him with surprise, but none more than Kakashi and Shizune, with the latter blushing at the comment. I read in a book that when a female who constantly punches a man who she's friends with only for his own good, as they say, means that they harbor secret feeling for them. Sai said, making not only Shizune blush red, but also Sakura and Tsunade. Please, that's a load of bullsh. Actually, now that I think about it, that's how my mom showed my dad affection. Kiba said, scratching his chin. Whoever the hell my dad was. That's how Naruto's parents were like. Jiraiya said. And how my parents were like too. Sakura said, blushing as she realized how close her relationship with Naruto was to her own parents' relationship. See, books do help in knowing a little more of emotions. Sai said, but he was then slapped in the face with a book from Shizune. Read a real book. Shizune shouted, still blushing red, and it didn't help that Enko was laughing her ass off at the sight. Oh great, he's setting a wonderful example to us of the young generation. Himegami said as she, Anaho and Takaru were walking towards the two. Himegami Imouto. Give your Ni-san a hug. Naruto cheered as he let go of all of the sake bottles and extended his arms towards Himegami. When pigs fly. Himegami said, making Naruto go into a fetal position with a gloomy aura around him. You're so mean, Imouto. Naruto said with gloom. Are you okay, Naruto ni? Anaho asked Naruto. Naruto then suddenly jumped at her and gave her a big hug, making her blush. I am now. Thank you for asking, Anaho Imouto tilde, Naruto said with a smile. Himegami just looked at him with her usual uncaring look. Jealous Himegami? Naruto asked with a sly devious smirk on his face. Was I supposed to fox baka? Himegami said, making Naruto go back to his fetal position with the gloomy aura around him. You're so mean, Imouto tilde, Naruto whined with anime tears going down his eyes. This girl he calls little sister, she's very mean. Sai said. That's how sisters are, believe it or not. I almost confused those two for siblings just now. Kiba said. Yeah, creepy, but at the same time it's cute. Ino said. It's part of her charm. Izuki said, finally meeting up with them. Hey Izuki. Takaru greeted her. Izuki-chan. How's my favorite Tsunade? Naruto said with high spirits as he shot up from the ground and danced his way to her. Dance with me, my beautiful scarlet flower, and we will share another passionate moment of intimacy. Naruto said with a huge smile, but he was then punched in the head by Izuki. Intimacy? Sai questioned. That night was worthy of researching. Jiraiya said with a smirk, but then Ki from Tsunade and Sakura were being sent to him. What? He didn't have sex, he's still a virgin who somehow has moves of an experienced playboy. Where the hell did that come from? I mean, I tried teaching him some moves, yet he refused, and now he can make women moan his name with pure pleasure. What the hell? Well, maybe you just weren't as good a teacher as you thought. Sai said, earning laughs from the women and Kiba, and chuckles from Kakashi and Sasuke, while Jiraiya sent a death glare at him. Was it something I said? Naruto, why do you always get drunk? Izuki asked while scolding him. Because I love sake as much as my ba-chan. And it tastes so good tilde, Naruto said with pride. That's my boy. Tsunade said with pride and a grin. Naruto, please stop drinking so much, I don't want to see you act this way, it's just not you. Izuki said, crossing her arms, but then Naruto stood up and started rubbing himself against her, making her blush, and the others watching from both Maken and Shinobi World have shocked looks on their faces, except for Sai, Sasuke and Himegami, who kept their regular faces. Ah tilde Izuki-chan, I love you too tilde, you care so much about me and my well-being. You really turn me on, let's go find a bed. Naruto said with a smile, making everyone's jaws hit the floor except for Sai's and Jiraiya, who instead had a proud perverted grin on his face. Atta boy Naruto! Jiraiya exclaimed with great pride. Izuki had an anime-style pissed-off look on her face as she grabbed Naruto by the top of his head and lifted him up in the air and then slammed him down hard onto the ground and started kicking him. I'll kick the drunkenness out of you if I have to, you drunk pervert. Izuki shouted as she continued to kick Naruto. Oh Izuki-chan tilde, I feel the love tilde, you're so amazing tilde, Naruto chimed as he gladly took the beating. Whoa, I knew he was a glutton for punishment, but goddamn. Kiba said with shock at the fact that Naruto was smiling at a beating. It's like watching a miniature Jiraiya, except with better looks. Tsunade said with a sweat drop. Hey, I am good looking. Jiraiya exclaimed with a glare. Please, you always looked like an old man ever since we were genin back in Team Hiruzen. Tsunade said. I don't need to hear that kind of insult from you. Jiraiya said with a glare. Is that a jab at my age? Tsunade growled as she glared at Jiraiya. We're all getting old, quit being so difficult. Jiraiya said as he and Tsunade started a glare down. Hey love birds, save it for later, we're trying to listen in. Sasuke said earning a glare from the two Sannin. Oh, are they in love as well? Sai asked, but then he was punched in the face by Tsunade. What did I do? Sai groaned out. Seeing him getting beat isn't as satisfying as I thought right now. Himegami said still looking uncaring. Hey Isuki, why are you beating Naruto-kun? Chacha called out at the top of the building. Everyone looked up to see Chacha wearing lacy cheetah-patterned underwear and her hair down. Naruto's jaw fell to the ground as he saw Chacha in all her sexy glory. Naruto stood up from the ground and looked at Chacha as he drooled. So bold, so enchanting, so sexy, Naru want. Naruto said as he drooled. Whoa. What I'd give to spend the night with that hottie. Kiba shouted with a perverted grin. Naruto raised an eyebrow at what came to his mind. Why do I feel like breaking Kiba's teeth in, ripping off his bare arms from his body and ripping off his nose and sticking it straight up Akamaru's ass so for the rest of his days all he'll ever smell is his dog's shitty ass. Naruto wondered out loud. Kiba paled as he and Akamaru started whimpering in fear of Naruto. Ohio Naruto-kun tilde see something that you like. Tilde, Chacha said as she put her arms behind her head and put out her chest showing off her plump chest and moved her hips to show off her curves. Naruto's nose shot blood as he had his tongue out and started panting like a dog as he stared at the incredibly sexy Chacha. Naruto, you better not, but Isuki was interrupted by an ecstatic Naruto. Cha-cha-chan. Naruto shouted with enthusiasm and glee as he started running towards the building and up the stairs. I can't resist your sexiness and indescribable beauty any longer. Let us run to your room and discard our garments and finally take each other and become each other's first and hopefully create the child we talked about earlier and wish to dearly have. Naruto shouted as he was climbing the last stairs towards Cha-cha. I would love nothing more. Cha-cha cheered as Naruto was coming closer to her. Everyone watching had their jaws dropped to the floor, except for Sai who had a look of amazement, Jiraiya who had a proud look on his face and Isuki and Sakura who had extremely pissed off looks on their faces. Oh, he's really changed. Sai said shocked and amazed at Naruto's transformation from the blonde he knew before he was taken away from their home world. Naruto, you, Isuki growled as her body glowed with Maken energy before her leg burst into green fire and then faded away to reveal her Maken. Hawk. That can't be good. Kiba and Jiraiya said with fear for the blonde. Baka. Isuki screamed at the top of her lungs as she rocketed towards Naruto and then once she got in between him and Cha-cha, she gave Naruto an upper kick straight to the chin, sending him rocketing into the sky. Everyone at the dorm building looked up into the sky as they saw Naruto sent into the sky like a rocket heading towards space. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Damn, Takeru was the only one who could utter a word as Inaho and Haruko were stricken with worry and faces of anime-style shock while Himegami continued to look uncaring. That was funny. Himegami said finally smiling, but still kept her uncaring eyes. That's cold. Takeru said. He's my brother, it's my job to enjoy his misery. Himegami said. Wow. Kiba said looking at Himegami. What a bitch, she really plays the sister role well. Amazing, the red-haired one is unbelievable, I never thought I'd ever see another one in my life. Sai said with amazement and shock. A tough girl who knows when to hit a man when he deserves it. Sai, we're everywhere. Ino said. No, I mean this girl is exactly like Sakura. Sai said earning shocked looks from everyone. Sakura stared at Isuki, this was the second time someone said it and now that the Pinkett thought about it she did feel like they were in a way kindred spirits. Only in personality of course, Sakura's breasts can never be that big. Sakura glared at Sai at that comment and uppercutted him. Isuki, why do you always have to get between me and Naruto having fun tilde, Chacha whined. Well, why do you always have to try and seduce him every time into banging you? Isuki shouted. Because I really like him and want him to make me feel amazing. Chacha retorted. Well, just stop it. You love him. It's written all over your face. Chacha exclaimed, poking her Izuki's cheek. And my knuckles will be imprinted onto your face if you don't stop poking my face. Izuki shouted. Poke. Chacha said, poking Izuki's face again. That's it. Izuki shouted as she tackled Chacha into their dorm. Oh yeah. Cat fight. Zoom in there. My bet is on the gray-haired chick. Kiba shouted. Fuck you, Kiba. Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs as he came crashing into the ground, creating a dust cloud. I have no idea why I said that, but I'm strangely glad I did. I'm scared now. Kiba said, sweating with fear. Wuss. Sasuke said. Fuck you. He's become scarier than the Hokage. Kiba shouted, but then Tsunade sent Ki towards him. Okay, fine, it's debatable. Kiba admitted. You okay? Takaru asked Naruto as the blonde stood up and dusted his pants off. Yeah, I think Izuki actually did beat the drunkenness out of me. Hey, I thought that was a myth. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. You know, it's really funny how you turned out. Takaru said, chuckling. What the hell does that mean? Naruto asked with a dull glare. I mean, you matured, but when it came to loving to drink sake, gamble and sexy women, you're pretty much in a way the unofficial love child of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Takaru said, laughing as he scratched the back of his head. The spectators in Shinobi World laughed their asses off, except for Sasuke, who just chuckled, Sai, who smiled, while Jiraiya and Tsunade had wide eyes and then looked at each other with a blush before looking away. Naruto just looked at Takaru with a look that looked exactly like Himegami's usual face. You are this close to getting a bloody nose. Naruto said, clenching his fist close to Takaru's nose, making Takaru covering his nose with his hand. Good to know. Takaru said as Naruto started walking away. Jiraiya Jr. Takaru said with a grin. Ha. Nice. Wicked burn. Kiba cheered as he laughed his ass off with Anko while the others chuckled, except for Tsunade and Jiraiya. I think Jiraiya Jr. sounds nice actually. Jiraiya said, glaring at Kiba. I wouldn't wish that name upon my worst enemy. Tsunade teased, making Jiraiya glare at her now. Suddenly Takaru was given the old-fashioned double wrestler kick from Naruto, sending him crashing to the ground as the blonde landed on his feet. You're lucky you were covering your nose. Naruto said. Wow, what a true friend you are, Fox Baka. Himegami said. Shut it, midget. Naruto retorted. Loser. Brat. Perverted alcoholic Baka. Teddy bear loving, pain in the ass lowly. Who the hell are you calling lowly? Himegami shouted with a glare. Oh, I don't know, maybe the blonde with long ass pigtails that I'm glaring at right now. Naruto shouted back with his own glare. They do actually seem like a real brother and sister. Sai said. You can say that again. Ino said as she and the others looked on with shock. Okay, you two, please calm down. Haruko said, getting in between the two pseudo-siblings. Naruto then felt something in his mouth and spit it out in his mouth to find one of his teeth had been kicked out by Izuki's attack. Oh dear God. Haruko said, grossed out by the tooth. They used his tongue to look for which tooth got kicked out. Oh, it's my wisdom tooth, it'll heal. Naruto said. Oh, a tooth. That means you'll get money from the tooth fairy Naruto ni. Anaho said with her cat-like smile. Tooth fairy never liked me. Naruto said. What? Why? Anaho asked. I don't know, all I know is that she never gave me money whenever I lost a tooth, and I lost a lot of teeth. Goddamn villagers hitting me in the jaw with pipes and other crap. Naruto said, sounding annoyed. What? Sakura said with shock on her face along with her fellow Chunin. Wow, I knew the villager always beat him when they mobbed him, but I never expected them to use such weapons like that against a 6-year-old. Sai said, earning even more shocked looks from Kiba, Ino, Sasuke and Sakura. You didn't know. Either way, I don't need this. Here, Anaho Imouto, you keep it, you might get some money out of it. Naruto said, giving his tooth to Anaho. Wow. Thanks Naruto ni. Candy money, here I come. Anaho cheered with her cat-like smile as she happily held the tooth. Haruko was about to say something, but then she felt Naruto give her money in her hands. Haruko looked at him, seeing him wink at her before he left back to his dorm. What's with the money? Takeru asked, finally getting back to his feet. It's just Anaho's candy money. Haruko whispered. What? That much? Holy crap. Takeru said, looking at the amount of money. She'd probably be able to buy an entire barrel of candy with all that money. Himegami said. Yeah. Haruko looked at Naruto, who used his shinobi skills to jump up to the floor of his dorm, with the violet hair girl smiling at him. That boy's too sweet for his own good. Naruto finally made it inside his dorm only to find both Chacha and Isuki wrestling, both in their underwear. Somehow Chacha got Izuki's clothes off. Give up. Chacha exclaimed as she held Isuki down. Never. Izuki shot back as she pushed Chacha off and jumped at her. My perverted dream has come true. Naruto said as he drooled and had a perverted nosebleed. That's my boy. And a beautiful perverted dream at that. Jiraiya exclaimed with a proud grin. Oh Kami, I want to hit you. Tsunade said. What the hell did you say? Izuki shouted, unfortunately for her that allowed Chacha the chance to tackle her down. I'll just start up dinner while you two have fun. Naruto said with a nervous smile as he quickly took multiple pictures of the two while trying to make it unnoticeable. I saw that. I'd destroy that thing if it didn't cost us so much. Izuki yelled as she tried to pull Chacha off of her, but damn was that mocha-skinned second year one powerful chick. Right, scheduled ass whooping after dinner, I understand Izuki-chan. Naruto said. Kimi's been quiet, is she even home? Naruto thought as he walked towards Kimi's room and knocked on the door. Hey Kimi, you in there? Naruto asked. He heard some scrambling so he opened the door to find Kimi in her underwear, which was a cute pink bra and panties combo. Naruto-kun. Kimi said his name as her entire face blushed red. So cute tilde, Naruto said as he drooled and had a perverted nosebleed. Kimi stuttered with embarrassment. She reminds me of Hinata. Sai said. But with a way smaller chest. Sai was then clocked in the face by Kiba. Naruto-kun, why you? Kimi-chan, you're so cute, and Naruto was then grabbed by the hair and pulled out of the room by Izuki. Just do what you love to do. Izuki said, releasing his hair. Training or cooking? Naruto asked. Naruto loves to cook. Sai said with surprise. That would explain why he went crazy on that Akaya guy. Ino said as everyone's spine shivered from remembering the beating Naruto gave him, except Enko who loved Naruto's work. Oh, I vote for training. Chacha said with a grin as she raised her hand up. Chacha, you're just saying that because you want to see Naruto-kun shirtless again. Kimi said, walking out of her room wearing a large orange shirt that covered her shirt and her panties. You and Izuki want to see it too. Chacha retorted, making the two blush red. Speaking of me losing my shirt, Kimi, isn't that the orange shirt I thought I lost? Naruto asked the petite dark-haired girl. No. Kimi quickly said, blushing even redder as she held the shirt tightly. Hey, if want then you can have it if that's what you want. Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Kimi then suddenly hugged Naruto. Thank you so much Naruto-kun. Kimi thanked her crush as she tightly embraced him with her skinny petite arms. Naruto smiled and blushed as he hugged her back, but then Chacha joined in the hug. Chacha. Izuki exclaimed her big boob roommate's name. What? I wanted a hug. Chacha retorted. Izuki groaned until Naruto grabbed her by the waist and pulled her into the group hug. Izuki just sighed and smiled as she hugged Naruto, as well as the blonde wrapped his arms around the three girls and gave a genuine smile. Lucky bastard. I want a group hug with half-naked women. Kiba yelled with anger and envy, but then had a giant hard book slammed against the top of his head from Shizune. Jiraiya just smiled happily as he stared at his godson's truly happy smile. That's not your usual perverted smile, Jiraiya. Tsunade said. I'm just happy. Just look at him, that smile is genuine, believe it or not that's actual rare to see from Naruto. Jiraiya said, still smiling with joy at seeing his protege's real smile. Maybe it's just the women. Kiba said, rubbing the bump on his head. No, he's happy that he's not alone. He feels he has people who truly would welcome him with open arms. Jiraiya said. Sakura, Sasuke, Ino, Kiba and Kakashi had sad eyes, feeling they could have done more for Naruto, and truthfully they could have. Not that I'm not enjoying this, but I'd like my arms back to start cooking dinner. Naruto said, getting giggles from the girls as they separated, allowing Naruto to go to his station and wrap a bandana around his head to cover his hair so it wouldn't go into the food. I was thinking of cooking orekiete with mini chicken meatballs with lentil soup on the side and some buttermilk biscuits. That okay with you three? Naruto asked. Anything you cook is always good. Isuki said with a smirk, liking what Naruto suggested. It's always great, you mean? Chacha exclaimed with grin. Naruto grabbed all the things he need and started working on cooking, and he was cooking like an expert. Safe to say, the shinobi were looking at him with shock and amazement as he cooked the pasta to perfection and had made the chicken meatballs into perfect spheres. Say Naruto. Yeah, Isuki-chan. I hope I don't make you feel uncomfortable in mentioning this, but have you been thinking about anyone from your world, maybe a pink-haired taijutsu expert? Isuki asked. This caught Sakura attention indefinitely. Jealous of her? Naruto teased with a smirk. As if. Isuki shouted, slamming her hand down on the table. Geez, calm down, I was just joking. Naruto said, chuckling. Isuki just sunk back in her seat with an embarrassed look on her face and a blush, and it didn't help that Chacha grinned at her little antic. For some reason, Sakura smiled smugly at this. Actually, I haven't really thought about her lately. In fact, the only time I ever thought of her was for a moment of my so-called new luck with women, but that was it. I haven't really been thinking about her that much. Naruto admitted. Sakura's eyes widened with shock before her face turned into a saddened one. Do you still love her? Chacha asked, hoping he'd say no and just take her in his arms and say she'll be his only love. I don't think so. Naruto said, shocking his roommates and the shinobi, but Sakura was the most shocked. Truth be told, I believe I moved on. Naruto said. Whoa. Kiba said. I read in a book that the perfect hilarious saying in these type of situations would be, is the end of the world happening? Sai said, but was then glared at by Ino as she stomped on his foot. I'm sorry. Sai apologized as he endured the pain. I never thought that I'd have to bring this up, but the night before I met the, oh so charming, Wabi Su, I heard Sakura say those special words to Sasuke. Naruto admit. Sakura felt sad at this, she knew he had to have heard her say those words, why else was he not happy so her before he was kidnapped? I'm sorry. Isuki said, feeling bad for him. Don't apologize for something that has no one at fault in the first place. Naruto said, gaining everyone's attention. Sakura's been in love with Sasuke since the beginning of Team 7, I can't blame her for still being in love with him. But she actually fell in love with you. Kimi said. Excuse me. Naruto said, surprised by Kimi's words but didn't lose focus on chopping up the vegetables for his soup. The time you hanged as Sasuke and complimented her forehead, it was like when your father complimented your mother's hair. Your mother always hated her hair until your father said he liked it and thought it was pretty, which led to her falling in love with him, so you pretty much did the same thing with Sakura by complimenting her forehead, so she did fall in love with you, but you just looked like Sasuke, so that's who she thought she fell in love with. Kimi explained. Jiraiya blinked with surprise from Kimi's explanation. Wow, good explanation. Jiraiya said. How does she know this though? Sasuke asked what was on everybody's mind. Naruto blinked a few times at Kimi's explanation before he started to snicker, then it turned into a chuckle and then he just started laughing his ass off. Oh man. Is that why? I thought she just never fully grew out of that stupid fangirl crush phase and considered it real love after thinking he saved her from Gaara or something. Holy crap, that's hilarious. Naruto said as he was laughing so hard that he had to hold his side from aching, but that did not slow down his cooking progress. I'm happy that he's not beating himself over this, but the fact that he's laughing like it's nothing scares me a bit. Chacha said with a nervous smile. Yeah, pretty unnerving. Isuki said with a bit of a freaked out look on her face. Uh-huh. Kimi agreed with a nod. The shinobi watching had to agree with no doubt in their mind. Sakura felt like crying as she saw Naruto laughing like he heard a hilarious joke. Oh man, I feel like my gut's going to burst. Naruto said, wiping away a tear. So I take it you're not sad at all by knowing she loves that emo. Isuki said with a nervous smile. Naruto and Kiba laughed their asses off at that emo comment. Did that woman just call me emo? Sasuke asked rhetorically as he glared at Isuki and Naruto. So did that dark-haired guy from earlier. Man, I love this world. Kiba said with a grin and Akamaru barking in agreement. Good one, Isuki. Emo, man that kills me. Naruto said, wiping away another tear. But yeah, I'm fine. I accepted the fact that Sakura and I will never end up in a romantic relationship. There's no room for me in her little story book. Naruto said nonchalantly. No, Naruto, you're wrong. You're the one I love. I want to live my life with you. Sakura shouted as tears went down her face, but Naruto just hummed a tune as he continued to cook by preparing the biscuits. Everyone looked at Sakura with shock at her words. Sakura, I'm sorry, but he can't hear you. Jiraiya said with a look of pity on his face. Sakura shed some more tears before wiping them away. I know, I have to go. Sakura said as she started to head for the door. Sakura, wait. Ino said, trying to stop her friend. Now where's that baking soda? Naruto said as he reached up to a shelf to get a box of baking soda, but then the box fell off the shelf and hit him in the forehead. Ow. Damn it, my non-special forehead. Naruto shouted as he covered his forehead from the pain. Sakura stopped as she made it to the door with her eyes widen. You've been saying that a lot lately. Chacha said. What do you mean? Naruto asked, grabbing the baking soda. You keep calling your forehead non-special, why is that? Isuki asked. Oh, well hell I don't know, for some reason I just say it like it's a tick or something. Naruto said, scratching the side of his head. Sakura looked at Naruto as she heard his words. Why do you think it's not special? Kimi asked. I don't know, I just feel it isn't special. Naruto said. But why not? Chacha asked. Just because, I mean it's not as special as, Naruto thoughts then drifted to Sakura's forehead which he thought was very special. Not as special as what? Kimi asked. Nothing, never mind. Naruto said, waving it off. Not as special as my own. Sakura thought with a smile as she touched her forehead. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Naruto started rubbing his forehead to ease the pain. Damn it though, seriously my non-special forehead. You said it again. Chacha said. I know. Naruto groaned. Sakura smiled at him. Ouch man, no wonder villages make their shinobi wear forehead protectors. Naruto said. Sai actually laughed at this, making everyone in the Hokage's room turn to him. I actually thought it was funny. Sai said with a sweat drop expression. Everyone in the Hokage's room then laughed at this, making Sai tilt his head with confusion. Was it something I said? After a while, Naruto finally finished cooking and laid their dishes on the table in front of his roommates. Enjoy. Naruto said with a grin. You know we will. Chacha exclaimed as she grabbed some chopsticks ready to have some of the pasta. Holy shit. Kiba said as he drooled at the sight of the food. That looks so good. Ino said as she stared at the food with amazement. I actually feel like having some. Kakashi said. Chacha took a bite of the past noodles and moaned in delight, while Isuki moaned and licked her lips from having some of the soup and Kimi moaned from having a bite of the sweet buttermilk biscuits. Oh, it's so good. Kimi exclaimed with delight. What food does Naruto-kun cook that isn't good? Chacha said with a smile. Yeah, it's great as usual. Isuki said with a smile. You know you girls always make me smile when you enjoy my cooking. Naruto said with a happy smile. And I'm sure a lot more people would love your food if you worked as a chef. Kimi said with a smile as she had some more biscuits. I don't know, I mean, the people I'd cook for if I was a chef wouldn't be you girls. Naruto said as he took a seat and was having some soup. You can't cook for us forever. Isuki said, having some more soup. Why not? I want to. Naruto said in all honesty. Well if you want to cook for me forever then you should marry me on the spot. Kimi quickly said, blushing red as she uttered her words. Naruto blushed red hearing her while Isuki, Chacha and everyone watching from Shinobi World looked at her with shock. Hey no fair Kimi. I was going to say that. Chacha exclaimed. I had a feeling you would so I beat you to the punch. Kimi said. Ah, so you both want to marry me? Naruto asked with shock and still blushing. Well, I know Isuki wants to marry you too. Chacha said. Chacha. Isuki shouted her name as she blushed red. Don't get all yelly, Isuki, you know it's the truth. Chacha said with a smile. Even if I did want to marry him, and I'm not saying I do. Yes you do, and you're hurting Naruto-kun's feelings. Chacha whined for Naruto. You know, I think that Isuki girl does want to marry Naruto. Sai said. No shit, Sherlock. Kiba said with a dull look on his face. My name is Sai. Sai said, causing Kiba to face palm at Sai's nature. All I'm saying is he can't marry multiple women. Isuki said. Unless it was back at Konoha under the CRA. Naruto said, remembering the law for dying clans. What? Isuki asked as her attention along with Chacha's and Kimi's was on Naruto. Ah, it's nothing. Naruto quickly said. Tell us. Chacha said, but Naruto just shook his head making her pout. Tell us or the biscuits get it. Chacha said, threatening the plate of biscuits. You wouldn't dare. Naruto said with a glare, but then Chacha threw one of the biscuits onto the floor making Kimi and Isuki gasp in shock as Naruto screamed with horror. Oh my god. Isuki said with wide eyes. Chacha, how could you do such a thing to Naruto-kun? Kimi asked with shock and disbelief in her best friend. Chacha then grabbed another biscuit ready to throw it onto the floor as well. Stop. I worked really hard on those. Naruto begged with frightened eyes. Then tell me what the CRA is. Chacha ordered with a serious demeanor that frightened her roommates. This was not Chacha, this was a woman scarier than Isuki and Haimgami combined. Okay, you win Chacha-chan. I now both fear and respect you even more. Naruto said, earning a grin from Chacha. The CRA is best known as the Clan Restoration Act. It falls upon those who are of dying clans like that Tem, Sasuke, and me. By law Sasuke and I are allowed to have multiple wives to create a quantity of offspring to rebuild and save our clan. So since I am, or was the only Uzumaki whose status was alive on paper then that qualifies or qualified me to be put into the CRA, but since no girl wanted to date me and no parent would allow their daughter to even get near me from my status as Kurama's Jinchuriki, so I was pretty much safe. Naruto explained. Everyone watching from Shinobi World were blinked their eyes with surprise and shock. Oh yeah, Naruto can be put into that law, well isn't he lucky? Jiraiya said with a grin. No, that sucks. You mean to tell me this blonde baka can be married to a bunch of smoking hot women while I have to settle for one in the future? Kiba screamed with a pissed off anime-style look. If you can find someone who actually does want to marry you. Sasuke said. Fuck you, Uchiha. Kiba yelled as he closed his eyes expecting a punch from Sakura or Ino, but then he opened his eyes to see they weren't doing anything after he cursed at the Uchiha. What? Ino asked with a raised eyebrow along with Sakura as the two saw Kia staring at them. Oh nothing, it just feels good not to get punched from saying something like that to Sasuke like the old days. Kiba said with a happy smirk. We grew up. The two ex-fangirls said with pride. Not really in my opinion, but I'm not going to tell them that or else I might get neutered. Kiba thought. Everyone then heard Chacha squeal and turned to her to see her hugging Naruto with the blonde's face smashed into her boobs making Jiraiya, Kiba and Kakashi have blood shoot out their nose while the women had anime-style shocked faces while Sai and Sasuke remained stoic. Then that means you can marry all of us. Chacha exclaimed with joy making Kimi and Isuki have anime-style shocked looks on their faces along with those watching from Shinobi World. Yeah, that could only happen if we were back in Konoha. Plus Isuki doesn't want to marry me, right? Naruto said. Well, I am used to having you around. Isuki said with a blush as she diverted her eyes somewhere else as Naruto looked at her with shock. But don't think that means I'm agreeing to marry you or anything. Isuki shouted sternly. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Got it. Naruto said still grinning. Naruto then looked at Isuki with a warm smile and eyes filled with great affection which made Isuki suddenly punch Naruto in the head making the blonde have his head slammed onto the table. And don't look at me like that. It weirds me out. Isuki said as she went back to her meal. Duly noted. Naruto said with a groan, but still smiling. She more like Sakura than I thought. Sai said, earning nods from everyone, except Sakura, who just glared at Isuki. Naruto just stood and saw they were almost done with their meals. Damn, they eat fast. Naruto thought. Naruto turned to get the biscuit Chacha threw at the floor only to see Matabi chewing on it. Matabi looked up at Naruto and gave a little cute meow which made Naruto's roommates, Sakura, Ino and Shizune go, kawaii. Is that cat on fire? Kiba said with shock as Akamaru growled at the sight of the kitten. Good girl. Naruto said, scratching Matabi behind her ear the way she liked it. Wait a minute, Naruto, you didn't. Izuki then noticed that Matabi had chopped pieces of tuna and carp in her bowl. Fast. Izuki said with shock. You actually thought that I forgot about Matabi. You gotta have a little more faith in me, Izuki-chan tilde. Naruto said with a grin as he went to the fridge. Naruto pulled out fresh strawberries and milk from the refrigerator, vanilla ice cream from the freezer, and then went to the cabinets to take out sugar, vanilla extract and measurement cups. What are you making, Naruto-kun? Kimi asked. You'll see. Naruto said with a smile as he started getting to work. Hey Naruto, I was just wondering, once you get back to your world, what's the first thing you do? Kimi asked. First, I'd buy Tsunade Ba-chan a drink as a thanks for teaching me some helpful skills. Naruto said. Most likely those skills involve gambling. Shizune said, giving her smiling mentor a dull glare. Oh come on. I helped teach him some tricks too, where's my promise of a drink? Jiraiya said with self-pity and envy for his colleague. I'd also challenge her, Lee and Guy-sensei, to a fight, the three of them against me. Naruto said, making everyone look at him as if he were crazy. So basically you want a death wish? Izuki said. No, I just want to prove myself how strong I am. Two fighters who possess great strength, speed in the 8 inner gates, and the strongest woman alive who is also the best medic nin there is who can help heal Lee and Guy. That's a real challenge. Naruto said with a grin. No, that's a death wish. Izuki said with a dull look. The shinobi watching nodded in agreement. She can say that again. Kiba said as everyone continued to look at Naruto with shock. Whatever. Naruto said as he noticed the girls finished their dinner. Naruto put in the finishing touches before he put 3 glasses of strawberry milkshakes in front of them. Yes. Kimi and Chacha cheered as they started drinking their strawberry milkshakes. Naruto then took some strawberries and put them in a small dish bowl and put it in front of Matabi and took away the bowl that she had just finished. Matabi gave a cute meow and licked Naruto's cheek as a thanks. Anytime, Matabi. Naruto said as he placed her down onto the ground, letting her enjoy her strawberries. Well, I'm going to bed. Naruto said as he headed for the loft. Already? Izuki said. It's nighttime and I need to get up pretty early to train if I want to be ready to take on Bishan soon. Naruto said as he jumped up to the loft and laid down on his bed mat. Naruto then tried to sense if any of the girls were paying attention to him as he carefully took out a bottle of sake and carefully opened it. Naruto grinned as he was about to drink it, but then he heard Izuki's voice. Naruto, I swear if you have a bottle of sake up there that's about to touch your lips, I will take it from you and slam it on top of your head. Izuki said, menacingly, scaring the crap out of Naruto. Well, night girls. Naruto quickly said as he capped the bottle of sake and put it away and pulled the covers over his body as closed his eyes and quickly went to sleep. Jiraiya finally released the jutsu and fell onto his back as he started panting and sweating from all the chakra he lost. I'm going to bed. Jiraiya said as he tried getting up. But you said you'd teach me to use that jutsu. Sakura said to Jiraiya as the toad sage finally got up from the ground. Sakura, look outside, it's late. Jiraiya said. Everyone looked outside to see it was pitch black outside. How long have we been here? Everyone thought. Oh crap. I gotta get home before my mom kills me. Kiba shouted as he and Akamaru ran out the door. Same here. Ino shouted as she ran out the door as well. Damn it, I'm still going to hold you to that jutsu, pervert. Sakura said as she ran out the door. Well, I better get home. It was nice seeing how Naruto was doing. Kakashi said as he along with Sai, Sasuke and Enko shushined out of the room. Gotta say, the kid's doing well. Jiraiya said as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Agreed. Tsunade said with a nod. You two are just saying that because he's just like you two. Shizune said. Doesn't matter, he's matured and that's what's important. Jiraiya said, shrugging his shoulder. Anyway, so what are you planning on doing about those jewels? I'll assign teams to find them starting tomorrow. Tsunade said. Good, I'll see you later. Jiraiya said before shushing away. Tsunade sighed as she took out a bottle of sake. Tsunade-sama. Shizune shouted her mentor's name. What? I'm an adult, so don't treat me like Naruto. Tsunade said, uncorking her bottle and started drinking her sake. Naruto, Takeru and Kengo were sitting in the classroom the next morning waiting for class to start. Kengo and Takeru decided to stop wearing their jackets and decided to wear short-sleeve dress shirts while Naruto stuck to his usual long-sleeve red shirt and black dress jacket combo. Look, I'm serious, you pretty much took most of the girls from the security committee. Kengo said. Okay, I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I am saying that there's someone you still got a chance with. Naruto said, drinking some soda. Himegami-sama. Kengo exclaimed with hope in his eyes with the smile to back it up. Hell no. She doesn't see you that way, and even if you tried something with her, then you'd have to deal with me. Naruto said with a glare. Oh, calm down. Kengo said with a shrug, but then he sensed a dark aura making him turn to see Naruto next to him, giving him a serious glare that only an elder brother would have. I mean it, Kengo, it's one thing to talk a perverted game, but if you try something on her, I will crush every single one of your bones with my bare hands. Naruto threatened as he crushed his soda can, scaring the crap out of Kengo. Every single one. Naruto said as he continued to glare at Kengo with eyes that shockingly resembled Himegami's. You know, seeing your eyes this way makes me see why people think you're Himegami's older brother. Kengo said, freaked out by the glare. Nice to see you are protective of those you see as siblings. Takeru said with a sweat drop. Oh, that reminds me. Naruto then tightly wrapped his arm around Takeru's neck, choking him a bit. You better treat Inaho Imouto with the proper respect, seeing as you're her fiancé, and you better do the same to Harune, she's really been busting her ass for you. Naruto said with a dangerous grin as he tightened his grip on Takeru's neck. Alright, got it, now can you please let go of me? Takeru begged. Naruto ni, you don't have to be so scary to Takeru-sama, he'll be a great fiancé and future husband. Inaho said with a cat-like smile, happy to see that Naruto was looking out for her, Haruko and Himegami. He better be or else. Naruto said, releasing Takeru, allowing the reddish-haired teen to breathe as Naruto sat back down in his seat. Oh, and Kengo, Himegami will not give you or any other man the time of day. What? Then who do you think I should go for? Uruchi. Kengo questioned. Nah, I think that girl's hot for Haruko ne. Naruto said, making Kengo and Takeru have blood shoot out of their noses while Inaho blushed red. Yeah, I know, but truth be told, Kengo, I think Yuka would be more suited for you. What? Kengo exclaimed with surprise. She's into perverted stuff, so that's a gold mine for you, but I'll admit I think she's really into some kinky shit. She's probably more perverted than Chacha-chan. Okay, maybe that one's debatable, but I think you and her would really hit it off. Naruto said. You know, I agree, plus she's the only one in the group I can think of who wouldn't hit you. Takeru said. I don't know. Kengo said, thinking it over. He found Yuka hot, but would he really take the chance? Suddenly Tamika gently clapped her hands together, meaning that class had just started. It's time, everyone go back to your seats now. Tamika said with her usual smile. I have someone very special to introduce to you. This is our new exchange student, she'll be with us until summer. Her name is Syria. Hi I'm so excited to be here with you guys. Syria said with a smile and a peace sign at the set of her face. Oh look, it's the schoolgirl stereotype, she'll fit right in. Kurama said as he and Naruto then started laughing at that joke. Dude, no way. Are you Syria Otsuka? The pop star from America? Shut up. That's me. How's it going? Syria said, giving a wink to the class. All the male students were freaking out at the sight of her, except for Kengo, who was containing himself of the excitement, Takeru, who was only surprised, but wasn't all that excited, and Naruto, who didn't know what the hell all the fuss was about. Wow, I had no idea she was a superstar. Everyone knows her. Takaru said. How do you not know who she is? There are people even lamer than you who have her CDs, plus she's freakishly hot, but no matter how hard she tries she's no Heimgami. Kengo said. Amen. Heimgami's fan club comprising of Tanaka, Kobayashi and Yamada cheered with agreement. Hey guys, what's a pop star? Naruto asked. Smile Takaru tilde. The boys turned to see Siriya taking a picture of Takaru with her cell phone. Siriya smiled as she put away her phone and jumped at Takaru giving him a hug. I'm so glad I found you. Siriya exclaimed with joy as she then cupped Takaru's cheeks and made him stare into her eyes that show immense affection. What are the chances we're in the same class? I think they call that fate or something, don't they? Siriya said seductively, making Takaru look at her with shock and starting to babble. What is going on? Anaho shouted, waving her arms around. I don't think fate has anything to do with you hitting on my fiancé. Huh? You have any idea who this is? Siriya asked Takaru. That's Anaho, she's in our class. Takaru answered. Soon to be in your family. Don't forget you and I are going to be husband and wife someday. Anaho exclaimed. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Congrats. When's the wedding? And where? And more importantly, how many kids are you planning to have? Siriya asked, making Anaho feel nervous about her questions. What? Anaho said, feeling her heart beat 1,000,000 times per second as she was feeling immensely nervous. Oh, so I guess you haven't had time to figure all that out. Siriya said with a cocky smile and mocking eyes. That means you're still fair game to become my part-time lover tilde, Siriya said as she cupped Takaru's blushing cheeks as the reddish-haired teen had a nervous look on his face, and all the while Kengo glared at the interaction and Naruto blinked with shock and confusion. She's so mean tilde, Anaho whined. Oh, don't cry Imouto. Naruto said, hugging Anaho, giving her comfort with the orange-haired girl hugging him back, accepting the comfort he was providing her. Naruto glared at Siriya with annoyance. I guess all the Venus members are bitches in their own right. Naruto thought. That's called cheating. If he did it once, he'll do it again. You're better off just walking away while you still can. Kengo said with a dull annoyed look and his arms crossed. And if not, then they'll put him out of his misery for good. Kengo said with a smirk as he pointed to the male population of the class surrounding Takaru looking like a clan of zombies. Hey Takaru, we're sick of you claiming all the hot girls. One of the zombie-looking students said. Oh shit. Naruto and Takaru thought with worry. Can we talk about this? Takaru asked, hoping that they could, even though he knew they wouldn't. You're so brave to fight all these guys alone. Siriya said with an admiring smile. Bye cutie. Siriya walked away as she waved goodbye. That's not what I want. Takaru said with a sweat drop expression, and then suddenly the boys started ganging up on him, but Naruto ran at them and punched them all, sending them back. Thanks Naruto. No problem, but either get up and we'll fight together or else I'll kick your ass for just being a spectator. Naruto said as he and Takaru got into their fighting stances and started fighting the rest of the boys. Oh my, it always surprises me how violent boys can be. Tomiko said, looking at the violence with surprise. Risensumashu. Naruto shouted as he sent several boys through the classroom wall, sending them flying into the sky with every single one of them screaming. In the gym, the sky blue beauty Garrett had just performed a great gymnastic jump off a giant stack of wood, which impressed all the girls, fueling Garrett with confidence of her being absolutely perfect. But then Isuki did an even greater jump which made all the girls think she was better, which made Garrett glare at her smirking face. Yanda suddenly started running towards the stack of wood and jumped atop of it, and then jumped high and gracefully with an image of rose petals surrounding her. All the spectators looked at her with amazement as they watched her beautiful performance right from when she was in the air and then landed onto the floor gently as the rose petals vanished. She's like a ballerina that flies. A girl said as they all stared at Yan with new admiration. Garrett and Isuki just glared at Yan, who just smirked smugly at them, and as they were doing so, black auras that were making the other girls feel uneasy. Suddenly several bodies came through the wall and into the gym. All the girls looked to see that they were several boys who were beaten pretty badly. Damn you, Naruto, one of the boys said. Oh god, Naruto, what did you do now? Isuki said, pinching the bridge of her nose. Naruto-kun did this. My, he sure is impressive. Garrett said with a smile as she cupped her cheeks. What? Isuki shouted as she glared at Garrett. He is a pretty powerful. Too bad his potential is being wasted. Yan said with a smirk. The both of you stay away from him or else. Isuki warned the two with a glare. Tilda scared that he'll forget about you and move on to a real woman. Yan teased. Just admit it, Isuki, you can't please Naruto forever unlike someone like myself. Garrett said, flipping her sky blue hair. I will tear your heads off. Isuki said as the dark aura surrounding the three intensified, making the rest of the girls shiver with fear as they all felt uneasy. In the nurse's office, Naruto was having his nose treated by Aki as it bled from his fight earlier. What happened to you? Aki asked Naruto as she treated Naruto's nose. It looks like you were trying to steal some honey from a beehive. Aki said with a smile. I helped Takaru out in a fight against jealous boys and I took a punch to the nose for him. Naruto answered. That red-haired hentai lover owes me. Naruto said as he slightly glared to the side as he crossed his arms. Aki then stood up as she turned to her cabinets. Now where did I put the bandages? Aki wondered as she walked towards the cabinet. Aki opened one of them and reached for the top shelf. Goodness, they're really packed in there. Aki said, reaching for the top shelf. That's deep. Aki said. Naruto turned to her to only for his nose to bleed again as he stared at Aki's green panties as her skirt was riding up. So hard, I can't reach it. Aki said. Aki then started making sounds that sounded like she was having sex. I'm so close. Aki said, sounding a bit out of breath. Need some help there, Aki-chan sensei? Naruto asked as he tried to look away, but Aki was one of those women who were too sexy to ignore. No, I think I can get tea, suddenly Aki screamed as she fell from the stool. Naruto noticed right away and quickly dashed at Aki and grabbed her bridal style, saving her from crashing to the ground. You okay? Naruto asked as he looked down into Aki's eyes. Aki stared into Naruto's eyes as she nodded dumbly. That's good. Naruto said with a smile. Suddenly Aki started to lean in with her lips inching close to his. Suddenly Aki's lips pressed against Naruto, which shocked him immensely. After a moment of staring at Aki, Naruto closed his eyes and returned the kiss as the two then found their own rhythm as they started to make out. Hey Aki-sensei, is Naruto? Takaru came in only to see Naruto make out with Aki as he carried her bridal style. Whoa! Takaru exclaimed, shocking Naruto and Aki from their makeout session. Anyway, thanks for fixing me up, Aki-sensei. I'll see you later. Naruto quickly said as he placed Aki back onto her feet as he then headed for the exit. Kengo's right. You are a lucky bastard. Takaru said with a smile and a pair of eye smiles. Shut up. Naruto said as he pushed a giggling Takaru out of the office as the two best friends left. Once Aki was alone, she touched her lips and smiled. It was even better than I ever could have imagined. Aki thought as she still smiled. Team Venus was inside the security committee room hanging out, with the pink-haired pop star of the group looking at the picture of Takaru she took earlier with a giggle. I gotta say, I'm surprised Siria's taken this much of an interest. Yan said with a smirk as she twirled her ponytail. And you haven't. Demetra said with her own smirk, making Yan blush a bit as she looked to the side. He truly is the most wonderful knight. Siria said with a smile as she glanced at Takaru's picture one more time before closing her phone. He's finally come to rescue me just like the storybook said he would. Siria said as sparkles danced around her face. Yes, I believe he has. Demetra said with a smile as she remembered the words Haruko said to her back in their cooking class together. Let Tenbi be a paradise for you too. Give it a fair chance and try to have fun. The time and place honestly don't matter when it comes to falling in love. So do whatever you will until the commander gives his orders. Demetra said with a smile. Will you tell him how you feel? Alalo asked. You should. Lilu said with a smile. It's up to you. Do whatever you feel is right. Yen said, trying to sound supportive. I want to date him, but well, you know. Siria said. Don't start. You're fine just the way you are. You don't need to change anything, I promise. Demetra said. She's right. Just be yourself, that's all that really matters to him. Yan said. How fun, I wanna help you. Alalo said with a small smile. Yeah, so do I. Lilu agreed with her own smile. You guys. Syria said with a grateful smile as her eyes sparkled. Thank you. And hey, Yan, we can also help you get with Naruto. Syria said with excitement, causing Yan to blush. Let's focus on your boy troubles first. Yan said, still blushing. Team Venus were now in a dark room as they turned on a projector that showed a picture of Takaru. That's our target, Takaru Oyama from room class 1B. Demetra said. You've got to be kidding me. Yan said. He looks healthy. In fact, lately he's been training and exercise with Naruto, so that's an upside. Other than that, he has no other real hobbies or interests, unless you count his obsession with sweater puppets. Demetra said. Then he is really going to like you, Syria. Alalo said. And your jugs. Lilu said. Syria just giggled as she held her breasts, pushing them up and pressing them together. To be honest, I don't understand what she sees in him. Yan said. Well, to be honest, I don't see what you see in Naruto. Syria said. Okay girls, calm yourselves, we have more to talk about. Demetra said. Either way this should be a breeze. Yan said. I don't know about that. There are at least 3 other girls he's pretty attached to. Demetra said as she changed the picture to a picture of Anaho. First is Anaho Kushia, a first-year student. She claims to be his fiancé, although he's never asked her to marry him. She's also obsessed with candy. Anaho was on the toilet as she sighed in relief, but then she suddenly sneezed. Someone must be talking about her. Then there's Haruko Amaya, second year. She and the target have known each other since they were kids. They're not romantically involved, but she's very interested in his affairs. Demetra said. Haruko was undressing when she suddenly sneezed. She wondered if somebody was talking about her. Kodama Himegami is another second-year student. No sign of an actual relationship is present, but they did go on at least one date. Demetra said. Himegami was in her bathtub enjoying the warm water. She sighed in relief as she placed her hands behind her head. Talk about heaven. Himegami said with a relaxed smile. All of a suddenly she sneezed. She thought someone may have been talking about her. She thought that it was maybe a pervert. And now we move on to the next target. Demetra said as she changed to a picture of Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, first year. I believe we all know him. She said, getting a nod from everyone. But during his stay here, which wasn't long, he had changed, becoming someone different compared to the one we've seen in the manga and anime. How so? Alalo asked. Has he changed that much? Lilu asked. Greatly. Ever since his stay here, he's been training almost daily, which helped build his physique. His intelligence has increased, which is a shock, and his strength and power have increased. Athletic, plays guitar, speaks multiple languages, a gentleman, and is an excellent cook. He's considered a catch around here. Demetra said. I can see why. You got good taste, Yan. Syria said. Truthfully, Yan only liked Naruto because he was a brave and powerful young man, unlike ones she's seen in the past. That was rare for her to find. Like Takaru, he's attached to at least 3 girls. Demetra said, changing the picture to Kimi. Kimi Sato, a second year. She's in love with manga, anime, anything else related really, so of course she'd have an attachment to Naruto. She has a grand crush on him. Demetra explained. Kimi was reading a manga of Naruto, that she has been reading lately, all thanks to the real one, when she suddenly sneezed. Thanks to her knowledge of anime and manga, she believed someone was talking about her. Then there's Chacha Akaza, another second year. Her best friend is Kimi Sato, and just like her she loves manga and anime, so she also has an attachment to Naruto. Like Kimi, she has feelings for Naruto, in fact she always tries to get in bed with him. Demetra said, making Syria blush red while Yan glared at her picture. Chacha was looking in the mirror of a changing room she was in, liking the underwear she was examining to see if Naruto would love to see her wear it. She then suddenly sneezed, which made her wonder if someone was talking about her, maybe it was Naruto. And that thought got her excited. Finally is Isuki Shinatsu, also second year. Out of the 3 girls, she's the most responsible. She tries to make Naruto more responsible, which makes her very close to him. Demetra said. Izuki was busy working on her cardio on the school track, but then she suddenly sneezed. She thought it was a normal sneeze and that it had nothing to do with someone talking about her. As Syria and Yan try to get to know the two better, it's highly possible that Theses 6 will feel threatened and become an obstacle for us. Demetra said as she turned off the projector. It's going to be more difficult for you Yan, because he's gone on at least one date with each of the girls he's attached to, so that makes their bond even stronger. Looks like there's only one thing left to do. Yan said. We must eliminate them. Alalo said. All of them. Lilu said. We begin the operation tomorrow. Even though this will be a simple task, as Venus members, quality is still mandatory. For the sake of our name. Demetra said. And also for Syria and Yuyan. Syria then opened her cell phone and looked at Takaru's picture again. Oh Takaru. Takaru walked down the path towards him home with Naruto, when he stopped and suddenly sneezed. You okay? Naruto asked. Yeah. Just a sneeze. Takaru said. Maybe some hot girl is talking about you. Naruto said with a grin. Even though I'd like that, after today, I think I'd rather not like that, at least not for a while. Takaru said. Amen. Naruto said. But it would still be nice. Takaru said with a smile. Amen. Naruto agreed with a nod. Come on, I have some sake hidden away at the house. Be nice to have a drink after all that fighting. Takaru said. Agreed. Now let's move before the girls catch up. Naruto said as he and Takaru sprinted to their homes. By the way, have I told you lately that you look better without your glasses? The next day, Naruto and Takaru walked into their class to see Kengo sighing. Rejected by Yuka? Naruto asked. No. I haven't even asked her out yet. Kengo retorted. Scared then? Naruto asked with a smirk. No. Kengo Usui is never afraid. Kengo shouted. Then you have 24 hours to prove me wrong or else I'll start calling you a chicken shit. Naruto said. Fine. But in retaliation, I'll call you a dumbass for doubting me. Kengo exclaimed as Naruto sat down in his seat. So, did you get your homework done? Takaru asked. Is this one of those after-school specials where you teach me about life? Kengo asked sarcastically. You need to learn a little bit more about life. Naruto mumbled. I heard that. Kengo shouted. You were supposed to. Naruto shouted back. Takaru just slightly laughed at his best friend's interaction. What's gotten into you Kengo? Takaru asked. It's more like what's not or who's not into me. We've been at this school for 2 months and not one girl has asked me out yet. I've never felt more invisible. What's the point of being here? Kengo said. Keep talking like that and don't start. Kengo shouted, interrupting Naruto with a glare. I'll start saying you suck. Go fuck yourself. Kengo shouted as he crossed his arms and looked away from Naruto. Naruto and Takaru then dug into their bags only to find love letters in them, making them blush. Look at this. Takaru said, but then Naruto smacked him in the back of the head, making Takaru realize Kengo would freak on them for having them, so the two put away the letters so they can read them later. What? What's up? Why is Takaru shaking up like a chihuahua? Kengo asked. I was just thinking about how bad I want a girlfriend too. Takaru said with a nervous smile as he scratched the back of his head. Smooth. Naruto thought with dull eyes. You don't have enough already? Kengo questioned with annoyance. Good morning, fiancé. I hope you slept well. Anaho said, walking up next to Takaru with a smile. Hey Anaho. Takaru said. It looks like somebody's in a great mood today tilde, Anaho chimed. Who, me? Of course he's in a good mood, why wouldn't he be? Yeah, I would be too if I had a hot fiancé and didn't have to worry about finding a date. Kengo said. Anaho had an opened mouth, cat-like smile as she blushed at Kengo's words. You think I'm a hot fiancé? Anaho said as she looked to the side with slight embarrassment as she felt flattered by the comment. Well, you are Imouto. You're one of the best-looking girls I've ever seen. Hell, you're one of the best-looking ones to exist in my opinion. Naruto added, making Anaho blush even more. Even you think I'm hot, Nisama? Anaho said, blushing red with a smile as she looked down at her feet. So listen, Takaru started as he turned to Kengo. P.S. This is for cheating on her with Himegami. Kengo said as somehow Takaru got hit in the head with an anime arrow. This is for having Haruko make you lunch every day. Kengo growled as another anime arrow hit Takaru's head. And this is for the new girl who's throwing herself at you for no reason. Kengo raised his voice with an even greater growl as another arrow hit Takaru, making him fall to the floor. What kind of stuff are you slipping these girls that's making them like you so much? And would it kill you to leave one for me? Kengo shouted as he grabbed Takaru and started shaking him violently. And you. Don't think I've forgotten about you, manga boy. You even think of trying something on me, then you can forget about Yuka because this classroom will be your grave. Naruto warned with a glare. Kengo and Naruto ni said I'm a hot fiancé. Anaho said with joy as her eyes were replaced by hearts. After class, Naruto and Takaru escaped outside to get as far away from Kengo as possible. Takaru was sitting up against a tree while Naruto leaned against the same one. Dear Takaru, how are you? Just wanted to say that I haven't stopped talking about you since the first moment we met. I'm overwhelmed by the passion in your eyes even if they meet mine for just a moment. The color of your eyes are exotic and your arms make you look so strong. I can't help but imagine what it would feel like to have them wrapped around me. Giggle. I want to meet you. I'll meet you at the parking lot, today after school. There's something I've wanting to ask you for a very long time. I hope you'll think about it. Love, your secret admirer. Takaru read his letter aloud. Wow, she sounds super into you. Naruto said to Takaru. It's finally happened. The thing lonely guys all over the world dream about. A secret admirer. I never thought I'd have one. Takaru said with excitement. What did your secret admirer write to you? Takaru asked. Dear Naruto, I won't waste your time, so I'll get to the point. You've caught my interest. It's not easy to do that. I'm not used to even writing this stuff, let alone say it, but you're so handsome. Your eyes are dazzling, you're so strong and muscular and I can't help but want to know more about you. Meet me after school in the mall. Love, your secret admirer. Naruto read. Nice. Takaru complimented. I'll admit I dreamt of this too, but hot damn I never thought I'd be so lucky. Naruto said with a blush and smile. We cannot tell Yusui. He'd go crazy. Naruto told Takaru. Agreed. Takaru said with a nod as he turned back to his letter. The fact that our admirers didn't say who they were says a lot. They're willing to see what we want to do, no pressure. Mine is passionate and patient. She's perfect. Takaru said with a smile. Who knows, maybe it's Haruko-ne-chan. Naruto said. Haruko. Takaru wondered as he imagined Haruko smiling at him and giggling as she blew kiss at him with a wink. I don't know about that. Takaru said with a smile and a blush. Hey, and maybe your secret admirer is Isuki. Isuki-chan. Naruto wondered as he imagined Isuki with her arm behind her back in a sexy way as she winked at him and blew him a kiss. Well, I'm not sure if that's true. Naruto said with a smile and blush as he lightly scratched his now red cheek. Anyway, let's get back before Kengo becomes suspicious and tries to track us down. Naruto said. Agreed. Takaru agreed. Unknown to the two, Kengo was listening in on the two with the classic two cups tied together by a string to help you listen in on your targets. Seriously, how the hell does that even work? At school, inside the security committee room, Kengo was telling, or more like complaining, to Haruko, Himegami and Isuki about what he had learned. Can you believe that crap? And now those jerks get love letters, of course. Kengo complained to the three girls who were having lunch. Is those girls so overcome by their feelings for them that they can't even face them? I don't get it. Maybe it's a trick and they really want to beat them up. Himegami said with a cocky smile and laughed a bit as she drank from her soda can. Somebody wrote Takaru a love letter. I wonder who it was. Haruko wondered, feeling jealous. Who the hell wrote that blonde baka a love letter? Isuki wondered, feeling jealous just like Haruko. It is just killing the two of you, isn't it? Himegami questioned with a teasing look on her face. Kill who? What? Of course not. Just because some skank loves Taki doesn't make him great or anything. Haruko said with a blush and an annoyed look as she closed her eyes. Same goes for the baka Naruto. 1,000 girls can like him, I'm happy for him, I simply don't care. Isuki said, having the same look as Haruko's. Agreed. Haruko agreed as she took a sip of her drink. You two really are the most pathetic liars. Himegami said with a cocky smile. Watch it, Himegami. Isuki warned the blonde with a glare. You know what's funny? Those two bastards thought that it was you two who wrote them those letters. Kengo said. What? The two questioned with shock. Yeah, you should have seen their blushing faces. Who knows, maybe it's Haruko-ne-chan. Hey, and maybe your secret admirer is Isuki. Those two were so dazed about the idea, I thought that they would dance with excitement. Kengo said. The two blushed red as they thought about what Kengo said. Taki actually likes me. Maybe, I might, Haruko thought with a small smile as she blushed. Naruto thinks of me like that. Does that mean that idiot, Isuki thought with her own small smile and blush. Ah, what adorable looks on your faces. Anything special the two of you are thinking of? Himegami teased with a teasing smile. Butt out. Isuki said with narrowed eyes. What if something's wrong with these girls and we need to help them? Someone probably put roofies in their drinks, making them think dating those douches is a good idea. Kengo said. Oh, would you shut it? Just ask her out before you give me a migraine with this stupid, I'm lonely and I want a girlfriend, now. Attitude. Isuki said. Ask who out? One of the admirers. Kengo asked. No, I mean her. You know, the girl Naruto suggested you should ask out. Isuki said. What? He told you? Kengo exclaimed with a blush, earning a smirk from Isuki. Well, I mean I. Naruto was right, you are a chicken shit. Isuki said, taking a sip from her soda. I am not. Kengo shouted. Suddenly the door opened, making them turn to see Furin and Yuka. Kengo stared at Yuka with a blush as he thought about doing what Naruto and Isuki said. He was thinking about not doing so, but then that would most likely lead to Naruto calling him a chicken shit forever. Hello. Kengo greeted, feeling extremely nervous in Yuka's presence. Damn it. What's wrong with me? I've never acted this way around a girl before. Kengo thought with a blush. There's a problem. Someone decided to dump a bunch of trash at the shrine behind the clock tower and also played artist by putting graffiti all over the gym. Furin said. Really? Why? Haruko asked, standing up from her seat. What a messed up and random thing to do to the shrine. Himegami shouted. Do we know who might have done it? Not a clue, and that's why I need you and Haruko to figure it out and get back to me while Isuki and Kengo deal with the graffiti. Furin said. I'd rather work alone. Isuki said as she stood up, walked past Furin and Yuka and left. Either way, I'd really appreciate it. Furin said. Good news, you get to start the investigation right away. We even got permission from the teacher to check out the property. Yuka said with a smile. Pros and cons of dating Yuka. Pros. Someone hot, nice-sized breasts, perverted from what I heard from Naruto, and speaking of the blonde turd, I'd get to rub it in his face for doubting my skills. Cons. Can't really think of one at the moment. Kengo thought. As Himegami and Haruko left the room, Furin and Yuka started leaving, so Kengo had to act now. Kengo then dashed and appeared in front of Yuka, surprising her. Yuka, could I speak with you for a moment? Kengo asked, but then he noticed Furin was still with them. Alone. Kengo added. Actually, she needs to. Actually, Furin, I'll meet up with you later, trust me. Yuka said, waving her friend off. Furin just blinked her eyes before she sighed and walked away. Okay, the third wheel is gone, and honestly I didn't expect myself to get this far. Kengo thought. So what is it you wanted to speak with me about? Yuka asked. Well, Kengo stuttered as his cheeks reddened. Come on, Kengo. Are you going to let that douche feel superior? Hell no. Ask her out. Just take a deep breath. Kengo then did what his mind said. Now count to 3 and say what you need to say. Kengo then counted to 3 in his head and then asked Yuka with a bow. Yuka, will you go out on a date with me? Yuka blinked in surprise. She did not expect that at all. Oh, well, I must say you caught me by surprise there. Yuka said with a smile. Yeah, I surprised myself with that too. Kengo thought. Truth be told, I don't know how to answer. Yuka said. Then please, answer yes. Kengo said as he then grabbed her hand, making her eyes widen a bit as she stared into his eyes. Please, give me a chance to show you that I am worthy. I beg of you. Kengo said, trying to sound as romantic as possible. Yuka just blinked as she continued to look into his eyes. All right then. Yuka said with her trademark smile. Really? Yes. Kengo cheered as he released her hand and jumped into the air. As Kengo heard Yuka giggle, he stopped jumping and put his hands in his pocket as he started acting cool. I mean, that's cool. You don't have to put up that cool guy act around me. I rather like how you acted a moment ago. Yuka said with a smile. Really? Kengo asked, earning a nod from her, making him smile. Thanks, it means a lot hearing that from you. Kengo said, still smiling as Yuka smiled back. Guess this wasn't such a bad idea. In a way, I got to thank Naruto for this. I wonder how he's doing. In Class 1B, last period of the day, Naruto and Takaru were waiting patiently for school to end so that they could meet their secret admirers. Did you get all of that? Looks like class is over. See you tomorrow. Everyone be safe on your way home today, okay? Tamika said with a smile before she left. As everyone started to get up and leave, Anaho turned to where Takaru usually sat. Ready to go, Taki. When I'm done here then but Anaho stopped speaking as she saw that not only was Takaru gone, but also Naruto. Kengo groaned as he stared at their empty seats. Those bastards. Oh well, no concern for me, cause I've got a date. Kengo said with a smirk as he crossed his arms. Where did you go? Takaru tilde. Come out tilde. Anaho said with a smile as she started looking around for her fiancé. Takaru made his way merrily down the hallway with Naruto by his side, with the blonde just walking casually. You're pretty excited. Naruto said with a smirk. Can't be helped. I've got an admirer to meet. Takaru said with a smile. Naruto just sighed as he shook his head with a smile at his best friend's behavior. Just letting you guys know, I'm only focusing on Naruto's date, and for those who want to see episodes of the first season then go to watch cartoons. That website has the dubbed versions along with other dubbed anime, subbed anime, cartoons, etc. So just letting you guys know. Where is he? Chacha wondered as she searched for Naruto with Kimi. I don't know. We always meet up at lunch and now I'm worried because we still can't find him. Kimi said with worry. I'm sure if we keep looking we'll find him. After all, like Naruto-kun, we should never give up. Cha-Cha cheered with a huge grin and her fist pumped. Kimi couldn't help but smile at her friend's determination. Right. Kimi said, still smiling and with a pair of eye smiles. As they continued their search for their crush, Cha-Cha accidentally kicked something, making her look down to see a bag filled with manga. No way. Look what I found. Cha-Cha said as she grabbed the bag and showed it to Kimi. Wow. Kimi said, but then she noticed a trail of them. Look, there's more. Kimi said with shimmering eyes as she pointed at the trail. Awesome. Let's collect them all. Cha-Cha cheered with an excited grin as she and Kimi followed the trail, collecting the bags of manga along the way. As they collected the bags, they noticed something sitting against a tree. Upon closer inspection they noticed that it was a dummy that looked like Naruto holding the latest manga of himself. Oh wow, it looks just like him. But why would someone make a dummy of Naruto-kun and just leave him here? Kimi wondered. It's a trick. Cha-Cha said as she quickly took the manga away from the dummy's clutches. You're lucky you look cute or else you'd be in big trouble with Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha said to the dummy, as if it were really alive. We better tell the security committee about this. Naruto-kun might be in trouble. Kimi said with new worry. Right. Cha-Cha agreed as the two ran towards the security committee room. Observing from a nearby tree, Alalu and Lilu looked on as Cha-Cha and Kimi ran towards the school's entrance. They're not as dumb as the one who's obsessed with candy. Alalu said. Agreed. Lilu said in agreement. Naruto entered the mall and waited for his secret admirer. I wonder who she is. She sounded confident and strong, but from her letter she seemed to have been new to these feelings. It sounds awfully familiar, but who? Who does it sound like? Naruto thought in wonder. So you showed up. Naruto turned only to have an anime-style shocked look on his face as he saw Yan smiling at him. Oh crap, it's Miss Serious and Smug. She wrote that damn love letter. Wait, then maybe the one who wrote Takaru his letter was that Syria chick. Naruto thought as he then calmed his nerves and started acting casual. Oh, hey, Yan, right. I see you remembered my name. Yan said, flipping her hair. How can I forget a beautiful face like that? Naruto said, trying to act charming. Charming, aren't you? Yan said. Well, we're here, we buried the hatchet after that Robo Orochi incident, so why can't I show a little charm? Naruto said with a smirk. He then took out the love letter and showed it to her. So this was you. Gotta say, I'm surprised since this doesn't seem like your MO. Naruto said. Girls gotta try something to catch a boy's attention. Yan said. Guess that's true. Naruto said. Come on. Yan said, grabbing Naruto's wrist as she started dragging him deeper into the mall. So where are we going? Naruto asked. I'll let you decide. Yan said. Oh no, this was your idea, so we do what you want to do. Naruto said. Yan looked surprised when she heard this. So I ask again, what do you want to do? Naruto asked with a smirk. Yan then stopped as she released Naruto's wrist, making the blonde look at her with a raised eyebrow. I don't know, Yan said. I'm sure if you think about it for a second something will come up. Naruto said. After a moment of silence, Yan turned to Naruto with her eyes looking to the ground. Listen, I've never been on a date before. Yan said. That doesn't really shock me that much. Naruto thought, having a feeling the reason she never was on one before was because she always scared men away and rejected the brave ones. So you're not sure what you want to do? Naruto asked. Yan continued to look down to the ground, not having the ability to tell him, which shocked her because she never felt this way before. Naruto felt sorry for her, so he started to think of something she might like, until he got an idea. You ever been to a hibachi grill? Naruto asked with a smirk, making Yan look at him. Come on, I'm sure you'll love it. Naruto said with a smile as he extended his hand to her. Yan looked at his hand for a moment before she suddenly developed a soft smile as she grabbed his hand as he then led her towards one of his most favorite restaurants. Unknown to the two, they were being watched. I have to say, that was pretty fun. Yan said with a smile. Told you. And I got to say, I was impressed how you caught those 5 shrimps you demanded the chef flip in the air all at once. I've never seen someone move as quickly as you before. Naruto said with his own smile. Suddenly they heard what sounded like yipping, making them look to see a pet store with people watching a litter of puppies playing in a pen outside. Look at this bunch. Naruto said as he walked to the pen and saw the puppies yipping and cutely barking. Yan walked up next to him and looked at the puppies with uncaring eyes. What's wrong? Don't like puppies? Naruto asked. No. Just feeling bored just looking at them. After all, they're nothing special. Yan said with an uncaring look on her face. Come on, you really think these cute little guys are nothing special? Naruto said with a smile as he picked up one of the puppies. Including this little guy? Naruto asked with a smirk as he showed Yan the puppy who barked cutely. You look this little one in the face and tell him he's nothing special. Naruto said. Yan then leaned in towards the puppy and said. You are nothing special. Naruto then pulled the puppy back and had a thinking look on his face. You hear that, pup? I wonder how we can convince her otherwise. Naruto said as he then brought the pup's mouth to his ear. Oh. Great idea. Naruto said with a grin as he then brought the pup to Yan's face as the pup then started licking her cheek. Hey, quit it. Yan said, but the puppy refused as he continued to lick Yan's cheek. Stop it. Giggle, I mean it. Giggle. Yan couldn't resist as she started to giggle from the puppy's ticklish licks. Enough. Yan shouted as she pushed Naruto's hands with the puppy in them away. That's it with the puppy licks. Yan said, but then the puppy barked cutely and licked her nose. Yan blinked her eyes before she giggled with a smile on her face. There's a smile. Naruto said with a grin as put the puppy in Yan's arms. Yan looked at the puppy with a bit of an uneasy expression, but as she stared at the puppy's adorable face, she couldn't help but give a small smile, but then the puppy starting licking her face, making her giggle. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he saw Yan finally smile. Wow, you actually got her to smile. Kurama said with shock. Yeah. Naruto replied back through his thoughts as he then admired her smiling face. She actually has a very beautiful smile. Naruto thought. Kurama couldn't help but for some reason smile. Apparently the book Naruto was based on was right. He really does have a way with people and doing the unpredictable. After spending time with the puppies, Naruto and Yan left and were now sitting at a table underneath an umbrella as they enjoyed some smoothies. They then noticed that people were staring and admiring someone at a table. They turned to see that everyone was looking at Jiraiya, who was with Takaru. Well, look who we crossed paths with. Naruto said with a smirk. Let's go. Yan said, standing up from her seat. Naruto wondered why she wanted to leave, but he had the feeling that she didn't want to interrupt Jiraiya's date and vice versa, so he stood up and decided to leave with her, but before he left, he noticed that Takaru noticed him, so he smirked and nodded at him, with his best friend smirking and nodding to him as well. Well, this was actually, Yan just blushed thinking of the word to say. Nice. Naruto finished for her. Yeah, it actually was. Yan said with a smile. Well then, I'm happy to hear that. Naruto said with a smile. Naruto then noticed a gladiolus flower. He then picked it up and extended it to Yan. What's with the flower? Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. It's a gladiolus. I figured you'd like it. Naruto said. Do you really think that I'm one of those girls who falls head over heels for a man just for giving her a wild flower out of nowhere? Yan said. No. I just figured that you'd like this because of its meaning. Naruto said. Meaning? Yan questioned with a raised eyebrow. The gladiolus means strength. Naruto said. Yan looked at the flower with new interest. I figured that you'd like it because you're one of the strongest women I've ever seen. Naruto said with a small smile as Yan looked at him in shock as she blushed. Like a flower, a beautiful woman means nothing without standing for something. You, like this flower, mean strength. Well, at least to me. Naruto said with a smile. Yan blushed even deeper as she looked at him in the eye. After a moment of staring into each other's eyes, Yan reached for the flower, but she was hesitant, but Naruto then grabbed her hand and placed the flower in her palm as he held her hand. A woman as strong as you should never be afraid, just like this flower. Especially not of herself. I'm glad I got to meet you. Naruto said with a charming smile, making Yan blush even deeper. Yan then leaned in closer, making Naruto's eyes widen as his cheeks blushed. Naruto didn't expect her to do this. Damn his charming nature. But then suddenly he sensed something coming straight at them, so he picked up Yan bridal style and jumped high into the air as sand kunai hit the spot they were standing in just a moment ago. Naruto landed next to a tree as he placed Yan onto her feet. What is with you and your kind, always causing trouble in the middle of a date? Naruto said as he walked out into the open to meet with Bishan. All Bishan did was lift his hand up as it turned into sand and shot towards Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side, but the sand changed direction as it turned into the head of a dragon. Naruto jumped forward, dodging it, but then it changed direction, so he backflipped, jumping over it, but it still followed him. Having enough, Naruto opened his mouth as he shot out his Maken energy like a laser at it, hitting the sand, but it only shrank from the intense power. Naruto moved to the side as the sand barely hit him, and then he sent chakra to his hand as he then sent a downward chop that cut the sand in half. Naruto then he noticed that the sand he separated from Bishan shot towards him. Naruto quickly spun in place as the sand made contact, shredding it. As Naruto stopped, he noticed that sand came back to Bishan. Is that all? Naruto said with a smirk, but then he was sent rocket up to the air as sand came from beneath him. The sand then wrapped itself around him as he was then slammed onto the ground repeatedly. Bishan continued to stare as the sand continued to slam him down, but then he jumped away as a shot of lightning came straight at him. Bishan looked over to see Yan glaring at him. Suddenly Naruto roared with anger as his body exploded with power, destroying the sand. Bishan watched as he landed onto the floor with the blonde glaring at him. Bishaman's arm turned into a sand blade as the hybrid charging at him, with Naruto charging at him as well, with his fist having chakra spiral around it at rapid speeds. As they were closing in on one another, Bishan was ready to slice Naruto in half, but his blade arm was then stopped as he turned to see that it was stopped by a two-tailed whip that Yan was holding. Naruto took the opportunity and slammed his Rasensumushu into Bishaman's chest, but the hybrid turned his body into sand so he now had a hole where the fist went through, but Naruto wasn't done as he roared as his body exploded once more with his Muko energy as Bishaman exploded into sand that scattered around the area. After his power died down, Yan made her way next to Naruto. Thanks. Naruto thanked Yan. Anytime. Pretty impressive power. Yan said with a smile. Same to you. Naruto said with his own smile. So that's your Maken? Naruto asked. It's called Kinban. Yan said tightly gripping the two-tailed whip with a smirk on her face. Suddenly the two noticed that sand started to surround the area. Then suddenly a three-headed dragon charged at them. Naruto grabbed Yan and jumped away from the creature. The creature then turned direction towards them, so Naruto threw Yan in the air as he summoned his energy claws as he started to form a Rasenshuriken and after quickly forming it, he threw it towards the sand hydra. He jumped up in the air as it exploded, making the sand scatter. Naruto managed to catch Yan as he then started floating in the air. Sorry about that. Naruto said to Yan. Suddenly a giant sand fist came speeding towards them. Damn. It's too big. I can't dodge it in time. Naruto thought with worry, but then Takaru came out of nowhere as he summoned Maken energy to his feet as he jumped high into the air with his fist glowing. Maken. Overblow. Takaru shouted as he slammed his fist onto the sand fist making it explode. Takaru then landed onto the floor and turned to Naruto with a smile. Need some help? Takaru called out. Naruto grinned at Takaru, happy to see him best friend helping him. Suddenly a giant sand shark came out of the sand as it charged at Takaru, ready to chomp on him, but then the sand just fell apart. Yeah, I kind of screwed up on the name in the last chapter. Sorry. What the hell happened? Naruto questioned as he landed next to Takaru. Inverse happened. The two turned to see Jiraiya as she made her way to them. Inverse. Naruto questioned. It's my Maken where I reverse the situation in battle. Jiraiya said. What the hell are you wearing? Naruto asked placing Yan back onto her feet. Oh, this is my performing uniform. Jiraiya said showing off her clothing of hot red boots, hot red straps around her thighs, hot red collar wrapped around her neck, hot red one piece that had tassels attached at the bottom of it and fishnet lining on the sides with black straps tied to the side and red bandana along with seafoam green earrings. What exactly was she performing for you? Naruto whispered to Takaru. A private concert. Takaru whispered back. Could have fooled me. Naruto said staring at the attire that reminded him of something a stripper would wear. Suddenly the ground started to shake a little as that sand started moving sporadically. Move! Naruto shouted as the four then moved away from the sand. Suddenly rocketing out from the sand was Bishaman who now had long sand arms with claws with black cursed seal markings all over them, a long tail made of sand with black cursed seal marking on them as well, sandy brown tanuki ears and his sclera were black with yellow iris and his pupils taking the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 dots around it. Bishaman then lifted his arms up and extended them to the four as he shot miniature sand serpent dragons at them. Naruto summoned some green kunai from hands and was about to give 2 to Takaru, but the reddish-haired teen just used his fist to punch one of the sand serpents, easily destroying it, so Naruto just threw the kunai he was generating at the serpents while Yan used her whip and legs to kick them, while Jiraiya used her fists and legs to punch and kick them. The serpents kept coming so Naruto threw green kunai he created at Bishaman, but the hybrid was defended by the sand. Damn it. I should have expected that. Naruto thought with a glare. Naruto then noticed Takaru punching a serpent, but it stabbed him with sand spikes which made his hand and arm bleed and just as a sand serpent charged at him, Naruto got in front of him, breathed in some air and then shot Maken energy from his mouth, destroying the serpent and when a serpent was above him, Takaru jumped into the air and kicked it, destroying it. Takaru landed next to Naruto as the two then used their fists and legs to destroy the serpents. What do we do? Takaru asked. I don't know. Naruto confessed as they continued their attacks. Bishaman continued to send serpents their way, but then a giant shadow surrounded him making him look up to see a giant stone boxing glove that was then slammed down upon him which led to the sand serpents ceasing their attacks. Naruto, Takaru, Jiraiya and Yan looked up to see Chacha, who was the one who used the stone boxing glove, before the glove shrank and became a regular boxing glove as she landed next to them with Kimi running up next to her. Chacha-chan. Kimi-chan. Naruto exclaimed his roommates' names with joy and relief. Chacha then suddenly hugged Naruto with her breasts naturally slamming into his face. We're so glad you're okay. Chacha cheered with a grin. Suddenly a giant pair of jaws came straight at the four, but then a wave of powerful Maken energy hit it and destroyed it. Where did that? Takaru started until he turned to see Haruko along with Anaho, Himegami and Izuki. Takaru then noticed that Haruko had Murakumo in her hands. Nice shot Haruko nay. Naruto complimented as he got his face away from Chacha's globes, but then he noticed Izuki making her way towards him. Panicking, Naruto got out of Chacha's clutches and hid behind Takaru. Hey! Do I look like a human shield? Takaru shouted, but then Izuki pushed him away. Be gentle. Naruto begged. Quit being a pathetic ass and stand up. We're not done yet with this guy. Izuki said with her arms crossed. Naruto then looked up at her for a moment before he stood up. Besides, I plan on beating your ass later. She said with a menacing smile. Great, so it's either I die here or I win just to get my ass beaten hard later. Today is just fantastic. Naruto thought with misery. Suddenly everyone heard a roar from a person as the ground started to shake as it then started to crack. Oh crap. I've seen this before. Naruto thought with new worry. Everyone run. Naruto shouted as they all started to run as the earth started to break and rise until it was then starting to break down into new sand. As everyone continued to run from the spreading destruction, the center of the pool of sand started to rise. As the sand grew in size and height, everyone managed to get far enough away in time to hear Bishaman's voice. Uzumaki Naruto. Face me alone. Or else, they all saw that Bishaman had fully transformed into Shukaku. I'll bury Tenbi into a coffin of sand. Bishaman yelled as he roared in his Biju mode. Naruto stared at the giant creature as he glared at it and gritted his teeth. Naruto knew that he wasn't lying, so he made his way towards the giant beast. Naruto, wait. Takaru made his way to him. Takaru, I have to do this alone. Naruto said. I know. I wanted to give you this. Takaru said, extending a device to him. It's my Maken. What? Naruto said in shock. I'm positive you can use it, so just borrow it for now and take that guy down. Takaru said. Naruto stared at the device for a moment before he grabbed it and then focused his power on it as it fused within his body. Thanks man. I really appreciate it. Naruto said with a smile. Takaru nodded with a smile in response. Make sure the others don't interfere. Naruto said as he took of his tie and suit jacket, earning a nod from Takaru. Naruto then started making his way towards the Biju mode Bishaman as he rolled up his sleeves. Okay ugly, let's dance. Naruto said as he then jumped high into the air and created Maken claws to form Rasenshurikens into his hands. Bishaman then sent a pair of sand serpents towards Naruto, but then two cage Bushins appeared in front of Naruto as their arms became armored and then punched the sand serpents, destroying them, as the original then threw his two Rasenshurikens at Bishaman, but the Biju formed hybrid made sand rise from the ground as it took the impact, saving him from the attack. The three Narutos then landed onto the floor as they then dashed towards the beast as the clones helped form two brand new Rasenshurikens into his hands while they created their own energy claws that they used to form two other Rasenshurikens onto the original's energy claws. Bishaman had a giant wave of sand ready to engulf the two, but then as the two Naruto clones finished forming the Rasenshurikens, they helped the original by throwing him high into the air before the wave hit them, making the two clones disappear. As Bishaman tried to slam his claw into Naruto, but Naruto focused and created a clone in front of him that used its mouth cannon to harm the hand before disappearing, but the hand continued to travel towards Naruto, so Naruto calculated the angles to land good hits on Bishaman and then threw the four Rasenshurikens before being slammed into the ground by the giant claw. Naruto. Izuki, Chacha, Kimi, Haruko and Anaho shouted his name in worry. Chacha and Kimi went to try and help him, but Takaru stopped them. Just give him a sec. Takaru said. Bishaman then noticed one of the Rasenshuriken coming straight towards his face, so he brought up the sand to defend his face, but then he heard another by the side of his head, which hurt his ear, as it then exploded at the side of his face as the other two exploded at his tail and the arm that attacked Naruto. Bishamon roared as the severed parts of his body fell to the ground below. After all the sand fell, an armored fist punched right through it as Naruto then climbed out to reveal that his entire upper body was armored along with his face. Like Raiden from Metal Gear Revengeance's upper body armor. Naruto then jumped up onto Ikibi Bishamon's arm as he started dashing up it. Sand tentacles tried to grab and detain him, but Naruto just punched them away as he quickly made his way towards Bishamon's head. Bishamon then opened his mouth as he shot a huge bullet of air at Naruto. Naruto quickly jumped in the air as he quickly spun, quickly creating his Shibo Tatsumaki. With the sheer power of the tornado, Naruto was able to pierce right the strong force of the air bullet, and when he was close enough to Ikibi Bishamon's face, he got out of the strong force of wind, and as his fist glowed brightly with the color green, Naruto shouted, "Maken! Overblow!" As he then slammed his fist right between Ikibi Bishamon's eyes as green lightning shot from that spot as Ikibi Bishamon's body grew in size. Naruto then roared as his energy shot through the roof as it caused his armor to come off and Bishamon's head to explode. Ikibi Bishamon was falling back to the floor as Naruto grinned, thinking he had won, but then a giant sharp-toothed mouth came out of Ikibi Bishamon's stomach and swallowed him. Naruto. The girls of Maken Ki screamed his name in fear. Damn it. Takaru cursed as he gritted his teeth, tightened his fist and glared at Ikibi Bishamon. Now, I will bury Tenbi. Ikibi Bishamon shouted as the ground started to shake. That bastard. Takaru shouted as he was about to charge at Ikibi Bishamon, but Isuki grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Don't be an idiot. You don't have your Maken, remember? Isuki said. Takaru got mad because he knew she was right, but he didn't want this to be the end of his friend, but then he suddenly noticed something in the sky. What the hell? Takaru said as he looked into the sky, which made everyone look up to see a blue fireball heading towards Bishamon. The blue fireball then went straight through Ikibi Bishamon's stomach, giving him pause as the giant beast looked down at his stomach in confusion. After a moment or two, Ikibi Bishamon's stomach started to glow as it started turning into glass before a giant blade of fire shot straight out of his stomach as it then moved in one swift motion that led to the giant Shukaku-formed creature to be cut in half. Ikibi Bishamon roared in pain as he fell to the floor, turning into regular sand. Everyone was worried about what happened to Naruto, but then their fears were put to rest as Naruto came out of the sand as he was in his Nibi form as he held the knife Chacha gave him that was extended by into a fiery blue with black flaming sword. Naruto looked down at his knife now turned sword as he smiled. Arigato Matabi. Naruto said with a smile as he heard her cute little meow from within his head. Suddenly the sand started to rise once again as Ikibi Bishamon was rebuilding himself again. As Bishamon tried to grab Naruto, the blonde disappeared as he sliced of the arm with the severed ends turning into glass, making the hybrid roar in pain. Naruto then started slicing at Ikibi Bishamon, turning the parts that he cut into glass. Naruto then appeared above of Bishamon's head as he then sliced of the side of his face, severing off an ear, part of his eye and mouth along with his cheek, and once they were severed, the side of Ikibi Bishamon's face turned to glass. Ikibi Bishamon roared as sand sharks came from out of his stomach and charged straight at him, and yes, I mean sharks made of sand, not the actual animals called sand sharks. Naruto breathed in some air and then blew out blue with black flaming balls of fire at the sharks, and with their sheer power, they destroyed the sand creatures as they exploded. Once they exploded, Naruto's free hand glowed green as he quickly summoned Takaru's Maken and brought out blue with black flaming energy claws as he then started forming a Rasenshuriken over the Maken. After a few moments, the Rasenshuriken was quickly formed, but instead of its normal sky blue color, it was bluish-green. Koten. Rasenshuriken no Obaburo. Beyond style. Spiraling Shuriken Overblow. Naruto called out his new attack as he threw it straight at Ikibi Bishamon's face. Once it made contact, the Maken-fueled jutsu went inside of Ikibi Bishamon, and after a moment of nothing, Ikibi Bishamon's body expanded as his whole body glowed bluish-green. Oh. Naruto said as he then concentrated and built armor around his upper body and arms as he then brought his arms over his face in an X block, and just in time too as Ikibi Bishamon exploded in a giant plume of Muko energy along with sheer wind, sending Naruto rocketing back straight into the ground in front of his allies. Once the explosion happened, the members of Maken Ki along with the two members of Venus had covered their faces and fought against the sheer force and wind of the technique. After a few minutes after Naruto crashed in front, the giant plume of energy started to die down until it had vanished. Everyone uncovered their faces to see a giant crater where the Biju mode Bishamon once stood. Wow! Kimi, Chacha, Anaho and Sirius said in amazement. Naruto. Haruko said the blonde's name as she made her way closer to the hole he had created when he crashed right into the ground in front of them. Suddenly Matabi jumped out of the hole and into Haruko's arms as she meowed cutely. Then suddenly Naruto jumped out of the hole shouting, "Woo!" as he landed in front of them with his red dress shirt being dirty with some tiny holes in it. Did you see that? That was incredible. I've never seen a technique so massive and powerful in my life. That was awesome. Maken and Jutsu combined fucking rock. Naruto said with excitement and cheer with a huge grin plastered on his face. I mean, just imagine if I added Matabi's power with that technique. It would have been seriously OP. Speaking of Matabi, how in the world did she know you were in trouble? Haruko questioned as she looked down at the adorable fire kitten that was rubbing up against Haruko's bosom. I think the furball who lives inside my gut had something to do with that. I heard him say, "Matabi, help this baka out," and then next thing I knew, she came and entered my body, and she made the knife Chacha gave me into a seriously badass weapon. Naruto said as he looked at the now regular curved knife. How could it even morph a normal knife into that fiery sword? Himegami wondered. Oh, well, you see, that special knife is an ancient artifact that has been passed down by my family for generations, and one of the awesome things it can do is connect with and utilize any kind of energy. Cha-Cha explained. Kick ass. Naruto said with a grin. Oh, I almost forgot. Naruto then concentrated as his hand glowed and in his palm was Takeru's Maken. Thanks for letting me use it, man. Naruto said, handing it to Takeru. What are friends for? Takeru said with a smile. Naruto smiled back, but then he had a steely gaze as Bishamon appeared out of the gown behind him with an angry look on his face, but as Naruto's hand glowed bluish-green as he then stabbed his hand into Bishamon's chest, shocking everyone. Naruto then sensed something inside Bishamon, grabbed it and ripped it out. As Naruto took out a floating sphere of sand with black curse seal markings, Bishamon fell back to the ground, unconscious. Everyone stared at the sphere with awe while Naruto just stared at it with a steely gaze. It's over. Naruto said. Suddenly a clone appeared next to Naruto as the blonde gave it to his clone. Take it home, along with the kitten. Naruto said, earning a nod from his clone. But why? Cha-Cha whined as she took Matabi from Haruko and into her arms. She's so adorable and we want her here. Cha-Cha said with Kimi nodding in agreement. She has to go for her own protection. Naruto said, earning questioning looks from everyone. We're not done here. Right you are. Everyone looked ahead to see Abunai appearing across from them, wearing a black jacket instead of his black hoodie. It's the evil guy who gives cats a bad name. Anaho said with new fear. Been a while, hasn't it? Abunai said with a cat-like grin. You son of a bitch, I have half a mind to slit your throat. Naruto said as he was about to take a step forward, but something large suddenly landed in front of him which created a dust cloud. As the dust settled, Naruto, along with the other, looked up in shock as they saw a giant 12-foot-tall being wearing a hooded cloak that covered his entire body with his red glowing eye and big spiky jaw with horn-like teeth as the only thing that could be seen of his face and body. Holy! Naruto was then punched into the ground by the being's large gray fist. Naruto! Kimi cried his name as the being retracted its fist, grabbed Bishamon, heaved the hybrid over his shoulder and walked to Abunai's side. Ow! Was all Naruto was able to say as he felt the intense pain all over his body. Like my new friend. He's Mr. 3. Abunai said with a grin as the giant hybrid stopped right next to him. That's the new hybrid. Himegami said with shock and wide eyes. He's huge. Isuki said with the same expression on her face as Himegami. Take Matabi. Naruto choked out to his clone. The clone nodded as he quickly grabbed Matabi and shushined back home. Abunai just sneered. You think that makes any difference? I can take her back whenever I feel like it. What I rather want is to finish my business with dark-skinned chick. Abunai said as he licked his lips, freaking Cha-Cha out. Never. Everyone stared at Naruto as he started to rise from the ground. I'll never. Suddenly red and green energy started to surround Naruto. I'll never let you hurt anyone of my precious people. Naruto shouted as he glared at Abunai with his pupils becoming slit. Naruto then charged at Abunai at great speed, but the Sanbi hybrid tossed Bishamon to Abunai and then took a couple of steps forward with his fist cocked back. Naruto had his fist cocked back as well, and as they were in front of each other, the two thrust their fists forward with the two colliding, and as they made contact a huge shockwave was created before Naruto jumped back towards the others with the giant hybrid moving back a bit. Everyone looked on in shock, especially Abunai, at the two equaling each other in strength. Whoa, gotta say I didn't see that coming. Abunai said. How about we end this big guy? Abunai said to the giant hybrid. The Sanbi hybrid just started moving towards everyone, but after a few steps a couple of arrows of light stabbed into the ground in front of him as they shined with light, blinding him momentarily. Naruto took the opportunity and used his mouth cannon to hit giant hybrid in the chest, making him skid back a bit. I see you got into a little bit of trouble. They all turned to see Minori with Furin, Yuka, Uruchi Kengo and the rest of Team Venus minus Akaya, of course, with Furin having Habaya in her hands. Who's the broad with the big jugs? Abunai questioned with a raised eyebrow, but he then ducked as a green kunai sent by Naruto whizzed over his head. Minori-chan, I didn't think you'd be here. Naruto said. Like I'd let you have all the fun. Too bad I missed the good part. Minori said. Hey, the good part's over sexy. Abunai said with a grin, but then he, still holding Bishamon, ran behind the Sanbi hybrid as giant beam of Maken energy came straight at them. As it dissipated, the Sanbi hybrid remained intact with his hood down, revealing the rest of his face looking like a human's face with crimson glowing eyes, with his big sharp jaw with horn-like teeth and crimson spiked up hair. His cloak was also damaged a bit to reveal his left forearm, which was huge, gray and had spikes all over it, and there was a hole of the right side of his chest area to reveal red muscle-like tissue. Holy shit. Thank God we got you, or else me and Sandman here would be dead. Abunai said. You're going to be dead in a few seconds if you don't leave. Minori said with a smile. Well then bring it by. Don't start. A voice said, interrupting Abunai. Suddenly a figure landed in front of the hybrids. The mission was to retrieve Bishamon's body, nothing more nothing less. The figure said. Naruto stared at the figure in shock, but then he gritted his teeth as his face twisted in anger. Wabi Su. Naruto said with anger as he glared at the well-dressed teen who looked like Sasuke and now sported the Mayonaka Moon Shikai symbol on the back of his peacoat. Uzumaki Naruto. It's been a while. Wabi Su said, turning to him. That's him. Haruko said with shock as she stared at him. Whoa, he does look exactly like Sasuke. Kimi said with amazement. Wabi Su deeply despised being compared to Sasuke in both looks and skills. Wabi Su, I want answers. How the fuck did you take me from my world into this one? What the fuck did that old bastard originally plan for me to become this powerful? Why is Mayonaka Moon Shikai just sending their henchmen to try and kill me instead of trying to bring me back? Naruto demanded answers. It's quite understandable to ask such good questions, but I don't answer to you. Wabi Su said. Naruto growled as he then dashed at Wabi Su at an incredible speed. As Naruto cocked his fist back as it glowed bluish-green, he then thrust it forward towards Wabi Su, but the well-dressed young man lifted his hand up and grabbed Naruto's hand. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at the fact that Wabi Su just grabbed his fist without being moved back at all from the sheer force of power behind it. Wabi Su then slammed his fist into Naruto's stomach, making the blonde spit out saliva. Then Wabi Su uppercutted him up his jaw and then released Naruto's fist and then slammed his elbow into his face, sending the blonde flying back. As Naruto skid back, he jumped off the ground and landed on a tree as he rocketed towards Wabi Su, and as he got close to Wabi Su he rapidly spun in the air as he became a his Shibo Tatsumaki. Wabi Su disappeared as Naruto then stopped his spinning to try and find him, but he was then drop-kicked by Wabi Su, sending him into a tree. Naruto. Isuki shouted his name as she summoned her Maken. No, Isuki. Naruto called out to her as he got up with Wabi Su tying his katana to his side. This is my fight. It always has been, and I'm going to be the one to finish him. Naruto shouted as he then dashed at Wabi Su and started sending punches and kicks at him. Wabi Su was dodging and blocking the attack, but then he moved forward as he placed his hand on Naruto's torso and then moved his hand as his fingers cut into Naruto's skin with his blood spewing out with some of it trailing Wabisuke's now slightly bloodied fingertips. Naruto quickly spun and tried to kick Wabi-Su, but the classy-dressed gentleman dodged it and then slammed the tip of his katana's pommel into Naruto's gut and then unsheathed his katana and then sent a diagonal slash at Naruto's torso, tearing his shirt open as blood came out of his new wound. The members of Maken and Venus were worrying about Naruto, but Minori was more focused on Wabisuke's weapon. The katana's blade was night black with the Suka Ito seemed to be braided from purple and black material, but her eyes had widened with fear as she saw a relief of a snake's eye at the endpoint of the hilt. Oh dear God, I don't believe it. I thought it was just a legend. Minori thought with new fear. Bastard. Naruto thought as he tightened his grip on his knife as he was ready to slash at Wabi-Su with the other ready to do the same. Once their blades clashed, the two glared at each other as they tried to push the other back. The two were trying to win dominance over the other, but Wabi-Su then noticed Minori was about to kick him away, so he pushed Naruto back and jumped away in time to avoid her kick. Minori then grabbed Naruto and quickly jumped all the way back to the others. As Minori held Naruto close to her, she glared at Wabi-Su who looked uninterested. Minori then noticed Naruto was squirming from her grip as she looked down to notice that Naruto's face was pressed right into her breasts. Oops, sorry. Minori apologized with a smile as she released Naruto with the blonde having a perverted smile and blood coming down his nose, but then he shook his head, ridding him of his own dirty thoughts before speaking. What the hell Minori-chan? Why'd you get involved? Naruto asked. Naruto. We have to retreat. Minori said shocking him and the others. That kid is too powerful for you. What? Why? Naruto questioned. Minori turned to Wabi-Su as she stared at his katana. I never thought it even existed, but, that kid possesses the Renzoku Kurai continuous dark. Minori said shocking the females of Maken and Venus, leaving the boys confused. I'm guessing that's bad. Kengo deduced by the looks on the others' faces. But, I thought it was just a legend. Furan said. I'm confused, what's the deal with his sword? Takaru asked. The Renzoku Kurai. A legendary Maken that was considered to be one of the most, if not the most deadly weapon there is to exist. Heimgami said. Back before the time of Orochi, there were a selection of mystical and deadly weapons that were considered to make those who wield them into gods when their full potential was unlocked. One of those weapons was a katana whose blade was as black as night. It had the power over all things dark. To create darkness, control over shadows, dark versions of elements and much, much more. Its power over Maken is off the charts. That sword was known as Ranzoku Kuria Continuous Dark, the sword that controlled the nights and shadows themselves. Minori explained. Damn. Uruchi said with a gulp. But I always thought that sword was a legend. Haruko said with worry. How are you even sure that's the same sword? Kengo asked. At first it only reminded me of the legendary sword, but when I saw the relief of a snake's eye at the end of the hilt I then knew that it had to be it. Minori said glaring at the katana in Wabisuke's hand. She then noticed that Naruto started making his way back to Wabi-Su, so she grabbed his wrist. What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you insane? That sword can cleave you in two. Minori said. I don't care. Naruto said as he took back his wrist. He took me from my world and gave me to that old bastard that made me into a fucking lab rat for some sick experiment for science. I'm not leaving without landing one hit on that bastard. It's what he deserves. Naruto argued as he glared into Minori's stern eyes. After a moment Minori just sighed in defeat seeing as how stubborn Naruto can be. Fine. Just don't get yourself killed. Minori said. Don't worry. I'll just be a minute, then we can go back to Tenbi and drink some sake. Naruto said with a smirk that Minori returned before Naruto turned back only for Wabi-Su to be in front of him which shocked him and the others as Wabi-Su then grabbed a hold of Naruto's neck and vanished back to the spot he was at before. Naruto managed to get out of the hold and tried to punch him, but Wabi-Su batted his hand away and then sent an upward claw strike at Naruto's torso and then clawed at his neck with blood spraying from Naruto's new wounds before kicking Naruto to the side. Naruto rolled on the floor before quickly standing up. Naruto conjured up Muko energy into his lungs as he then opened his mouth and fired his Muko energy from it towards Wabi Su. Wabi Su vanished and appeared behind Naruto, making the blonde turn to him only to get claw across the chest 3 times with blood spewing out from the wounds as Naruto fell to the floor. Naruto. Kimi and Chacha screamed his name in fear as they tried to run to his side, but Takeru and Kengo stopped them. Don't, you'll get yourselves killed. Takeru said. Naruto firmly placed his hands onto the ground as he spun and sent kicks at Wabi Su, who blocked them and tried to send a low kick, but Naruto jumped away and landed and skid upon the ground as he then stood up. Wabi Su dashed at him and tried to claw at him, but Naruto moved away and blocked another claw attack with his forearm, which earned him a new wound on his arm. Naruto then tried to punch Wabi Su in the face, but his classy-looking counterpart moved to the side as he sent an upward claw strike at the left side of Naruto's torso, then kicked him to the side. As Naruto rolled on his side, he quickly stopped himself and stood up only for Wabi Su to grip his neck with both his hand and lift him up by the neck. Wabisuke's pupils then glowed purple as Naruto then exploded with purple fire, sending him rolling back to the others' cover in purple fire until it dissipated as he stopped in front of them. Naruto. Chacha, Kimi, Isuki and Haruko shouted as they made their way towards him, with Kimi grabbing him and placing his head on her lap as she and the others gazed at his body that had claw and burn marks with some dried blood scatter around his torso and a bit on his face. Damn you! Takeru shouted as he and Kengo were ready to charge at Wabi Su, but Minori stopped the two by grabbing the collar of their shirts. Don't be a pair of fools. He's too strong for you two. Minori said. Shouldn't we do something? Syria asked. Oh, we will. Yan said as she glared at Wabi Su, who took out a handkerchief from his coat and started to clean the blood from his hands. No. Naruto said as he started to get up. Don't you dare, I'm going to land a hit on that bastard. Naruto said as he stood up and glared at Wabi Su, who stared at him with disinterest as he put away his handkerchief. No. Kimi shouted as she grabbed Naruto's arm. Don't do this, please. We don't want to see you hurt anymore. Kimi said as she started shedding tears. Please let go. Naruto said as he still glared at Wabi Su. Don't you understand? When you hurt, we hurt. It hurts us to see you in pain. We don't want to see you die. Kimi said as she then hugged Naruto and cried into his back. Don't worry. I'm going all out now. Naruto said as black markings appeared on his wrists, which the others noticed. Suddenly there was a poof as around Naruto's wrists were his training weights that Kenway gave him. Training weights. Demetra thought as she stared at them. Inside the monitoring room in Mayonaka Moon Shikai's base, Toshiyuku, Hanahime and Iwao were watching the whole battle between Naruto and Wabi Su. Dude's getting owned. Iwao said. I'm curious what change he believes the weights will make. Shiki said, appearing next to Iwao, startling the Warhammer wielder. I hate when you do that. Iwao said. Hanahime continued to stare at Naruto and Wabi Su, while Toshiyuku stared at Naruto, believing things were about to get interesting. Kimi stared at the weights, wondering what Naruto was planning. The blonde started taking off his wrist weights, and then as he got out of Kimi's hold, he sat down onto the ground and lifted up his pants to reveal ankle weights that he proceeded to take off as well. Everyone just looked at Naruto as he stood up with anticipation at what he was going to do. Takeru, Kengo, hold these for me. Naruto said, extending his weights to them. Takeru and Kengo went to him and grabbed them, and just when Naruto released them, the weights fell down to the ground, dragging Takeru and Kengo with them as they created a huge dust cloud that surrounded the others. As the dust settled, everyone, minus Wabi Su, looked in shock as they a giant pair of craters with Takeru and Kengo still holding them as they struggled to lift them. Jesus Naruto, how much weight do you carry? Takeru said in shock as he struggled to lift the pair of wrist weights from the ground. I can't even lift these things a centimeter off the ground. Kengo said, still trying to lift the ankle weights off the ground. The members of Maken and Venus looked at what the weights had done in shock with one thought in their heads. How strong is he? Round 2, Wabi Su. Naruto said as he cracked his knuckle and glared at his well-dressed counterpart. Wabi Su just stared at him with disinterest, but then suddenly vanished from sight, which surprised Wabi Su, and then suddenly he was punched in the side of his face as he then was sent skidding down onto the ground with a dust cloud following him. Everyone looked at Naruto with shock as the blonde who was standing up straight with his right fist extended out to the side and his eyes shadowed by his bangs. That was for all the bullshit you put me through. Naruto said. From the monitoring room, Iwao's jaw dropped as he and Hanahime looked on in shock as they had just seen something they haven't seen in years, Wabi Su getting hit. Now things have just gotten interesting. Toshiyuku said with a smile. Wabi Su rubbed his cheek as managed to get up on one knee. He hit me. Wabi Su thought as he looked at Naruto who glared at him. After a moment at staring at each other, Wabi Su smirked at Naruto as he then stood up. I have to say, I'm actually impressed you managed to land a hit on me. Wabi Su said dusting the dirt from his pea coat. I ain't aiming to impress. Naruto said turning to him. Before we even continue I feel we should introduce each other. Wabi Su said as he then took off his fedora and placed it over his heart. Hayato Wabi Su. Wabi Su introduced himself. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself as well. Now that that's out of the way, let's finish this shall we? Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles again. Wabi Su placed his hat back over his head before answering. Let's. Wabi Su said. Suddenly the two vanished from sight as they then suddenly appeared in front of each other as they slammed their forearms against each other's as a bit of the ground beneath them cracked from the force. They two then started exchanging blow for blow at high speeds. The two then jumped back, then Naruto jumped at Wabi Su as he formed a Rasengan and tried slamming it into Wabi Su, but Wabi Su jumped back as Naruto slammed his jutsu into the ground, but he quickly sent an upward kick at Wabi Su who blocked it. Wabi Su then charged at Naruto and sent a claw strike. Naruto moved to the side, but Wabi Su managed to claw across his torso with blood following, and then Wabi Su tried sending more claw strikes, but Naruto dodged them and then ducked under one as he sent a right hook at him, sending Wabi Su back. Naruto then jumped over to Wabi Su trying to send a downward kick at him, but Wabi Su blocked it and then tried to send an uppercut claw strike, but Naruto managed to back away as he then started to move back as Wabi Su sent two more claw strike. Naruto then threw his fist at Wabi Su with his counterpart slamming his own fist against him and then sent an upward claw strike that Naruto dodged before jumping in the air and kicked Naruto across the face sending him back. Wabi Su then dashed at him and sent his hand forward with his hand extended and fingers straight forward, trying to stab him. Naruto moved to the side, but the left side of his torso was cut as blood followed Wabi Su's hand. Naruto then sent his left fist into Wabi Su's gut, but Wabi Su grabbed it, however Naruto sent a headbutt to Wabi Su's head, making the well-dressed fighter back away. Naruto then dashed at him and sent a downward kick that Wabi Su moved to the side to avoid. Naruto then sent a few punches Wabi Su dodged, before Wabi Su kicked him in his side sending him away from him. Suddenly from above, a clone of Naruto tried to slam a Rasengan into Wabi Su, but Wabi Su jumped into the air as the ground where he was standing was destroyed as jagged pieces of earth broke apart and rose from the ground. Suddenly another Naruto clone appeared above Wabi Su with both his fists together, ready to slam against him, but as the clone brought both his hands down, Wabi Su disappeared and then reappeared above the clone and kicked him into the ground where he disappeared into the ground. As Wabi Su landed upon the ground, he saw Naruto charge at him with his fist becoming covered in bluish-green fire so Wabi Su mimicked his move by covering his fist in purple fire and as the two slammed their fists against each other a giant shockwave of fire sending them skidding back. As Naruto stopped in front of his friends with Wabi Su stopping in front of the hybrids, the two stood up as they readied themselves for another clash, however they were stopped. That's enough. They looked up to see a man wearing a Renaissance doctor's mask that hid his entire face, a leather hat, and a long black leather jacket that was blowing in the wind that revealed his black pants and shoes as he floated in the air. He then flew down next to Wabi Su. The boss asks for your return along with the others. Shiki said. Wabi Su just went, HN, as Shiki then summoned a scythe that had a giant snake eye on its tang and a skull halfway up its grip. Oh dear God, no. Another one. Minori thought with new fear. Shiki then sliced his scythe in the air as a portal appeared. Abunai and the Sanbi hybrid now carrying Bishaman went into the portal. Wabi Su stared at Naruto for a moment with the other staring back until Wabi Su went inside the portal with Shiki following until it vanished. Naruto sighed as he sat onto the floor. Well, that was a pain. Naruto said. He then noticed the frightened look upon Minori's face. What's wrong? Karatoriki no Seishu. Reaper's gatherer, Minori said with worrying in her voice. Huh. Naruto said. We have to go. Minori said with a new determined look upon her face. Everybody didn't question her, instead they decided to listen and left back for Tenbi. Guys. Kengo said. A little help. Takaru said. Everybody turned to see they were still struggling to pick up Naruto's weights. Naruto went towards them and took his weights from them. We're going to have to one-up your training. Naruto said as he turned and left with the others. Wait, what? Takaru said with shock and new worry. But we can barely move after the ones we do in the morning. Kengo exclaimed. Hey, Naruto. But Naruto just continued to walk away with the others. Naruto, hold up, man. Let's talk about this. Kengo shouted as he and Takaru tried to catch up. Aw man, this suck. Takaru whined as he and Kengo tried to catch up with Naruto and the others. I'm impressed. Toshiyuku said as he continued to observe the battered Naruto through the monitor. Not everyone can lay a hand on you like that, Wabi Su. Especially not someone in your age group. Wabi Su just said as Hanahime applied healing ointment to the cheek Naruto punched. Hasani. Toshiyuku called out as the pale lavender gray-haired hooded young woman came out of the shadows. Toshiyuku took out a flash disk that was connected to the computer that the monitors were connected to. Take this down to the lab so our eggheads can learn from what the cameras have caught of young Naruto to add to our research. Toshiyuku said, giving the flash disk to Hasani. Hi, Toshiyuku-sama. Hasani said, taking the flash disk as she turned to leave, but not before looking at Naruto's through the monitors before leaving. Once she left, Toshiyuku chuckled. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect Hasani to have an interest in Naruto-kun. Toshiyuku said with a smile. A lot of women are. That fucking bastard. Abunai said as he and the Sanbi hybrid carrying Bishaman walked into the room. Ah, Bishaman is here. Place him on the table, Kyojin. Toshiyuku said as the giant hybrid did so. I thought his name was Daiki. Abunai said with a raised eyebrow. Then he noticed Hanahime, which made him smirk. Huh, I see you're helping Mr. Fancy here. Well, I don't really think he needs it, but I guess it's you call. Abunai said with a smirk. The name's Abunai, by the way. Abunai said, extending his hand as if he were going for a handshake, but he was really aiming to touch Hanahime's plump breast. However, he was stopped as Wabisuke's katana was pointed at Abunai's neck. Abunai started to sweat a lot as he was frightened of Wabisuke, and it didn't help that his eyes were shadowed by his fedora, which made him all the more frightening. Told you not to go near her. Iwao said with a smirk and his arms crossed. Ow. That alcohol burns like hell. Naruto said as Aki applied the rubbing alcohol on Naruto's claw wounds. Minori ordered Naruto to go to Aki and get treated immediately. Naruto told her that he would be fine, but Haruko wasn't going to have any of his protests as she grabbed his ear and dragged him all the way to Aki's office, with the young blonde Jinchuriki protesting the whole way. Now Naruto was sitting on a medical bed with his torso exposed, showing off all the claw marks made by Wabisuke, with Aki treating him with rubbing alcohol and bandaging the wounds when she was done with the wound she was done treating. Oh you really took a number today. Aki said. Well, I'm feeling better thanks to you. Naruto said with a smile. I'm glad to help. Aki said with a smile. Say, Aki. Yes. Do you think I can sleep here tonight? I'm scared that Isuki will beat some new bruises on me if I go back home. Naruto said. I suppose that's fine. Aki said. Thanks. Naruto said. But aren't you worried that those Mayanaka Moon Shikai people will attack you while you're alone here? Aki asked. Good point. Naruto said as he scratched his chin. I'm going to need someone or a pair of people to watch over me. Naruto said. Chacha Akaza. And Kimi Sato. Reporting for duty. Naruto's two nonviolent roommates said as they appeared in the room, saluting with smiles and a pair of eye smiles on their faces. I'm not going to question how you two got in here, so you're hired. Naruto said, making Chacha and Kimi cheer with joy. Those two really do like Naruto. Aki thought with a smile. Sup. They all turned to see Kengo and Takaru. Oh hey guys, what's up? Naruto greeted his best friends. Well, Kengo here wanted to tell you something. Takaru said. Which is? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. I wanted to thank you. Kengo said. Naruto looked at him with blinking eyes for a moment before responding. Who are you and what the hell have you done with Kengo? Naruto questioned. Ha, very funny, but I'm being serious. I wanted to thank you for giving me the courage to ask out Yuka. Now her and I have a date tomorrow. Kengo said with a proud smile and his arms crossed with satisfaction. Ah, so me calling you chicken shit helped, huh? Then I should do it more often. Naruto said with a smirk. So is that all? No, I also wanted to do this. Ha. I too got guts. Never underestimate Kengo Usui. I got a date while you're messed up tilde, Kengo said as he did a victory dance. Charming. Naruto said with half-lidded eyes. Anyway, get better man. Takaru said. Yeah, later. Kengo said as he and Takaru left the room. Those two can be so odd. Kimi said. They're my best friends, what else can I say? Naruto said with a smile and shrugging his arms. There, done. Aki said as she finished bandaging the last of Naruto's wounds. Thanks. Naruto said as he laid back. Suddenly the door creaked open a bit to reveal Takaru leaning his head inside. By the way, Izuki's coming. Takaru said. Naruto then suddenly screamed as he hid underneath the covers. Very manly. Takaru said with a teasing smirk. Shut up. Naruto retorted. Izuki then pushed Takaru out of the way and entered the room to see Naruto cowering under the covers. Get out of bed. Izuki said. He can't. Chacha said. He's too hurt. Kimi said. Izuki went to the bed and punched Naruto in the head making him go, ow. As he sat up in bed. Izuki. Kimi said her friend's name with worry. That was uncool. Chacha said with annoyance at Izuki's behavior to her Naruto-kun. He'll be fine. Izuki said with half-lidded uninterested eyes. Let's go. I can't, I'm staying here for the night to get better. Naruto said. Izuki stared at him before turning to her other roommates. Well, what? Kimi asked. You coming home? Izuki asked. No, we're staying here. Chacha said with a smile because she's going to be staying the night with Naruto. Then there's another reason why I'm staying. Izuki said crossing her arms as she sat down in a chair next to Naruto. What? Naruto said with new worry. Well, you don't think I was going to leave you here with the chance of being attacked overnight, and now that I know that these two are staying here then I now know I've got to stay here and keep watch for more than just agents from an evil organization. Besides, we still need to talk about your day with Yan. Izuki said with a frightening smirk that scared Naruto to turn pale. Well, later. Again. Takaru said leaving. Please don't leave. Naruto thought with worry and fear from getting beaten to near death by Izuki the next day. 2 days after the Bishaman attack, Naruto was sitting on the edge of the fountain. Yesterday, as promised, Izuki talked to him, but she was still happy that he was still protecting someone. As long as Naruto stayed the way he is, protecting others and being a good person with a heart of gold, then she'll always forgive him after a beating it too. Now Naruto was sitting at the edge of the fountain looking down at the ground with sad eyes as he held a manga book in his hand, but it wasn't just any book, it was the last manga book of his self-named series. In Konoha, Sakura was in the Hokage library with a crystal ball on top of Naruto's old jacket that were both on a table. Okay, I've rose my chakra a bit, now it's time to see if this works. Sakura said as she rubbed her hands together as she prepared to use the hand signs. So you're finally going to try out that jutsu. Sakura jumped a bit as she turned to see Sasuke. Sasuke, what are you doing here? This room is only allowed to the Hokage and her apprentices. Sakura said. I don't plan on reading, I want to see what the Dobi is doing. Sasuke said. Sakura stared at him for a moment before she sighed. Okay. Sakura said as she prepared to do the hand signs. She went though hand and then when she finished, she placed her hands on the crystal ball and announced the jutsu. Jigen no Benkyo Jutsu. Sakura said as the crystal ball glowed and started to create an image. Wow, this jutsu really does suck up a lot of chakra. Sakura thought as she concentrated. After a few moments, she finally got an image of Naruto sitting at the edge of a fountain dressed in his school uniform of red dress shirt, black suit jacket that was opened, black tie, black dress pants and black shoes, which was a look that Sakura thought was really good on him. I got it. Sakura cheered. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Naruto to see he was sad. But why is he so sad? Sakura wondered. Hey, there you are. Takeru said as he and Kengo made their way to Naruto. These two. Sasuke said with annoyance. After seeing these two and their actions, he immediately decided that he didn't like them. They seemed dumber and more perverted than Naruto and he didn't even believe it was possible. What's wrong with you? Kengo asked. Last chapter. Naruto said as he extended the book in his hand to his two friends. Kengo took it as he then opened it and started reading it with Takeru. What the hell? Sasuke said noticing the book saying Naruto's name on it with a short blonde-haired man facing towards what looked like a village with a possibly short-sleeved long white haori that was decorated with red flame motifs on the edges of the bottom of it and had the kanji for Nanadime Hokage written vertically down the back. Sakura, do you see the book's cover? Yeah. Maybe that's how they know so much about our world. Sakura said putting the pieces together. Oh, I see. Kengo said as he and Takeru looked at Naruto with sympathy. Yeah, I guess me and Sakura were never meant to be. Naruto said with sadness shocking Sakura. Well, Sasuke wins, bastard. Naruto said making Sasuke raise an eyebrow. Hey, don't feel bad. Takeru said sitting next to Naruto and patting his back. More like you shouldn't. Kengo said. Thanks for making me feel better. Naruto said sarcastically, but he was then hit in the back of the head by Kengo. Ow. The hell man. Naruto said rubbing the back of his head. Dude, quit being a bitch. You live with 3 hot women, you won the club president's affection which is incredible considering she was a lesbian, hell you even got the attention of that Yan girl and Garrett. And let's not forget the interest of Principal Minori and Aki. That's 8 women. 8. Quit crying. Kengo said with much seriousness. Kengo is right. I know it's got to hurt to be in love with someone who will never return your affections, but you should move on. Think of the girls who want to be with you. Takeru said. Nato stated thinking over what his two friends were saying. He knew they were right. He still felt hurt that Sakura will never feel the same way about him, but there was a very big chance that he might never return to his home world, which saddened him greatly, but as he started thinking about not just the women who were interested, but the friends he's made and achievements he's made, he started to feel happy. Truly, genuinely happy. You guys are right. Naruto said with a smile. I really shouldn't focus on this stuff. Hell, this Naruto isn't even me. My life is my own and it's only gotten better. Naruto said with a huge smile as he stood up from the fountain. That's the spirit. Takeru said as he stood up too. Wait, what time is it? Naruto asked. Time to move our asses before the girls beat us for being late to the meeting. Kengo said. The 3 then started to make their way to the security committee room. Sakura felt majorly upset as she felt like crying over Naruto's new happiness of these girls being interested in him, but it also made her even more determined to find the jewels to enter this new world so she can show Naruto her feelings for him and prove to him that she was worthy of his feelings. Although I do feel bad for Sasuke. Naruto said confusing the Uchiha. Oh right, the whole truth about the Uchiha massacre. Kengo said as they entered the building. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened at hearing what Kengo said. The truth. Sasuke thought with shock. Yeah, poor guy. Takeru said, but then he noticed the look in Naruto's eyes. You're not thinking of telling him the truth, are you? Takeru asked. I don't know. I mean he was my best friend and I feel that I should tell him, Ibeo. Naruto said. But he might go berserk if he finds out the truth. Takeru said thinking of the consequences of what Sasuke might do since he saw all the extreme and evil stuff he did from learning the truth. Well, what do you expect me to do? Lie to him? Naruto questioned. No. He's over in Konoha and you're here, you could talk about what really happened and he would never know. Kengo said, which of course unknowing to the 3 they were being watched by the Uchiha. Just don't bring it up and don't tell him a thing. It's not lying, it's just keeping a secret, 2 totally different things. I guess, but it still doesn't sit right. Naruto said. Look, it's like Takaru said, he might go nuts when he hears this. True, but what if I made sure he doesn't? I mean I can go toe-to-toe with a Biju mode hybrid, I guess I can make him stay in line. Maybe I should tell him the truth if I ever see him again. Naruto said. I feel weak. Sakura thought as she felt weak from her chakra being used for the jutsu. You sure? Takaru asked. Better me than Obito or that stupid mama's boy plant thing, Zetsu. Naruto said with a serious demeanor. True, but I mean what are you going to tell him? Hey Sasuke, I felt that you deserved to know that your brother, but before Sasuke could hear Kengo finish, the crystal ball became clear. No! Sasuke exclaimed. Sakura then fell on her knees as she started panting from using almost all of her chakra. Get up. Use the jutsu again. Sasuke ordered. I would if I could, but I'm too exhausted. That jutsu takes too much chakra out of a person for just a few seconds alone. Sakura retorted. Then show me the hand signs, I'll do the jutsu myself. Sasuke said. Why bother? So you can lose almost all of your chakra too. Sakura retorted. I must know the truth. Sasuke said. And you will if we find all of the jewels. Sakura said. Sasuke had a serious glare as he then started to leave. Where are you going? Sakura asked. To talk to the Hokage. I'm going to find those jewels and find out the truth. Sasuke said as he left the room. Sakura sighed as she started at the door Sasuke left through. And he didn't bother to help me. Classy. Sasuke, very sweet. Sakura thought as she used the table to lift herself up from the floor. She then stared at the crystal ball with sad eyes. Naruto, Sakura thought sadly as she felt like crying, but then those eyes turned to that of determination. I swear when we find those jewels, I'm going to go into this world and show you my true feelings. Sakura thought with determination. So you guys think I should give Hinata a chance if I ever meet her again? Naruto asked, changing the subject. Why not? Takaru said. Why not? He's already got 8 chicks after him. Kengo said. Still, I feel that I at least owe her a date and give her a chance for caring for me so much. Naruto said with his hands in his pocket. I will admit that you are correct. Kengo said with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Speaking of dates, I had one with Yuka last night. Kengo said with a smirk. Really? How was it? Takaru asked. Best night of my life. Kengo said proudly with a grin. We went out to eat, saw a movie, and went for ice cream and after that we sat at a bench in the park and watched the stars. Kengo said with dreamy eyes as he remembered his date yesterday. And then we made out. Kengo exclaimed with a huge grin. Damn tilde, Naruto and Takaru said with wide eyes. Oh yes. And to reiterate my previous statement. Best night of my life. Kengo said still grinning. Well congrats. Takaru said with a smile. And to think this would never happen if I never called you a chicken shit. Naruto said with a smirk. I suppose, dumbass, I suppose. Kengo said with a smirk. I'm surprised she kissed on the first date. Takaru said. Well she did and I love her for it. Kengo exclaimed with a grin. Women are great. Yeah tilde, Naruto and Takaru said dreamily with huge smiles on their faces. You know, I love spending time with you guys. Naruto said wrapping his arms around Takaru and Kengo's necks. The feeling's mutual. Takaru said with a smile as placed his hand on Naruto's back. Yeah, we wouldn't be the Tres Amigos Pervertidos if we didn't enjoy having you around. Kengo said with a smile as he also placed his hand on Naruto's back. You know I will admit that I wish I had that stylish white haori that my dad wore when he was Hokage. Naruto said. You can order something like that online. Takaru said. I don't think so. Naruto said. Or you can order a hoodie version of it instead. Kengo said. Which actually does exist online. That piqued Naruto's interest as he smiled. Well, I now know what I'm going to save up for. Naruto said with his trademark grin. When the three made it to the door of the security committee, they opened it to see everyone from Maken and Venus there with Isuki and Yan glaring at each other as they argued. Honestly, you are even more pathetic than I thought. Yan said with a smirk. Me, pathetic for being concerned for a friend. Please bitch, like I'd be okay if someone I cared for is to be forced to hang out with you. Isuki said, gritting her teeth as she continued to glare at Yan. Ah, so you do love me, Isuki-chan. Naruto said with a grin, earning the attention of the others. Could you tell your fangirl here that I didn't force you to date me? Yan said. Fangirl. Oh, that's it, sister. Isuki shouted as she was ready to beat Yan. Girls, we all agreed to get along, so please play nice. Naruto said, but then he was glared at by the two, scaring him shitless. Wouldn't you agree, Furan-chan? Naruto asked the club president, hopefully to save himself from getting killed by the two powerful tsunares. Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Naruto. Furan said with a nod. Everyone please take your seats, we're about to start the meeting. Furan said. Everyone moved to their seats, but Kengo looked at Yuka only to get a smile and wink at her, which made him smile and wink back. I love life. Kengo thought as he sat in his seat with the others doing the same. So what's this meeting about? Yuruchi asked. About yesterday. Furan said, piquing everyone's interest. Principal Minori had informed me that not only do the agents of the organization have someone who possesses a legendary dangerous weapon, but also another. Let me guess, the man with the scythe. Haruko said. That's correct. Furan said with a nod. He is in possession of a weapon called the Karatoriki no Seishu. Furan said, making everyone minus Naruto, Kengo and Takaru gasp. What does that do? Kengo asked. The only information we could receive from Minori-sama was that it basically gives you the powers of the Shinigami. Yuka said, now bringing new worry to the only three males in the club. And for that reason, along with the attacks, Mayanaka Moon Shikai has become the most dangerous threat to Tenbi. Furan said. Everyone now had serious looks on their faces. So are we planning on doing something then? Haruko asked. For now we remain patient, but when it escalates to it, we'll have to do something. Furan said. If we do anything, then let me handle Wabi Su. Naruto said. Don't be selfish just to settle a score, Naruto. Furan said. Anyway, Principal Minori along with former members of Maken Ki from her generation have decided to start training us in order to be prepared when Mayanaka Moon Shikai start an assault against us. Furan said, giving everyone serious demeanors. You hear that, oh you bastards? We'll be ready for you. And I'll be the one to take you down, Hayato Wabisuke. Naruto thought with serious determination. After a few more things that were discussed in the meeting, Furan then declared it over. Hey, before we leave, I just want to make sure I understand, but are we basically declaring war on Mayanaka Moon Shikai? Anaho asked. Not really, but I understand your sense of worry, however we are preparing for one if it does come up. Furan said. I'm scared. Anaho said, shaking like a leaf. Well, we all are kind of nervous about this. Haruko said. Then let's calm our nerves. Naruto said. How? Yuruchi asked. How about we all go to the ice cream shop? Kengo suggested. I agree, that's a great idea. Yuka said with a smile and gently clapping her hands together, making Kengo smile that she supported him. Better than feeling like this. Chacha said with a grin. Yeah, I'm going to get so many toppings on my ice cream. Anaho cheered. What do you say, Furan? Yuka said, nudging her best friend's side. I guess we could. Furan said. Who knows, maybe you can share a milkshake with Naruto. Yuka teased, making Furan blush red with embarrassment. I'd actually like that. Naruto said, scratching the back of his head with a smile which gave Furan a small smile on her face. Then let's go. Cha-Cha cheered as she grabbed Naruto and Kimi and kicked the door open and left with the others to catch up. Is it always like this? Demetra asked Haruko. Actually, it started when Naruto came into our lives. Haruko said with a smile. Haruko then noticed Naruto had a far-off look in his eyes. Naruto, is something wrong? Haruko asked her little brother figure. Huh. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Konoha and how my old friends were doing. Naruto said, feeling a little saddened as he thought about his old friends. The members of Maken Ki felt concern and sympathy for him. Oh, don't cry, Fox Baka. Who knows, maybe they have a special ramen-flavored ice cream at the shop that'll no doubt make people who consume it puke for days. Heimgami said with a smirk, teasing him. Oh, that sounds great, midget. And maybe they'll also be selling teddy bears with every purchase of a double scoop. I hope you saved up. Naruto said with mock joy as he teased his little sister figure back. The two then glared at each other with their faces etched with annoyance, making everyone from Maken nervous, but then Naruto laughed and scratched the back as Himegami just smiled with her eyes closed. Thanks Imo-Udo-chan, that really helped. Naruto thanked Himegami with a smile. Anytime Baka ni-san. Himegami said with a smile. Naruto then smiled ahead with a new though coming to his mind that he couldn't help but say out loud. You know, this place may not be Konoha, but it's a place I'm happy to call home. Naruto said, making everybody smile. Naruto then touched his sideburns as he felt they were centimeters from reaching his jawline. Hey, guys, be honest. Naruto then opened the manga book and showed his older self to everyone. Do you think I should cut my hair shorter? Naruto asked. No. Everyone immediately answered. That's all the answer that I need. Naruto said with a smile as he and the others walked out the school's front door. Yep. This place is definitely home. Naruto said with a huge smile and his hands behind his head.